Chapter 1563. Xiao Chen was dancing on the edge of a knife. The world was dangerous, and the human heart was hard to fathom. Xiao Chen had understood this many years ago. Previously, Xiao Chen had no value in the other party's eyes. Hence, the only comment he received was scram. The word scram was very clever. Only round things could scram. Humans were not round, they were straight. When a person said scram, the subconscious thought was, if you don't scram, I'll make you scram. When Xiao Chen tore apart the black scimitar pirate's ship with his bare hands, the blue-clad old man's attitude changed drastically. Of course, it was not because Xiao Chen had saved him. In fact, Xiao Chen had not even thought of saving the blue-clad old man. It would be foolish to expect a person who could say, scram, to understand gratitude. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew that this person had ulterior motives. However, since he wanted to obtain the baleful energy, he had no choice but to take the risk and fight with him. The fortress ship was divided into 10-odd rooms of various sizes. In the room that belonged to Xiao Chen, he raised his head and looked around, entering deep thought. In this place, any movement would not escape the blue-clad old man's eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen brought out the power of his ice domain. Immediately, snowflakes filled the room and cold qi spread out. The space in the room immediately turned blurry. Amid the drifting snowflakes, Xiao Chen looked like he was cultivating with his eyes closed. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man, who were observing Xiao Chen, exchanged glances. They both saw fear in each other's eyes. What strong ice-attributed energy! He probably comprehended a domain, the half-step primal core realm old man said. Although the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms had higher cultivations than those of the Kunlun realm, they could not compare to Kunlun realm cultivators in terms of wills and domains. The reason was simple. The Kunlun realm's martial cultivation was limited. Most cultivators could not advance further and could only focus on wills and other aspects. However, the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms did not have such restrictions. As they cultivated, they spent most of their time on their cultivation. Life was limited. It was inevitable that there would be gains and losses. It looks like his primary cultivation technique should be ice-attributed. We should pay more attention to him. After the blue-clad old man understood the situation, he no longer paid much attention to it. Although the ice domain was powerful, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was not something that could be made up for with just the ice domain. In truth, Xiao Chen was cultivating the divine lightning eye amidst the hazy frost qi. The third layer of the divine lightning eye was clearly unable to threaten an existence at the level of the blue-robed old man. At the very least, it had to be at the fourth layer. As for the fourth layer, it was a qualitative change for the divine lightning eye. Being able to overlap the first 3 lightning tribulations would result in 6 lightning tribulations, and its might would increase by several times. The blue-robed old man would never have imagined that, compared to the ice domain, the lightning Dao was his main cultivation. Furthermore, they would not have imagined that Xiao Chen was someone who comprehended the complete Saber Dao. Half a month later, the ship stopped in the air above a star near the profound light great world. This was the Mystic Een star. Most of the surface of the star was the Dead Sea, which was unsuitable for ordinary creatures to live in. There was only one piece of land. It was Profound Een Island. The Tianyi sect disciples all came out from the deck and looked at the island below. Those with good eyesight could see that the terrain of the island was very complicated. There were many steep mountains and complicated valleys. Vaguely, a terrifying aura lingered in the air above the island, not scattering. The blue-robed old man walked out and called over Xiao Chen and the other 2. You all can go down first. According to the rules, our ships can only circle in the air. When Luonan heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. We are going down ourselves? That's right. It's all the same. This unwritten rule has been around for many years. After we go down, there is a gathering point of the various sects on the island. You will know everything when you go there. Fei looked at the blue-robed old man somewhat nervously and asked, Master, what do we need to pay attention to? The blue-robed old man smiled warmly and said, Little brother Xiao Chen, I'll let you know. There are some things that I can't say. Xiao Chen looked at the blue-robed old man, feeling somewhat confused. Little brother Xiao Chen, these two disciples of mine have not experienced much wind and rain. I'll leave them to you to take care of Profound Een Island. When Luo Nan heard that, he felt unconvinced. Master, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of junior sister. Our Tianyi sect does not need to rely on outsiders. How dare you say that? The blue-robed old man reprimanded Luo Nan with a stern expression. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Don't mind. Little brother Xiao Chen, I'll leave everything to you. Seeing the blue-robed old man's sincere appearance, most people would find it hard not to let down their guard. Xiao Chen did not say anything, only nodding slightly. Go on. Don't embarrass the Tianyi sect. The three of them flew off the warship and landed on a flat land on Profound Een Island. Just at this moment, two cultivators wearing blue armor from the gathering point on the mountain peak shouted coldly, Who are you? What business do you have on Profound Een Island? When Luo Nan and Fei heard this, they felt the other party's domineering attitude. Come to think of it, this should be an expert from another sect stationed here. Before Luo Nan could rage, Xiao Chen stepped forward and said, We are disciples of the Tianyi sect. We are here to search for baleful Een energy. The Tianyi sect? Hand over the Tianyi sect identity token. We want to verify your identity. After the two blue-armored cultivators checked, they looked at Xiao Chen and asked, You are Yi Bai. This identity token belonged to another Tianyi sect disciple. The words Yi Bai were carved on the back. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am Yi Bai. How can I help you? It's nothing. You do not seem to have a high cultivation. Unexpectedly, you are the leader. It is just strange. Come with us. After returning the identity tokens to the three, the two turned around and left. The group traveled on the mountain path like it was flat ground. One could often see cultivators wearing similar armor on this peak. Xiao Chen discovered that this blue armor contained a gentle fire-attributed energy. It should be used to resist baleful Een energy. The three of you, listen up. As the cultivator leading the way walked, he said, This Profound Een Island opens to the public once a year. Right now, it does not belong to any sect. Everyone is equal when they enter. Everyone has to do things according to the rules here. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences. Luo Nan felt very upset when he heard this, wanting to rebut a few times. Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, when she saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, she felt more at ease. There are not many rules here, just 3. First, you can stay here for only 1 month. After 1 month, you have to return to this gathering point. Second, there are no rules in the competition of the same generation. You can use all means. Third, if you have any grudges, you have to forget them after you come out. Feinier's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She whispered, Is the competition that intense? It is just baleful Een energy, yet it is so cruel. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, Cruel? When this Profound Een Island was first discovered, the fight between the various sects was probably 10 times crueler than this. Baleful Een energy and baleful Yang energy were too important to cultivators in the veritable essence stage. Cultivators of this realm were the foundation of a sect. The importance of Profound Een Island to these sects went without saying. It would be strange if the competition for such a strategic location was not cruel. At this moment, Luo Nan became much more reserved. Junior sister, this place cannot be compared to the Tianyi sect. Be careful. Fei nodded and did not say anything more. Xiao Chen, Luo Nan, and Fei followed. Soon, they arrived at the highest point of the peak. There were many stone houses scattered in the area not far from the gathering point. The disciples of the other sects are already living in those stone houses. You can choose any one that is empty. When everyone is here, you can formally explore Profound Een Island. After saying that, the 2 armored cultivators headed for the gathering point. Most of the stone houses were already occupied by cultivators. The 3 casually chose one, not picky in this regard. This one. Luo Nan pointed to a desolate stone house and immediately went in. After entering, the 3 each chose a corner and sat down to rest. Now that there was no one around, Fei asked out of curiosity, Xiaochen, my master said that there are places to take note of. He wanted you to tell us what we need to take note of. After saying that, Luonan looked at Xiaochen as well. Although he did not like Xiaochen, he was also somewhat curious. Why did their master get an outsider to teach them? Xiaochen looked at the two and saw the word inexperienced on their faces. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen said, it is useless to say it now. When the time comes, we will naturally know. Acting all mysterious, Luonan muttered. Then he closed his eyes and ignored Xiaochen. Fei glanced at Xiaochen. She kept feeling that this person was unfathomable. However, her intuition told her that Xiaochen could be trusted. On an early morning 7 days later, all sect disciples, heed my orders. Profound Yin Island is officially open. The voice boomed in the ears of the three, rumbling like thunder. Xiaochen, Luonan, and Luonan felt stifled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from this voice. Chapter 1564. This person is very strong. He is probably a major primal core cultivator. Xiaochen frowned and murmured in his heart. The core cloud realm had only 2 stages, minor primal core and major primal core. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Although the blue-robed old man was strong, he was only a minor primal core cultivator. The pressure he felt from this voice was far inferior. Under the urging of the voice, the disciples of the various sects who came to search for the Yin fiends walked out of the stone houses. Xiaochen casually looked around and found that there were about 100 people. Some sects sent more than 10 people at once. It was extremely rare for sects like the Tianyi sect to send only 1 or 2 people. After checking, Xiaochen understood. In terms of strength and talent, the Tianyi sect's Fei and Luonan were among the best of this group of people. It seemed that the Tianyi sect was a sect that pursued an elite policy. Actually, during the battle on the pirate ship, Xiaochen had already discovered that although the two of them were only at the veritable essence stage, they were able to fight against many in essence stage pirates. He had both talent and strength, but he lacked some experience in the Jianghu. Most of the sect disciples who came to search for baleful Yin energy were at the Yin essence stage. Only a few were at the veritable essence stage. Xiaochen pondered, it seems that in this place, the true element boundary is the real master. So. From the stronghold on the mountain peak, 3 figures flew over like lightning, coldly looking at Xiaochen and the other disciples who were about to enter the hinterland of Mystic Yin Island. The leader of the group of 3 was a white-haired, black-robed old man. His entire body was filled with an austere aura. Everyone, including Xiaochen, felt an invisible pressure, like a tiger looking at its prey. A major origin core realm expert. Xiaochen thought to himself that his previous guess was indeed correct. An expert of this level was truly frighteningly strong. Just a glance from him was enough to make him shudder. The white-haired, black-clad old man's gaze was like a sharp blade wherever it passed. It made people feel as if there was a blade in front of their eyes. His head was spinning, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. He restrained his aura and avoided the old man's gaze. Mystic Yin Island opens once a year. Now, all of you can enter the interior of Mystic Yin Island. Everyone listened quietly, not daring to be presumptuous. Profound Yin Island is a blessed land with ferocious beasts that are terrifyingly strong. Don't let your guard down. There are strange beasts guarding the Yin specters, so you have to act according to your own strength. After pausing for a while, the white-haired, black-clad old man pointed into the distance. The interior of Profound Yin Island is in this direction, about 500,000 kilometers away. Later, there will be a transportation formation to send you there. Back then, over a dozen sects fought over this Profound Yin Island, and many people died. You juniors should cherish this opportunity. Now, I will check your identities for the last time. What sect do you come from? Tell me your strength. If you lie, I'll kill you without mercy. The white-haired old man's gaze landed on a young man and he said, You first. I am Wei He from the Clear Feather sect. I am at the middle stage of the Yin essence realm. Before the white-haired old man's gaze, No one dared to lie. The various sect disciples stepped forward and reported their backgrounds in detail. Feinger and Luonan both felt worried for Xiaochen. If Xiaochen gave himself away, not only would he suffer, but he would also implicate the two of them and even the Tianyi sect. Yi Bai from the Tianyi sect. I am at the peak of the veritable essence realm, Xiaochen said calmly before the white-haired old man's gaze. Yi Bai? The white-haired old man exchanged glances with the two people beside him. Their gazes revealed a trace of surprise, clearly shocked. It's over. Luonan's body trembled slightly, and his expression sank in anxiety. However, Xiaochen remained calm. He believed that he did not give himself away. The Tianyi sect is truly incredible. You have been in this veritable essence realm for many years already, right? The white-haired old man asked seriously as he looked at Xiaochen with a sharp gaze. Xiaochen nodded, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. I have been sharpening my sword for 3 years, and today, I will not advance to the Yin essence realm unless I obtain the best baleful Yin energy. The moment Xiaochen said that, he attracted the attention of several people. Good. You are ambitious. I hope you will gain something on profound Yin Island. Go down. The white-haired old man and the two people beside him did not notice anything strange. They only felt that the veritable essence energy in Xiaochen's body was unusually dense and dense. Xiaochen's cultivation was incredibly stable, far surpassing that of the sect disciples here. The sect disciples here were all elites of the various sections. However, Xiaochen still stood out from the rest. This was what shocked the two people. Normally, such people were proud and arrogant. They believed that they would definitely be able to spread their wings and soar into the sky in the future. Before advancing to the veritable personage realm, they would properly temper themselves. Before obtaining the best baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy, they would not advance rashly. Seeing Xiaochen settle down, Feinger and Luonan heaved a sigh of relief. Luonan thought to himself, this fellow does not look like much, but his acting is pretty good. You, report your name. Lotus Sect's disciple, Feng Yun, peak Yin essence stage. Just at this moment, another person reported his sect. Xiaochen frowned slightly and said, Buddhist sect disciple? Xiaochen felt a familiar aura from that Feng Yun. Feier smiled and said, does Big Brother Xiaochen not know? The Lotus Sect's disciple is a rank 1 sect subordinate to the Black Lotus Church. They come from the same great realm as our Tianyi sect. The Black Lotus Church. This startled Xiaochen. However, his expression did not change, not saying anything. It should just be a coincidence. There could not be such a coincidence. The Black Lotus Church should not have discovered his tracks so quickly. Even so, he still needed to be cautious. After the 100-odd people verified that there was no mistake, they were all given a jade strip. The jade strip had been refined. Only the person holding the jade strip could enter profound Yin Island's interior. After putting away the jade strip, the group of people lined up and entered the transportation formation. While waiting, there were people in the surroundings. Luo Nan and Fei discussed the various dangers of profound Yin Island's interior in whispers. I heard from my senior brothers in the sect that the environment of this profound Yin Island's interior is very complicated. There are swamps, mountains, rivers, and ferocious beasts lurking everywhere. This is especially so for places with baleful Yin energy. There will definitely be ferocious beasts, even core cloud realm ferocious beasts. Feier exclaimed in shock, that can't be, right? There are even venerate level ferocious beasts? There are. Suddenly, a handsome-looking disciple came over and the three of them hurriedly looked over. The three of you, I am the Clear Feather Sect's Wei He. So, it was the first person to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, they were all lined up together. After the other party introduced himself, the three had to do the same. Yi Bai, just call me by my name, Xiaochen said calmly. How would I dare? How would I dare? Big Brother Yi is someone that even the island's guardian elder views in a different light, Wei He quickly replied humbly. Luo Nan looked at the other party and asked, earlier, you also said that there are primal core level ferocious beasts. How did you know? It is just a legend. According to legend, the best baleful Yin energy on this profound Yin island has already existed for 10,000 years and is guarded by primal core-level ferocious beasts. That's impossible. The island's guardian elder already hunted down the 10,000-year-old peak-grade baleful Yin energy long ago. How could it be our turn? Wei He smiled mysteriously. There is something you do not know. No one knows where that 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is. According to legend, that baleful Yin energy already has its own intelligence and can fly. How did you know? Xiaochen asked out of curiosity. Wei He smiled and said, the Clear Feather sect is in the profound light great realm. Naturally, we know some secrets. However, this is just a legend. Many people who were tempted by it and blindly pursued it ended up with nothing. We wasted 1 month for nothing. Everyone just listen to me. Xiaochen entered deep thought. If there was really such a thing, perhaps he might have a chance. His dragon-seeking secret skill could also be of some use in searching for gloomy specters. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Xiaochen did not think that he could leave this profound Yin island safely after obtaining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. It was better to focus on some peak-grade baleful Yin energy. Chapter 1565. Soon, it was Xiaochen's group's turn. They stepped onto the transportation formation, and light flickered. 500,000 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they were at a small transportation formation on a mountain peak. A few old men stood guard by the transportation formation. Remember, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, you have to leave. If you run into danger along the way and want to give up, you can come here in advance to receive protection. The few old men gave their final instructions. Xiaochen's group looked around and saw a swamp below the center of profound Yin Island. Rivers crisscrossed in the distance. Farther away, there seemed to be boundless mountains. The 3 of you, do you want to form a team? The center of profound Yin Island is filled with danger. It would be better for us to take care of each other. Wei He smiled at Xiaochen's group of 3. Senior brother, big brother Xiao, what do you think? Fei felt somewhat tempted. After all, 1 more person meant 1 more force. Luonan looked at this Wei He. He looked handsome and had an extraordinary air. Before Xiaochen could answer, he quickly rejected, there's no need. Wei He smiled and said, that is really unfortunate. Let's part ways here. After the group left, Fei said, Senior brother, why did you reject him so quickly? After all, it is a kind gesture from him. Luonan opened his mouth to say something. However, he found that he could not say anything reasonable. Xiaochen said calmly, although this way he looks friendly, he came with the sect. However, he did not leave with his fellow sect members. Either he is used to being alone, or he has a bad reputation, so his fellow sect members are not willing to bother with him. Luonan nodded and said, that's right. Senior brother, my eyes are very sharp. I noticed that this fellow was up to no good long ago. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen, you also noticed something suspicious. You have some good eyes. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything. He looked around, observing the geomancy of the surroundings. Baleful Yin energy was called Earth Ghost in geomancy. It was an extremely ominous existence. Aside from some special tombs, such things would not exist near dragon veins. The more dangerous the geomancy of a place, the more likely it was to have baleful Yin energy. Xiaochen flew into the sky. Without Luonan and Fei noticing, he silently opened his heavenly eye. Within 100,000 li radius, the mountains and rivers, the grass, the trees, the flowers, the birds, the insects, and the beasts, as well as the busy disciples of the various sects, everything could be seen. Xiaochen quickly recalled the records of the dangerous geomancy lands in the Paradise Secret Canon, matching them to the terrain before him. This place is really strange. It's actually a land of death. Could it be that this mysterious Yin star itself is an ominous star? Shaking his head, Xiaochen retracted his heavenly eye and slowly descended to the ground. Big brother Xiaochen, what are you looking at? Fei asked curiously. Xiaochen said honestly, let me see if I can find some places where baleful Yin energy is hidden. So godly? Yin energy is hidden underground. Could it be that your eyes can see through it? Everyone relies on luck to find baleful yin energy. When you reach a place where baleful yin energy is hidden, you will naturally sense it. Luo Nan did not fall for Xiao Chen's trick. He said in disdain, "Junior sister, if you follow me, I guarantee that you will find good baleful yin energy." Xiao Chen did not refute. Luo Nan was right. This was how the sect disciples of Profound Yin Island searched for baleful yin energy. However, this method was not only inefficient, but it also could not find baleful yin energy that was more than 1,000 years old. As time passed, the baleful yin energy absorbed increased, and the baleful yin energy would continuously sink. Even when the baleful yin energy was deep underground, the baleful yin energy that could be sensed was mostly 100 years old or several hundred years old. After looking in a direction, Xiao Chen walked over based on his memory. Xiao Chen remembered that there was a dangerous geomancy land in the northwest. The land was away from the sun, and the surroundings were steep. Scattered starlight fell from the sky, surrounding many withered trees. Senior brother, follow big brother Xiao. Trust him. After Fei reminded Xiao Chen, she followed after Xiao Chen. You want me to follow him? Dream on. Luo Nan said furiously, feeling incredibly frustrated. After about 7 minutes, Luo Nan, who was at the back of the group, silently followed behind Xiao Chen and Fei with a sullen expression. Fei smiled and said, "Senior brother, didn't you say you wouldn't come?" Luo Nan blushed slightly. I was just worried about junior sister's safety. Fei covered her mouth and giggled endlessly, making Luo Nan feel even more embarrassed. After a long time, Xiao Chen stopped in front of a flat ground. Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the sky, then at the surrounding terrain. Then he made some calculations in his heart. Xiao Chen was confident in using feng shui to find spirit veins and tombs. However, he did not dare to be careless when searching for baleful yin energy. He could only say that there was a high possibility. Success or failure depended on luck. However, one thing was certain. Either he couldn't find it, or once Xiao Chen found it, the yin energy was definitely more than 1,000 years old. Therefore, even if there were occasional mistakes, it could be tolerated. There is baleful yin energy in this place? Junior sister, you don't really believe it, right? Luo Nan closed his eyes and sensed. Not to mention the aura of baleful yin energy, he did not even feel yin-attributed energy. Fei rolled her eyes at Luo Nan. Then she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Big brother Xiao Chen, is there really baleful yin energy in this place? Xiao Chen answered honestly, I don't dare to be sure either. I can only say that there is a chance. In that case, let's give it a try. Big brother Xiao Chen, what should we do? Fei encouraged Xiao Chen. She rather trusted him. Xiao Chen smiled and said, You should just call me Yi Bai here. It would not be good to give myself away. Fei stuck out her tongue and said, All right, I understand, senior brother Yi Bai. Junior sister, let's go quickly. We cannot waste any more time. It would be too unfortunate if we do not find a single baleful yin energy in 1 month. Fei smiled and said, Let's give it a try. Senior brother, go and help out. Senior brother Yi Bai, it's time to make a move. Luo Nan was not willing. However, since Fei gave the order, he could not disobey. Luo Nan drew out a divine weapon, infused his veritable essence energy into it, and stabbed it down. The ground immediately cracked, giving off loud sounds. Luo Nan, who was responsible for keeping watch, quickly sent out a hand seal. Space trembled slightly, scattering the loud sounds in the air. It was not enough to startle everyone. Xiao Chen glanced at Luo Nan and smiled to himself. This person really listened to his junior sister. Even though Luo Nan clearly did not like Xiao Chen, he still did his best to keep watch. As the crack in the ground deepened, there was still no baleful yin energy. Fei slowly revealed a disappointed expression. How is it? I told you that there is no baleful yin energy, right? Luo Nan said with a smile at some point in time, revealing a cocky expression. Fei gave Luo Nan a strange look. Senior brother, why are you so happy that there is no baleful yin energy? Could it be that you are not here to search for baleful yin energy? Of course not, Luo Nan quickly denied. Then, why are you smiling? Seeing Fei Er's innocent eyes, Luo Nan could no longer smile. If he continued, he would become a fool again. You two stand guard above for a while. I'll go down and take a look. Xiao Chen, who had been staring down, did not hear what the two said. Right after he spoke, he jumped down. This startled Luo Nan and Fei. The environment of profound Yin Island's interior was complicated, even more dangerous than the surface. How could he jump down on a whim? Junior sister, stand guard. I'll go down and take a look. This fellow is too rash. Fei Er nodded and said, in that case, senior brother, be careful. Luo Nan smiled faintly and said, don't worry. This senior brother is not as rash as that white-clad brat. I will definitely be fine. The crack was very deep. The further down he went, the heavier the cold qi and Yin-attributed energy. When Luo Nan landed, he fell heavily. It turned out that Luo Nan had not noticed the cold qi. His legs had already gone numb, and he could not feel anything before he touched anything. The moment Luo Nan touched the ground, he fell over and over. When Luo Nan managed to stand up after much difficulty, he saw a white figure flash in front, so he quickly gave chase. Bang! Luo Nan only cared about chasing after Xiao Chen, not knowing to lower his head. So, his head crashed into the wall again. As Luo Nan chased after Xiao Chen, he panted. Even after putting in all his effort, he could only see a white figure. The underground environment was very complicated, so Luo Nan suffered a lot as he stumbled around. Fortunately, he did not run into any ferocious beasts as he followed Xiao Chen. After some time, Luo Nan sensed that the white figure in front finally stopped. Luo Nan's eyes lit up, and he rushed over. Ignoring his aching body, tattered clothes, and sorry state, he panted, I finally found you. Follow me. So cold, what's going on? Suddenly, Luo Nan felt that something was wrong. Only then did he discover the corpse of a ferocious beast in front of Xiao Chen. The entire area was filled with Yin-attributed energy. Even Luo Nan felt a chill in his bones. Luo Nan looked around and saw a black, sinister wind silently gathering at the limits of the area, giving off a cold light. Baleful Yin energy. Chapter 1566. Luo Nan shivered when he verified that he did not see wrong. There really was a clump of baleful Yin energy in front. Based on the light it gave off and its color, it was definitely at least 1,000 years old. Then, Luo Nan swept his gaze across the ferocious beast corpse in front of Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat incredulous. To think that Xiao Chen dealt with the ferocious beast guarding the baleful Yin energy in such a short time. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at Luo Nan. Finding it strange, he asked, how did you end up like this? Luo Nan's clothes were tattered, and he looked haggard. Scratches covered his face. The other party had been following behind Luo Nan, but there had been no battle. Who knew, the moment Xiao Chen said that, Luo Nan immediately became angry. This fellow. If not for him, how could I end up in such a sorry state? To think that he even asked why. He must be doing this on purpose to anger me. Senior brother Luo Nan, senior brother Xiao Chen, are you there? Just as Luo Nan was about to lose his temper, his junior sister's voice rang out from behind. Luo Nan glared at Xiao Chen and said, the interior of profound Yin Island is incredibly dangerous. If not on account of junior sister, I definitely would not care about you. I won't bother with you this time. After saying that, Luo Nan turned around to lead Fei Er over. 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy? After seeing the baleful Yin energy, Fei Er's expression filled with pleasant surprise. Senior brother Yi Bai, you really found it. You are really incredible. Luo Nan coughed a few times to show that he had found it as well. Fei Er smiled and said, Senior brother Luo Nan is incredible as well. It was not easy for you to be injured to this extent. Fei Er glanced at the ferocious beast corpse in front and then at Luo Nan's injuries. Her first impression was that Luo Nan killed the ferocious beast. Xiao Chen smiled and did not refute. Feeling embarrassed, Luo Nan quickly changed the topic. This 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is sufficient for the three of us to advance to the Yin essence stage at the same time. With such a high-quality baleful Yin energy, The quality of the yin essence energy we condense will definitely be extraordinary. Xiaochen shook his head and said, we need to ensure that the baleful yin energy is complete for it to bring out its greatest effect. After refining a complete strand of yin energy, the primordial yin energy will be even purer. When the time comes, the primordial core that I condense will also be of a higher grade. This was what Xiaochen had seen in the Book of the Epics. However, most cultivators rarely had such conditions. Ordinary cultivators used yin essence stones. Being able to absorb yin essence energy from baleful yin energy was already a great blessing. Who would dare to think of refining the complete baleful yin energy? Only the elite disciples of third-rank sects, the disciples of great clans, or the peerless geniuses who possessed the bloodline of the desolate era could have such conditions. Luo Nan immediately said angrily, you aren't thinking of monopolizing this baleful yin energy, right? Fei quickly advised, senior brother, don't be angry. Big brother Xiaochen definitely does not mean that. Xiaochen's expression was calm. He took 2 steps back and said, choose for yourselves. This baleful yin energy is not suitable for me. The moment Xiaochen said that, Luo Nan and Fei immediately felt stunned. I already said that big brother Xiaochen is not that kind of person, right? You still do not believe me, Fei said as she rolled her eyes at Luo Nan, making Luo Nan feel very uncomfortable. Senior brother, your talent is higher than mine. You can refine this baleful yin energy. Remember to apologize to big brother Xiaochen later. Junior sister, how can I do that? Furthermore, I cannot apologize to him. What's wrong? You are not going to listen to me? Behind, Xiaochen smiled faintly as he watched the two speak. Since coming out of the Kunlun realm, he had felt a rare warmth from the two. This baleful yin energy was indeed not suitable for him. His goal was very clear. He needed a baleful yin energy that was at least 5,000 years old. To become a deity, one had to first become a human. In the veritable personage realm, one had to lay a good foundation. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. The process of refining baleful yin energy was an extremely dangerous process. If one was not careful, one might suffer a backlash from the baleful yin energy. This would injure all the meridians in one's body. Hence, one needed someone to protect them. Fei accompanied Xiaochen the entire time. Taking advantage of this time, Xiaochen continued to cultivate the Divine Lightning Eye's 4th layer. Aside from refining the Cycle Throne, Xiaochen spent most of his time on the ship on cultivating the Divine Lightning Eye. Xiaochen could already layer 6 lightning tribulations. However, he was not very familiar with them. His success rate was not high yet, so it could not be considered a true breakthrough. More importantly, there were too many people watching, so he could not truly execute it. Xiaochen, little yellow feather, is about to wake up. It can already communicate with me. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao's voice suddenly came from the immortal spirit ring. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. Then he revealed a smile on his face. This little fellow is finally coming out. It looks like the solar true flame of the Zodiac Hall is still somewhat effective. Originally, Xiaochen thought that he would have to wait another 100 years. Being able to wake up so quickly was a pleasant surprise. It told me that when it woke up this time, it even recovered some of its memories from its previous life. Take good care of it first. Remember, don't let it mess around. This place is not that difficult. Yes. Half a day later, Xiaochen suddenly felt a strong aura spreading out. The vast veritable essence energy contained an extremely cold energy. Everywhere it passed, a layer of frost covered the surface of the cave. Crack, crack. When the cold wind blew, countless frozen rocks fell down and turned into ice shards flying everywhere. It looked like countless snowflakes drifted in the cave. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and 6 spinning purple petals flashed in his right eye. Success! Luo Nan successfully refined this 1,000-year-old baleful yin energy and formally advanced to the yin essence stage. As an elite disciple of the Tianyi sect, Luo Nan had been stuck at the veritable essence stage for more than a year, unable to advance. Now that he finally had this opportunity, refining a complete strand of baleful yin energy, his strength naturally soared. Xiao Chen slowly stood up, and the frost covering his body fell off, unable to penetrate his physical body. Junior sister, I successfully refined this strand of baleful Yin energy. Luo Nan's complexion glowed, and the injuries on his face vanished. His aura seemed to have changed significantly. Fei Er smiled and said, I just knew that senior brother could do it. Quickly, go and apologize to big brother Xiao Chen. If not for him, how could you have such an opportunity? You should know that not just anyone can enjoy a complete baleful Yin energy, even a rank 3 sect disciple. At this moment, Luo Nan felt incredibly confident. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he was filled with the pride of a superior. In the past, Luo Nan found Xiao Chen pleasing to the eye. Now, he felt that Xiao Chen was not a match for him at all, that they were not on the same level. Apologizing to Xiao Chen was no big deal. Luo Nan casually stepped forward and smiled. Sorry for the earlier offense. Xiao Chen, sorry. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. As he looked at the other party, he nodded and said, Congratulations. For some reason, when Luo Nan heard these two simple words, he felt his pride vanish without a trace. After the three collected all the nearby Yin essence stones, they walked out of the crack. By the time they came out, the sky was already dark. The three set up a bonfire and decided to rest for the night. Xiao Chen stood up and said, I'll stand guard. There's no need. Let senior brother Luo Nan stand guard. Senior brother Yi Bai should be rather tired today, Fei Er said quickly, not wanting Xiao Chen to be so tired. Luo Nan also volunteered, saying, Xiao Chen, just rest well. With my current strength, it would be more suitable for me to stand guard. Xiao Chen smiled to himself. Since this person wants to fight, let him. Stars dotted the sky, and the night sky was beautiful. By the bonfire, Xiao Chen took out a flask of wine and started drinking alone. The wine was the 1,000-year flame that Mo Chen brewed. However, he did not feel happy drinking it today, feeling somewhat bitter. He wondered how his old friends in the Kunlun realm were doing. Fei Er's bright eyes looked bright in the night. As she looked at Xiao Chen, she asked, Senior brother Yi Bai, why do you always look like you have something on your mind? Something on my mind? Xiao Chen did not deny it. Then he left the familiar Kunlun realm alone, thinking about his old friends who died in the demonic calamity. He felt like it was yesterday. The great 1,000 realms were boundless and boundless. He deeply understood how insignificant he was. He felt lonely, sad, and somewhat hesitant. How could he let go of these? There was also the Black Lotus Church, the faction that caused the demonic calamity in the Kunlun realm. He did not know when he would be able to uproot it. He also did not know if elder sister Rua was doing well. Xiao Chen changed the topic. He smiled and said, Junior sister Fei seems to like senior brother Luo Nan a lot. Fei Er blushed and said somewhat helplessly, even big brother Xiao Chen, an outsider, can tell. However, senior brother Luo Nan cannot. However, everything about senior brother Luo Nan is good. He is just somewhat what? He lacks some of his manliness. I like great heroes. Senior brother is sometimes somewhat childish. Xiao Chen smiled and said, one day he will become a great hero for you. Fei Er squinted slightly. Her large eyes, which had some baby fat on her face, looked exceptionally cute. I hope so. At the same time, the half-step primal core realm old man on the Tianysek's ship received a piece of top-secret news. When the blue-clad old man heard it, his expression turned grave. Is this news true? This news was simply too shocking. Unexpectedly, the sect sent a portrait saying that this person was wanted by the Black Lotus Church and told them to keep an eye out for him. It is absolutely true. The news came from the Lotus sect leader. He accidentally leaked it to our great 1,000 realms. Rumor has it that the Black Lotus Church has already issued a bounty for all its subordinate factions. The blue-clad old man said gravely, to think that this fellow actually has a connection to a huge faction like the Black Lotus Church. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we continue fighting? There's no need. Although we are not a subordinate faction of the Black Lotus Church, we will still be rewarded for killing him. For the sake of the Black Lotus Church's rewards, we can bear this price, the blue-clad old man said coldly and emotionlessly. A murderous intent flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke coldly. Chapter 1567. The night was beautiful. Xiao Chen, who was drinking the thousand-year flame, did not know. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man knew of Xiao Chen's conflict with the Black Lotus Church because of a leaked arrest warrant. He was prepared to completely fall out with him and stop dealing with him. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from him, there was also a bonfire. A man and a woman were chatting as they warmed themselves by the fire. The two of them came from another great world and came from the same sect, the Spirit Star Palace. The man was called Bai Feng and the woman was Lu Yi. They were the junior brother and junior sister. Due to their high strength and deep relationship, the two of them did not move together with other disciples. There was no lack of such groups in the hinterlands of profound Yin Island. After all, it was better to distribute baleful Yin energy with as few people as possible. Senior brother, we're really lucky. 300 years of Yin energy. Lu Yi said happily with a smile on his face. It is only 300 years of baleful Yin energy. It is nothing. It is not enough for us to reach the peak of the Yin essence stage. We were quite lucky. We were randomly chasing a ferocious beast, but we didn't expect to accidentally sense the existence of Yin spirits. Bai Feng shook his head, not satisfied. Furthermore, he was extremely cautious. We should be more careful from now on. It seems like someone is watching us while we are absorbing the baleful Yin energy. Senior brother, you're worrying too much. We've already walked so far and checked several times. We've already shaken off that person. Lu Yi said nonchalantly. It is better to be safe than sorry. Let's not sleep tonight. I'll listen to senior brother. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and the bonfire swayed left and right. Who's it? Bai Feng and Lu Yi showed stunned expressions as they stood up at the same time warily. So it's a friend from the Spirit Star Palace. Don't be nervous, I am the Clear Feather Sect's Wei He. I was just chased by a ferocious beast, and it wasn't easy for me to get rid of it. When I saw the fire here, I came over. In the darkness, Wei He revealed an expression of pleasant surprise as he looked at the two. Seeing that it was only the other party, Bai Feng and Lu Yi heaved sighs of relief. So, it is the Clear Feather Sect's Wei He. However, my junior sister and I do not accept outsiders as our team. Since you're alone, please leave. Bai Feng calmly asked the guest to leave. It was the middle of the night, and the other party clearly wanted to be his partner. Naturally, he would not allow it. Wei He smiled in surprise. I did not even say anything, and brother Bai already guessed my intentions. In that case, I will not force you. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past, and the bonfire was suddenly extinguished. A terrified scream rang out in the dark night, and then abruptly stopped. Junior sister! Bai Feng cried out in pain. In that instant earlier, his junior sister, who had lost her vigilance, fell to Wei He's hands. So. A strong wind blew, and in the darkness, a few more figures appeared. Bai Feng focused his mental energy in his eyes. The darkness of the night could not obstruct his vision. He looked at the approaching people with a livid expression. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Clear Feather Sect, Lotus Sect Temples Feng Yun, Flying Cloud Manners to Oba Lang. I will definitely kill you all to take revenge for junior sister. Aside from Wei He, there were 4 other people. They were all Yin Essence stage experts. Wei He sneered, Revenge? Don't think too much about it. Don't worry, I'll send you and your junior sister back to the sect later. It is just in the netherworld. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun laughed loudly and charged over with the other 4. After a while, Bai Feng, who fought 1 against 5, fell into a pool of blood, dying unwillingly. As Wei He looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, he said coldly, Brother Feng Yun, it is your turn. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun smiled faintly. Then he formed hand seals, and a lotus flower appeared under his feet. A black Buddha image appeared behind him, and the baleful Yin energy in the 2 corpses was slowly forced out. The 2 had just refined the baleful Yin energy and had not completely merged the Yin essence energy with their flesh. Hence, the Lotus Sect Temple's method could force it out. The five did not say anything. They just sat down cross-legged and greedily absorbed this pure baleful yin energy, consolidating their cultivations. When the baleful yin energy was completely absorbed, Wei He opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. This is really comfortable. If this continues, our yin essence stage cultivation will continuously improve. This is several times better than absorbing the baleful yin energy on our own. This is all thanks to Brother Wei He and Brother Feng Yun. Without the two of you working together, we would not have had such benefits, Tuoba Lang said with a smile at the soaring cloud mountain manor. Wei He said humbly, it is mainly thanks to Brother Feng Yun. Without Brother Feng Yun's Lotus Sect seal, no matter how good my eyesight is, it would not have been enough. Wei He's eyesight was startlingly good at judging people. He could tell who had just absorbed the baleful yin energy and who had completely refined the baleful yin energy and merged it into their flesh. With one glance, Wei He could tell who was the target for the five. 1 month is just the beginning. When the time comes, all of us will definitely reach peak yin essence stage. Bai Feng's and Lu Ye's corpses were still warm, covered in blood. However, the five seated cross-legged chatted happily, not caring about them at all. Even though the night was dark, it could not beat the hearts of these five. Early the next morning, just as Xiao Chen's group was preparing to depart, Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring that little yellow feather was about to break out of its shell. The two of you, I'll go and take a look first. Wait here for a while, Xiao Chen said to Fei Er and Luo Nan as he turned around. Luo Nan wished that Xiao Chen would go far away so that he could spend more time with Fei, so he quickly agreed. Big brother Xiao Chen, be careful, Fei Er warned, thinking that Xiao Chen was going to search for the hiding place of the baleful yin energy again. After leaving the two, Xiao Chen saw that there was no one around, so he took out the golden crow egg. The golden crow egg was already covered in cracks. Soon, the eggshell completely shattered. Then, little yellow feather appeared amid the golden flames, spreading its wings. A large amount of golden light poured out. Xiao Chen had been prepared long ago. He flung out his sleeves and saber lights flew out. The saber lights formed a sealed saber formation, covering up all the mysterious phenomena. When the light scattered, little yellow feather, which had undergone a nirvanic rebirth, appeared before Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao. Compared to the previous glistening little fellow, this time, little yellow feather was covered in feathers with a withdrawn golden light. It looked rather ordinary. All its sharpness and the might of a holy beast were hidden under its feathers. Ao Jiao spread her arms wide and said joyfully, little yellow feather, come over quickly. Little yellow feather spread its wings and happily flew to Ao Jiao's side, chirping nonstop. The last time little yellow feather was born, it had been like a baby. Ao Jiao had brought it up single-handedly. Xiao Chen knew that little yellow feather and Ao Jiao had a good relationship. He smiled faintly and did not disturb them. After a while, Ao Jiao turned her head and said, Xiao Chen, little yellow feather said that it can help us search for baleful yin energy. This kind of cold yin energy conflicts with its attribute, making it very easy to find. When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. The golden crow was an extremely young attributed creature. It was naturally sensitive to such baleful yin energy and found it uncomfortable. Although the golden crow did not like it, if it was willing, it would be much easier to find the source. However, after thinking for a while, Xiao Chen still rejected it. Thank you for its kind intentions. However, it just came out, so don't let it take the risk. I have my own ways to search for baleful yin energy. No, it said that there is a yin attributed energy that it particularly hates here. Even if it hides in the immortal spirit ring, it will still be able to feel it. It needs to be eliminated. Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. So the golden crow was doing this for its own good. He had thought that the golden crow had changed its character. That's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. It must be the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. For the golden crow to feel uncomfortable in the immortal spirit ring, it had to be the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. Other baleful yin energy would not be this horrifying. Xiao Chen said gravely, Ao Jiao, tell it to find the source of this baleful yin energy. However, it mustn't move alone. After it finds it, just inform me at the fastest speed. When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen's grave expression, she quickly reminded little yellow feathers several times before letting it leave worriedly. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "This little fellow won't mess around, right? I already reminded it many times." "It should not mess around," Ao Jiao said uncertainly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Never mind. Let's go back first. If anything unexpected happens, we can just leave this profound Yin star." Over the next few days, Xiao Chen used the dragon-seeking art to search for dangerous lands. Perhaps Xiao Chen used up all his luck on the first day. After searching several times, Xiao Chen and the others did not find any baleful Yin energy. Instead, they ran into danger. Finally, just as Luo Nan could no longer endure it, the three found another 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy 10 days later. Xiao Chen did not say anything. No matter how Fei rejected, he gave up this baleful Yin energy to her. When Fei successfully refined this baleful Yin energy, the three came out of the crack. "Brother Wei, there are 3 people coming out of the ground. They seem to be disciples of the Tianyi sect. Take a look and see if they found anything." The scene of the 3 coming out happened to catch the attention of Wei He's group, who were searching for targets in the distance. "The Tianyi sect? I have a deep impression of them. Let me take a look." Wei He smiled faintly and shifted his gaze over. Chapter 1568. After Wei He saw clearly, he nodded and said, "It is indeed the Tianyi sect's people. That girl should have just refined the baleful Yin energy not long ago. Furthermore, that baleful Yin energy is of high quality. The baleful Yin energy we absorbed earlier cannot compare to it. However, the Tianyi sect's people are not easy to deal with, especially that Yi Bai. Even the 3 primal core realm cultivators have a whole new level of respect for him. That's right. Out of so many people, only Yi Bai was asked a few more questions by that old man. Should we make a move?" The 5 hesitated somewhat. After all, although they were ruthless, they were not stupid. They didn't want to suffer a double loss after trying to get the bride. Just as the 5 hesitated and were about to give up, a strange look flashed in the eyes of the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. He said seriously, "There is no need to be so conflicted. No matter how powerful that Yi Bai is, he is just a veritable essence stage cultivator. How strong can he be? At that time, we just need 2 people to delay him. As for the other 3, we can deal with Luo Nan and that girl after dealing with the other 2. It will be easy for the 5 of us to deal with Yi Bai. Furthermore, Brother Wei he already said that the baleful Yin energy that girl absorbed is of extremely high quality. Why can't we take the risk?" Feng Yun's long speech swayed the other 4 somewhat. Wei he entered deep thought and said that Yi Bai is indeed not simple. However, if we suddenly make a move, we will still have some confidence, just like how we dealt with Bai Feng and Lu Yi. Soon, the 5 of them came to a consensus and began to discuss countermeasures. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun revealed a smile. "Since we have already decided, let's discuss the details. We cannot make any mistakes," the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yi said calmly. Wei he nodded and said, "Brother Tuoba is right. Otherwise, if we leave any loose ends, it will be problematic for us. I feel that we should do this." When Xiao Chen's group of 3 walked out of the crack, they did not know that they were being watched. "Senior brother Yi Bai, many thanks. Unexpectedly, I would have such a day." Fei, who refined a complete strand of baleful Yin energy, felt exceptionally happy. "You are too polite." Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. After all, he had no use for it. It was just nice to give it to someone who needed it. After Profound Yin Island, he would probably leave soon. At that time, they would not have much interaction. Xiao Chen still had to go to the Profound Light Great Realm and ask around. At the very least, he had to figure out where Ancestor Dragon City was. Actually, Luo Nan's opinion of Xiao Chen had already changed significantly. However, when he saw how much his junior sister valued Xiao Chen, he became unhappy out of jealousy. Let's go. There's no need to speak so much." Luo Nan forcefully interrupted the 2. Xiao Chen stopped and raised his head to look ahead. "What's wrong?" Fei quickly asked. Brother Yi Bai, Brother Luo Nan, and Miss Fei, we meet again." Just at this moment, Wei He brought the other 4 people and appeared before the 3 of them. What a coincidence! As the saying goes, it's a small world. We meet again. Wei He quickly walked over and pretended to be happy as he said this with a smile. Luonan had always disliked this Wei He. Seeing Wei He smile so happily made him feel disgusted. I am not familiar with you, yet you are smiling like a flower. Who are you showing this to? Xiaochen smiled and replied, Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. It looks like Brother Wei He has already found companions. As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling person. Xiaochen still knew how to put on a good show. Right. Let me introduce you. Wei He said enthusiastically, this is an outstanding disciple of the Lotus Sect Temple. This is the Flying Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yi. This is the Flying Snow Palace's young Master Yen. I have long heard of young Master Ye's great name. Brother Yibai, how about we travel together? We just discovered a place with baleful Yin energy. The ferocious beasts guarding it are somewhat difficult to deal with. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun looked sincerely at Xiaochen. Upon hearing that, Fei immediately felt tempted. Big brother Xiaochen happened to need baleful Yin energy. Just as Luonan was about to speak, Xiaochen's voice projection rang out in Luonan's and Fei Er's ears. Prepare to attack. Don't ask too much. This group of people is preparing to kill us. Don't show any mercy. Don't show any changes in your expression. In the first place, Xiaochen did not like Wei He. He already suspected it to be a coincidence that Wei He appeared out of nowhere. Now that he invited them, it was clear that they were going to kill them. The 5 of them had already absorbed a lot of baleful Yin energy. Now they needed 3 more people. How could it be so good? I understand. I find this group of people very displeasing, Luonan replied in secret. He also felt somewhat excited in his heart. This was his first time experiencing such a thing since he entered the world of cultivation. What? With Xiaochen's reminder, Fei quickly startled awake. Then, she demanded angrily, how can this group of people be so vicious? After interacting with Xiaochen for so many days, Fei already trusted Xiaochen unconditionally. She was not stupid. After calming down and thinking for a while, she understood that something was wrong with these people. Listen to me later. I'll kill Wei He first. If the 2 of you work together, that Tuoba Yi should not be able to block you. As for Feng Yun, he was someone the 3 needed to kill as well. However, he was still useful to Xiaochen and could not be the first target to be killed. The 3 quickly discussed and quickly decided on a countermeasure. Wei He and the others had ulterior motives and did not suspect anything. Feng Yun continued, What's wrong, Brother Yi? Are you not going to give us face? We are very sincere. Xiaochen nodded and casually stepped forward. Then he performed a cupped fist salute to Wei He and said, Sorry, Brother Wei He. I'm afraid I'll have to let down your kind intentions. Wei He smiled and said, Not at all, not at all. Brother Yi is really too polite. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's work together. While Wei He smiled, he cursed in his heart. This little bastard is really shameless. He's so vigilant, why don't you just attack him directly? Do it. Wei He sent a voice projection, calling for the others to attack. However, the first to make a move was not them but Xiaochen. Xiaochen, who had already reached the most optimal position, did not give Wei He any time to react. He immediately used the sharp spirit finger to tap Wei He's forehead. The sharp spirit finger was Xiaochen's unique secret technique. He used all the energy in his body to execute it with one finger. Xiaochen used all the energy in his body and pointed with 2 cauldron force, the thunder domain, the ice domain, and the vast ocean-like veritable essence energy. All of them gathered at one point. Its might was so great that even a half-step primal core cultivator would find it hard to endure. Furthermore, Xiaochen had taken advantage of the situation and occupied the most optimal position. Before the smile on Wei He's face faded away, his life force immediately vanished, and he fell over. There were no signs of him dying. Fei and Luonan had grown up in the sect. When they worked together, they did not have perfect coordination. The instant Xiaochen made his move, they charged at Tuoba Yi together. What's going on? Feng Yun, young Master Yen, and the others revealed extremely horrified expressions. They had not made a move yet, but Yi Bai and the others charged over. Oh no, they saw through us. Don't hold back. Kill them. Their reactions could be said to be extremely fast. After their expressions changed drastically, they immediately displayed their strongest techniques. Flying snow filling the sky. The flying snow palace's young Master Yen waved his hand. Boundless visible icy chi directly encased Xiaoqin, and the temperature plummeted. The young Master Yen before them cultivated the will of ice pretty well. He had already condensed an innate ice crystal. Unfortunately, he was still somewhat weaker than Xiaoqin and had not comprehended a domain. Although Xiaoqin had not comprehended a domain, this flying snow filling the sky had many unique aspects. The snow filling the sky formed a great momentum, a momentum of winter arriving and sealing the world in ice. This was especially so when Xiaoqin's cultivation reached the Yin essence stage. The gentle baleful Yin energy in the flying snow made the flying snow even colder. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. It looked like the martial techniques of the outside world did indeed have many aspects worth praising. However, that was all. The other party had not mastered it and could not bring out the essence of this move. Lotus flower sword art, Buddha's rage. Feng Yun held his palms together and executed a sword art. A black sword light shot out of his palm. A strong wind immediately spread out, and lotus flowers danced around. A Buddhist voice roared in the sky, causing the might of this sword light to multiply. Ice domain open. With a thought, the ice domain encased Xiaoqin for 1 kilometer around him. Young Master Yan's flying snow filling the sky immediately melted without a sound. As for that strand of sword light, Xiaoqin gently waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Without drawing the saber, Xiaoqin only gently rotated it, and the scabbard firmly blocked the other party's sword light. Xiaoqin, who had comprehended the saber great Dao, would feel like a child dancing with the sword when facing an opponent who had not comprehended the sword Dao, unless the opponent was much stronger than him. There were too many openings, and the sword move was unstable. If the Dao might leaked out, Xiaoqin could easily resolve it. This battle could not be said to be very intense. The enemy had lost 2 of their men in a single exchange. Then, Xiaoqin easily delayed 2 people, waiting for Luo Nan and Luo Nan to finish off their opponents. This resulted in a situation of 3 against 2. Wei He's group thought very well. In the end, Xiaoqin tricked them. Without much effort, under Xiaoqin's intentional control, only Feng Yun remained, holding on bitterly. Xiaoqin wanted to capture this person alive. Chapter 1569. Wei He's group of 5 surrounded Xiaoqin. At this moment, only Feng Yun was still fighting with Xiaoqin, holding on bitterly. The Lotus Sect Temple was a subsidiary sect of the Black Lotus Church in the Purple Sun region. Although they did not have much contact with the Black Lotus Church, they should have some information about the Black Lotus Church. Feng Yun, who was fighting Xiaoqin, felt miserable. The more he fought, the more fearful he felt. A sense of helplessness spread throughout his body. No matter what kind of strong martial technique he used, he could not pose a threat to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin easily dealt with them. Feng Yun's cultivation approached the peak of the yin-yang realm. However, before Xiaoqin, a veritable essence stage cultivator, he felt like he was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. This was especially so when Xiaoqin drew his saber. Saber intent spread out in all directions, sealing off all of Feng Yun's escape routes. Lotus flower evasion. Seeing that he could not escape, Feng Yun suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then his figure turned into tens of thousands of lotus flowers, scattering in all directions. Xiaoqin looked around and found that the lotus flowers were hard to distinguish. He could not find any traces of the other party at all. He got away. Xiaoqin felt somewhat depressed in his heart. Originally, he had been determined to obtain this Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. However, Luo Nan said excitedly, 5 people surrounded 3 of us. We killed 4 of them, and only 1 managed to escape. It looks like these people are only SOS. Fei Yi said calmly, don't speak nonsense. If not for senior brother Yi by reminding us and taking the initiative, this battle would not have been so easy. This battle would not have been that easy. Xianxia nodded and said, these 5 people are not too weak. If I got surrounded, I would not have been able to escape. This is Profound Yin Island's inner region. It is best to be more cautious. Senior brother Yi Bai, what should we do now? Feiner asked as she looked at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. The 2 of you have each absorbed a complete strand of baleful Yin energy. You have surpassed the goal of this trip. I feel that we can return first. It will be safer there. Feiner hurriedly said, no, senior apprentice brother Yi Bai, you haven't refined the baleful Yin energy yet. How can we leave? Besides, even if you find a way to refine the baleful Yin energy, we still have to protect you, right? Otherwise, what will you do if you are injured by the demonic beasts? Luonan did not say anything. Luonan was indeed embarrassed to ask Luonan to leave. Suddenly, Xiaoqian's expression changed. He looked into the distance. The weak connection between him and Little Yellow Feather allowed him to sense that Little Yellow Feather was currently in the middle of a huge battle. Moreover, his condition didn't seem to be very good. Without thinking too much, Xiaoqin quickly rushed over to the place where the incident happened. Feiner and Luonan did not know what was going on, so they quickly followed behind. In the depths of the Profound Yin Island, there was a mountain range called the Profound Yin Mountain. Strange beasts roamed the mountain range, powerful and vicious. It was a forbidden land. Very few sect disciples would go to search for baleful Yin energy. There were too many ferocious beasts in that place. Most of the people who went did not return. At this moment, a giant bird with a golden luster was flying through the mountains. From time to time, it would let out an incomparably noisy cackle. Roar! The one that roared was a black ferocious beast that looked like a ferocious tiger, possessing the strength of a half-step primal core realm cultivator. Little Yellow Feather had stolen and eaten a 1,000-leaf fruit that it had guarded for 500 years. When it roared, all the beasts in the mountains were startled and ran in panic. The sound waves snapped several large trees. On the ground, there was also a 1-kilometer-long snake spitting out its forked tongue as it looked coldly at the giant yellow bird in the sky. Everywhere it passed, cold chi penetrated 100 meters into the ground, directly turning the ground into frozen soil. The snake was very angry. This giant yellow bird had roasted and eaten the eggs in its nest. There was also a gargantuan golden-tailed eagle in the sky, closely following it. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that half of this golden-tailed eagle's feathers were charred. Aside from this, there were many ferocious beasts rushing over from the mountains. All of them were peak Yang Essence stage ferocious beasts. A careful count showed that Little Yellow Feather had provoked at least 10 ferocious beasts. At this level, ferocious beasts were extremely intelligent. They raged, wishing that they could swallow this Little Yellow Feather alive. My goodness, I've gone a little too far this time. Although Little Yellow Feather could not speak yet, it had already gained intelligence. Its eyes looked around, and it was somewhat frightened. Little Yellow Feather had provoked too many ferocious beasts, so they surrounded it. Even so, Little Yellow Feather's nimble speed allowed it to dodge many attacks while surrounded. Sometimes, Little Yellow Feather even spat out flames, burning those ferocious beasts and making them cry out in pain. Every time this happened, even though the little fellow knew that it was dangerous, it could not help laughing cockily. When Xiaoqin arrived before Profound Yin Mountain, Feiner and Luonan were stunned. Senior brother Yi Bai, this Profound Yin Mountain is very dangerous. Before we come out, Master instructed us to absolutely not go in. Feiner revealed a worried expression in her eyes. Luonan listened carefully. The ferocious roars of many terrifying ferocious beasts came from the mountain range. What's going on? The ferocious beasts in this mountain are very angry. Luonan felt somewhat startled and could not help taking a few steps back. Xiaoqin thought for a while. Then he gently pushed off with his feet and slowly soared into the air, flying towards Profound Yin Mountain. Feiner shook her head but followed after. Junior sister? Luonan gritted his teeth in frustration. However, he had no choice but to follow. Soon, the three saw the scene of 10-odd ferocious beasts surrounding and killing little Yellow Feather. Luo Nan exclaimed in shock, "Damn! Where did this huge yellow-feathered bird come from? How arrogant!" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "My spirit pet." When Luo Nan heard that, he exclaimed in shock, "Your spirit pet?" Fei Er asked directly, "Big brother Xiao Chen, are you going to save it?" Xiao Chen nodded. However, his expression was rather unsightly. This little fellow wanted it to go look for 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. After not seeing it for a few days, it created such a huge mess. Luo Nan said sullenly, "That is 10-odd ferocious beasts. There is even a half-step primal core realm ink flame tiger. Isn't that too risky? I can't care about that anymore. You all should back off first." Right after Luo Nan spoke, Xiao Chen quickly descended. "Little human, what are you trying to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, several messages appeared in his mind. Xiao Chen was not surprised. Ferocious beasts that had cultivated to this level would more or less have some intelligence. "It's my spiritual pet. I'm taking it away. If I've offended you in any way, I'm sorry." Fei Er and Luo Nan were greatly startled. Xiao Chen, who had jumped down rashly, actually did not get eaten by this group of ferocious beasts. Berserk beasts had been honed in the cruel wild environment for a long time, and their instincts were the most accurate. When Xiao Chen landed, the Yang Essence stage ferocious beast felt its heart palpitate and immediately hesitated. Even though he was infuriated, he did not make a move on the spot. "Bastard, it roasted my snake egg. How can I let it go? My old nest in the mountains has been burned down by it. I can't bear it. Scram, you must swallow it alive." A series of furious voice projections rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, giving him a headache. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at little Yellow Feather, who had already turned into an obedient bird. Then he smiled and said, "I didn't realize that you have such talent in the past. Incredible." Little Yellow Feather puffed out its chest and flapped its wings, thinking that Xiao Chen was praising it. "Little fellow, we ferocious beasts have an agreement with your sect. Profound Yin Mountain is a forbidden land. If we don't go down the mountain to eat sect disciples, the sect will not interfere in our business." That half-step primal core realm ink flame tiger stepped forward and gave off a tyrannical air. Then, it continued sending a voice projection, "I'll give you two choices. The first is to obediently retreat, and we will pretend that we did not discover you. The second is to stay. We will eat your flesh and drink your blood to raise our cultivation." Chapter 1570. Roar. Xiao Chen's mockery immediately stirred up the violent ink flame tiger's temper. It roared ferociously and launched itself at Xiao Chen. The ink flame tiger moved very fast, tearing through space like a beam of black light, disappearing in a flash. Right after the ink flame tiger spoke, its gargantuan body appeared before Xiao Chen. This development startled Xiao Chen slightly. Unexpectedly, this ink flame tiger was so fast. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art. In the blink of an eye, he left behind several afterimages on the ground. Kasi. The afterimages shattered. When Xiao Chen retreated far away and found his footing, two crisscrossed claw marks appeared on his chest. Blood seeped through his white robe and dyed a large area red. Luo Nan exclaimed softly, "How did this fellow cultivate his physical body? To think that he only suffered superficial wounds from the ink flame tiger's attack." "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Fei Er paced around anxiously. She had a kind heart. When she saw Xiao Chen, who had helped her and her senior brother, in danger, she immediately started worrying. When Luo Nan heard this, he quickly pulled Fei Er behind him and took a few steps back. Then he said, "At this moment, not interfering is the best help. His aura can suppress those Yang Essence stage ferocious beasts. This already explains a lot. If we go down and help, those Yang Essence stage ferocious beasts will immediately tear us to shreds. If we try to save us, we will end up distracting Xiao Chen. Believe in Xiao Chen. Since he dares to go down, he must be confident." Although Luo Nan was upset that his junior sister was so worried about Xiao Chen, He still did his best to calm Fei down for her sake. Below, Xiaochen looked at the wound on his chest. Unexpectedly, the other party's claws were so sharp. They were much stronger than the golden-rimmed demon Tonebat. Xiaochen no longer dared to be careless. He needed to use his full power to deal with such a half-step primal core ferocious beast. When the other ferocious beasts saw the ink flame tiger rage, they did not dare to interfere. This was good. Since coming to the Great Thousand Realms, Xiaochen had never truly fought at full power before. He would use this battle to test his own strength. Xiaochen waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Then, he looked up at the ink flame tiger and unleashed his Dao might. The ink flame tiger felt a wave of pressure, and it roared somewhat impatiently. The ferocious aura emitted from his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it turned into a thick black smoke that soared into the sky. This scene was immediately sensed by the guards of the profound Een Island stronghold. The ferocious beasts of Mystic Een Mountain are on a rampage again. Should we go and take a look? What is there to see? Every year, there are people who are not afraid of death, wanting to go to the profound Een Mountain. If the old monster of Mystic Een Mountain is provoked, then it will be a big problem. You're right. In profound Een Mountain, Xiaochen faced the ink flame tiger that had forced out all of its baleful aura. Feeling a trace of pressure, the might of the great Dao slowly condensed into a point. The roaring ink flame tiger roared at Xiaochen, and a berserk aura surged towards Xiaochen. Dao. Xiaochen said softly, and the great Dao energy that he condensed into a point soared up by 1 meter. Then his aura clashed without fear. Boom! Amid loud sounds, the two berserk auras clashed, neither giving way to the other. Many ferocious beasts within 50,000 kilometers fled in panic. Countless birds soared into the air. Kill! Xiaochen drew his saber and immediately charged out to deal with such ferocious beasts. There was no other way but to be even more ruthless than it, even more ferocious. After 20 years of experience in the Kunlun realm, the Emperor's Road, the demonic calamity, and the baptism of countless great battles, Xiaochen's killing chi was heavy and stable, far from what this ink flame tiger could compare to. In this clash, this ink flame tiger's baleful aura was actually slightly weaker than Xiaochen's. Rumble! Loud sounds rang out endlessly. One man and one beast fought in this mountain forest. Xiaochen used the flawless saber technique together with the yin-yang saber domain to support his great Dao energy. He did not need to use Dermic World or the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger, just his saber techniques and strong physical body. He was evenly matched with the ink flame tiger, not at all inferior. His white robes were dyed red, and there were many wounds all over his body. However, his aura did not weaken in the slightest. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. The saber light flickered and reflected in his eyes. His eyes revealed a calm and ferocious look, startling the surrounding ferocious beasts. The ink flame tiger didn't have it easy either. Although it was a ferocious beast, it had the advantage of having thick skin and thick flesh. However, Xiaochen's saber energy was infused with great Dao energy, allowing it to permeate his body every time. This made it extremely uncomfortable, and many cracks appeared in its internal organs. The trembling man and beast moved away from each other. The ink flame tiger crawled on all fours, roaring continuously. Its ferocious nature had been completely stimulated. As it panted, black flames surged and danced all over its body. In the ink flame tiger's memory, there had never been such a ferocious sect disciple. Just at the veritable essence stage, he could force it into such a miserable state. If the ink flame tiger could not kill this white-clad bladesman today, it would not have a foothold in profound Een Mountain in the future. Xiaochen stood upright while holding his saber. The ink flame tiger before him was harder to deal with than he imagined. Even in the Kunlun realm, few people would be able to break the defense of that fur. Furthermore, its speed was even faster than lightning. The other party's slender, streamlined body gave it a natural advantage in terms of speed. For a long time, Xiaochen had been very confident in his movement technique. However, his body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, all from the other party using speed to forcibly break through his saber light. However, everything was still within Xiao Chen's control. He had not used any of his 4 trump cards yet. As long as he used any one of them, he could immediately turn the situation around. Chapter 1571. The 10,000-year-old Yin energy had been found? Xiao Chen was delighted, but in the blink of an eye, he calmed down. Blondie had always been unreliable. Look at what it had done in the mysterious Yin mountain. Roasting snake eggs, stealing spirit herbs guarded by others, burning bird nests. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't be too convinced. Xiao Chen asked suspiciously, "Is that place safe?" "Safe, very safe. There is only a small snake there," Ao Jiao said. Regardless of whether it was safe or not, he had to rest for a while and recover his yuan qi. After calling out to Fei and Luonan, Xiao Chen found a quiet place and sat down to recover his exhausted essence. The battle just now could be said to be incomparably delightful. This also allowed Xiao Chen to recognize his own strength. If he did not use his trump cards, he would be on par with a half-step primal core cultivator. It was hard to tell who would win. After all, half-step primal core realm cultivators were not like ferocious beasts. Their combat experience and intelligence were higher than ferocious beasts. No matter how ferocious a beast was, it could not be more dangerous than a human's heart. At the same time, Xiao Chen also realized the shortcomings of his movement technique. He seemed to be invincible among his peers. However, when he ran into this ink flame tiger, he suffered greatly. The other party's straightforward attacks were truly fast to the point that he could not predict them. There were still many areas that needed to be improved upon. Movement techniques generally consisted of 2 points. One was speed and the other was evasion. The fish dragon art mainly focused on changing one's surroundings, dodging within a small area. It was derived from the spirit fish of the immortal world and strengthened. The area that needed to be improved should be short-range ambushes, in other words, pure speed. Thoughts flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. The ink flame tiger leaped like thunder, launching surprise attacks faster than lightning. There were many things that could be used for reference. While Xiao Chen was recuperating and recovering his essence, Feng Yun, who had executed a life-saving evasion technique and turned into thousands of lotus leaves, was also on the other side. It was also at this moment that he revealed himself. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and his body was clearly much weaker than before. That life-saving escape technique obviously couldn't be used rashly, as the price would be unbearable. How unlucky! I actually used this life-saving escape technique in front of a true energy realm. Feng Yun leaned against the wall, touched his wound and said weakly. At the same time, his mind was spinning. He had long recognized Xiao Chen as the person on the wanted list issued by the sect. Now, he seemed to understand why the sect had ordered him to keep a low profile when he saw this person. All Xiao Chen needed to do was report the exact location and wait for the Black Lotus Church's churchmaster to personally send someone over. After all, the Black Lotus Church was not in this astral region. Even though they were separated by such a long distance, the black-faced sect leaders still regarded Xiao Chen with such importance. It was clear that Xiao Chen was not an ordinary person. Initially, he was thinking of capturing Xiao Chen alive and bringing him back to the sect to claim the credit. But from the looks of it now, that was no longer possible. As long as he could return alive and report the news of Xiao Chen, everything would be fine. What is this place? It's so cold. Feng Yun looked around, tightened his clothes, and asked doubtfully. Back then, in order to escape for his life, he randomly chose a direction and flew for half a day. As a result, Feng Yun had no idea where he was now. There was a small river not far away. Strange. It is just ordinary river water. Why is the surroundings so frighteningly cold? Feng Yun startled awake. Only then did he discover that he was in an extremely remote place that he had never heard of before. After checking the river water, Feng Yun did not discover anything special. Just as Feng Yun was feeling bewildered, he stumbled and fell into the river. The rapid flow of the river swept him to the bottom of the river in an instant. A bone-chilling cold immediately froze Feng Yun's body. Oh no! I was already severely injured by Xiao Chen in the first place, so I risked my life to use an evasion technique. Injuries upon injuries, could it be that I, Feng Yun, am going to drown to death? In his days, Feng Yun maintained a trace of consciousness, doing his best not to faint. Piff. After some time, Feng Yun coughed a few times and spat out a large mouthful of cold water. It turned out that he had been washed to a shallow part of an underground river. In his fluster, Feng Yun quickly got up in a sorry state. After calming down and recovering some essence, Feng Yun's complexion improved significantly. He cautiously looked around and walked along the underground river. After a while, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Baleful Yin energy. Feng Yun felt an extremely dense baleful Yin energy. He had never come in contact with such strong baleful Yin energy before. Even from a distance, it sent chills down one's spine. When Feng Yun thought of a certain legend on profound Yin Island, his body trembled in excitement. Could it be 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy? Even if it isn't, it should be several thousand years old. One who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune. Is this my fortuitous encounter? Just as Feng Yun was about to walk forward, he calmly stopped. No. Even if I were at my peak, it would be difficult for me to hunt for 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Furthermore, in my current state, it might be 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. No matter how great a fortuitous encounter was, one had to be alive to enjoy it. Just me alone won't do. I have to work with others. They have to be the strongest of the sect disciples. Otherwise, no matter how many people come, they will all die. At this moment, many candidates appeared in Feng Yun's mind. For example, the Clear Feather Sect's first senior brother, who was much stronger than Wei He. The Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu, the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manor's Tuobayun. These were the disciples of the various major sects, the leaders of this trip to profound Yin Island. At this moment, they should be leading their junior brothers on an adventure. Aside from ensuring their own harvest, they also had the responsibility of taking care of their junior brothers. It settled. After making up his mind, Feng Yun left behind a set of coordinates and quickly left. If 100 people absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it would be a great opportunity. He did not have to worry about sharing it with others. On the other side, Xiao Chen's group of 3, who had rested, quickly moved about under Little Yellow Feather's lead. Luo Nan exclaimed excitedly, "Is it really 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy? This is a great opportunity." Fei rolled her eyes at Luo Nan and said, "Why are you so excited? Just protect Big Brother Xiao Chen later. Don't get any ideas about the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Big Brother Xiao Chen already found 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy for us. This is already a rare opportunity." When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled. He rather liked Fei Er's character. She was pure, naive, and knew how to be grateful. As for Luo Nan, although Xiao Chen was disrespectful to Luo Nan, that was only because he was jealous. Luo Nan's character was not that bad. With the two of them protecting him, Xiao Chen felt much more at ease. "Xiao Chen, why do you not seem anxious at all?" Luo Nan asked, finding it strange when he saw Xiao Chen's calm expression. Even an outsider like Luo Nan felt extremely excited about the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. To think that Xiao Chen remained calm, his mental state like a 1,000-year-old ancient lake. "If one day, you experience as much as I did, you will be like me," Xiao Chen said calmly with a faint smile. Luo Nan's lips twitched as he said, "You make it sound like you experienced a lot of things." "Oh, right, where did your yellow-feathered bird get its spirit pet? I don't know what kind of bird it is. It is very skinny and unprepossessing, but it is very arrogant. To think that you actually managed to find 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy for it." Boom. Right after Luo Nan spoke, a flame flew over. Caught off guard, half of Luo Nan's hair burned off. This startled Luo Nan. He jumped up and down, putting in a lot of effort before he managed to extinguish the flame. "Junior sister, don't stop me. Today, I have to teach this yellow-feathered bird a lesson." In the blink of an eye, half of Luo Nan's hair was burned off. A charred smell spread from his head, and white smoke rose. Luo Nan was so frustrated that he felt like exploding. Fei, who was currently tidying Luo Nan's hair, smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm not stopping you. However, that bird dares to provoke 10 odd ferocious beasts. Are you sure you want to seek trouble with it? Hey, big brother, Xiaochen stopped. We should have reached the place. Let's quickly go and take a look. Under Little Yellow Feather's guidance, the three entered the river and sank along with it. Gurgle. Water splashed everywhere, and three bodies emerged from the river. They were so cold that they shivered. Xiaochen closed his eyes and sensed for a while. When he opened them again, he looked at the dark, unknown land in front. Then he said, "It is indeed 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Its hiding place is really well hidden." Chapter 1572. There was a pitch-black cave entrance at the end of the underground river. The dense baleful energy came from there. When the two walked to the cave entrance, a berserk baleful energy had already formed. The fierce wind was like a knife, and even the wind contained a cold and bleak chi. Standing at the entrance of the cave. Standing at the cave entrance, Luo Nan and Fei felt the pressure. If not for the fact that they had already advanced to the essence stage and absorbed the 1,000-year-old baleful energy, it would have been very difficult for them to enter. Big brother Xiaochen, the baleful energy here is very strong. Be careful in front. Fei found it somewhat difficult to speak. Walking was even more strenuous. Junior sister, are you all right? Luo Nan looked worriedly at Fei as he shielded her. Suddenly, the pressure on the two lessened. They felt that the baleful energy in the wind had weakened significantly, becoming nearly negligible. It turned out that Xiaochen had blocked the Daoist that he sent out alone. This startled Luo Nan. As he looked at Xiaochen in front, he vaguely saw a disk of light shining behind him. Even in the dark night, it did not look very conspicuous. However, that weak light deterred Luo Nan from looking at it directly. It felt like a saber light pierced their eyes. It's that light again. What kind of martial technique is that? Or is it some kind of realm? It feels like there are traces of saber intent in it, but it is not complete. What exactly are the origins of this Xiaochen? When fighting the Ink Flame Tiger, Xiaochen had released his Dao Might once, instantly suppressing the berserk aura of the Ink Flame Tiger. Now, Xiaochen released his Dao Might again, reducing the pressure on the two. This startled Luo Nan. Big brother Xiaochen is really incredible. Senior brother, let's leave some restrictions here to prevent others from barging in. Luo Nan withdrew his gaze and nodded somewhat absent-mindedly. Then he and Fei left a formation at the entrance. The Tianyi sect had some accumulations in formations. These two were pretty skilled in them. Xiaochen looked back from a distance. He felt that the restrictions the two left were much stronger than what he learned from Emperor Wu. The Great Thousand Realms martial Dao inheritances were much stronger than the Kunlun realms. And this was only a first-grade sect. How strong would a second-grade sect or a third-grade sect be? What kind of existence was Ancestor Dragon City, where Lu Ryue was? Xiaochen turned his head around and looked ahead cautiously. He did not see the small snake that Little Yellow Feather mentioned. He wanted it to come out and give it some instructions, but no matter what, Little Yellow Feather refused to come out. It did not like this kind of cold environment. Luo Nan, who was laying the formation, appeared somewhat distracted as he looked at Fei Er's face. He and his junior sister had entered the Tianyi sect at the same time. He had fallen in love with this junior sister the moment he first learned to love her. However, junior martial sister Fei was kind-hearted and beautiful. She had countless suitors in the sect. Among them, there were many senior brothers who were more outstanding than him. Fortunately, his junior sister never agreed and even kept a certain distance from those people. This made his inferiority complex feel a little better, and he even felt a little happy. At the very least, his junior martial sister liked being with him. However, after Xiaochen came out, everything changed. Luo Nan repeatedly spoke rudely to Xiaochen, even mocking him. However, due to the sense of danger in his heart, Luo Nan felt that he was inferior to the other party in every aspect. His junior martial sister seemed to be overly concerned about Xiaochen. The most important thing was that Luo Nan discovered that he was indeed inferior to Xiaochen. Furthermore, he was far from it, be it mental state, strength, or bearing. Junior sister, I have something to say to you, Luo Nan, who was laying the formation, suddenly said to Fei. Fei was somewhat busy and did not raise her head. Senior brother, what do you want to say? Do you feel that I am very useless compared to Xiaochen? Luo Nan asked softly after he drummed up his courage, blushing somewhat. Fei stopped what she was doing and looked up with a serious expression. Senior brother, why would you have such a thought? Luo Nan did not know how to answer. He could not say a single word of the words he had already organized in his mind. Fei smiled strangely and asked, Senior brother, what are you trying to say? Luo Nan endured the conflict in his heart and remained silent for a while. Then he said softly, I feel that junior sister and Xiaochen are quite compatible. The moment Luo Nan said that, he no longer dared to look at Fei-er's expression. The smile on Fei-er's face immediately vanished, and she turned cold. Is this what senior brother wants to say to me? When Luo Nan heard this, he felt that something was wrong. He raised his head and said, No, what's wrong? Nothing. I don't want to speak. Fei-er remained silent, not saying anything more. After that, the two remained silent. Fei-er did not say anything either. This made Luo Nan feel strangely empty. However, he did not know what to say. He did not know how he had angered his junior sister. After traveling for 1.5 kilometers, the baleful winds grew increasingly stronger. Xiaochen turned his head and said, Luo Nan and Fei, the two of you stay here. Don't advance any further. We will see the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy soon. Fei-er nodded, surprisingly not saying anything in response. Instead, Luo Nan said, Go on then. The two of us will stand guard here. We guarantee that nothing will disturb you from absorbing the baleful Yin energy. Xiaochen felt that the two were behaving strangely. However, this should be a private matter, so it was not convenient for him to say too much. Xiaochen nodded gently and expressed his thanks. After some thought, Xiaochen got little yellow feather to come out and stand guard here. It was better to be safe than sorry. Nothing could go wrong while absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Otherwise, Xiaochen would not be able to endure the backlash. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy drew closer. Although his vision was obstructed, Xiaochen could sense that it was not far away. After a while, Xiaochen raised his Dao might to the peak. Then he endured the vast baleful winds. Xiaochen saw a 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy hidden on a stone platform at the end of the somewhat dark space. That baleful Yin energy was very dense and frighteningly black. It looked somewhat like some of the black whirlpools that Xiaochen had seen in the starry heavens. As the whirlpools spun, strands of black light spread out in the surroundings like lightning. This formed an isolation zone, protecting the baleful Yin energy. The black baleful Yin energy spun like a hurricane in the quiet space. Suddenly, two clumps of green flames lit up in the hurricane. The glossy green light was like a pair of sinister eyes, making Xiaochen's heart tremble. According to rumor, this baleful Yin energy already gained some intelligence. Could it be true? A black light flashed, and the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy burrowed into the ground. The answer went without saying. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy used its reaction to tell Xiaochen the truth of the rumor. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? Xiaochen had worked so hard to get here. Naturally, he would not let it slip away. A divine weapon shot out, and an intense explosion rang out where the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy originally was. The ground exploded, and dirt flew everywhere. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was blasted out. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously. Every time the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy tried to flee, Xiaochen forced it out. No matter how fast the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy fled, it was not as fast as Xiaochen's saber light. Xiaochen's spiritual sense spread out into the surroundings. He grasped the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy's every move. Although this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy had a ferocious nature, it also gained intelligence. However, its intelligence had not matured yet. Compared to Xiaochen, it was just like a child. You can't escape. Xiaochen smiled faintly, and his Taiji saber domain spread out, encasing everything within 10 kilometers. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy turned into an incredibly pitch-black clump of light moving about chaotically. However, the saber domain encased the surroundings, making it like an impenetrable fortress, preventing it from burrowing into the ground. Dao! Xiaochen called out softly. Then, he gathered the great Dao's might in one direction and pressed it towards the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. The great Dao's might was like a formless mountain range, suppressing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy in a certain direction, greatly reducing its mobility. As Xiaochen approached, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy's range of movement shrank. Gather! Finding an opportunity, Xiaochen focused the great Dao's might on one point. Then, he took a step forward and completely suppressed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy with his aura. The black baleful Yin energy spun wildly, sending out many blade-like strong winds. It was obvious that he was furious. The strong winds also carried traces of sinister electric light. When one touched it gently, one would feel pain in one's finger. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy hid in a corner, looking like a porcupine covered in thorns as it glared at Xiaochen. Xiaochen entered deep thought. This 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is really not easy to deal with. The other baleful Yin energy were not as crafty and nimble. However, there was some risk in absorbing and refining it. If not for Xiaochen having some means, he might not have been able to subdue it. The energy of the thunder domain gathered in Xiaochen's palm and merged with the ice domain. Then, a drop of dragon blood came out of his palm. When the three energies merged, Xiaochen ferociously smashed his palm down, producing a loud sound. Under the suppression of absolute strength, all the lightning and wind blades that shot out shattered. This strike thoroughly injured the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Furthermore, with the suppression of the Dao's might, it weakened significantly. Xiaochen took this opportunity to open his hand and ferociously suck, swallowing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy into his body. The berserk energy immediately surged about in his body, becoming like a wild horse galloping about, berserk and hard to tame. The rest would depend on Xiaochen's ability to refine, absorb, and advance to the Yin essence stage. At the same time, Feng Yun led a group of unwelcome guests underground. Chapter 1573. As expected of the Clear Feather Sect's senior brother Feng. Your mental strength is much stronger than ours. Feng Yun heaved a sigh of relief and quickly flattered the other party. Some people would die from eating too much, while others could perfectly digest and replenish themselves after eating too much. The few of them were in high spirits and did not pay too much attention to it. His strength and talent were much higher than Wei He's. It's a restriction. Feng Yun frowned slightly and said faintly, the method of setting up this formation is not simple. It seems that someone else came in ahead of us. The flying snow palace's Lu Mu's face sank. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said furiously, Feng Yun, are you messing with us? Just this alone was enough to keep him busy. He could not afford to be distracted at all. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun nodded and said, that's right. There's no need to have any objections. The energy contained in the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is something that the four of us cannot completely absorb even after using all our strength. There's no need for any disputes or schemes. It's fine as long as we are of one mind. Lu Mu's eyes were sharp. He asked in a deep voice, Brother Feng Yun, what's wrong? It was Feng Yun again. This fellow from the Lotus Sect Temple was really like a ghost that refused to go away. That seems to be the case. The other two also noticed it after carefully sensing it. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was much stronger than Fei Er's and Luo Nan's mental energy. He could grasp every movement around him. Among them, the black demonic ape was the strongest, an early-stage primal core cultivator. As for the other two ferocious beasts, they were comparable to the ink flame tiger that Xiao Chen had fought earlier. Little yellow feather stuck its head out from Luo Nan's side and looked around, showing that something was wrong as well. The two-headed hound and the blue lion transmitted their voices to each other. He had reached a crucial moment in refining this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. If he was not careful, he might explode and die. Feng Yun hid his smile and said, it's nothing. It's just that Yi Bai is not easy to deal with. I feel that we should be more cautious. That's right. He won't be able to swallow the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone. If he doesn't know his place, I don't mind killing him as well. At this moment, the Yin specter sensed the fluctuation of Xiao Chen's heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it actually broke free from Xiao Chen's restraints and forcefully entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. However, Feng Yun's strength is indeed the strongest among the three, so Feng Yun's first target is him. If he didn't have a certain level of strength, how could he be so trusted? Not to mention, if he was disturbed by an attack, the refinement would definitely fail, and he might even lose his life here. As he spoke, a hint of arrogance flashed between his brows. It was obvious that while he acknowledged Yi Bai, he was also extremely confident in his own strength. In front of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, this bit of risk was completely worth taking, and could even be said to be nothing. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his trump card right away, not giving the other party a chance to escape. Perhaps, such a thing would not have happened. Brother Wang, don't make things difficult for Brother Feng Yun. We have to thank Brother Feng Yun for sharing the information about this place with us. Just as the four of them entered the formation, water splashed out from the underground river behind them, and 3 ferocious beasts leaped out. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy contained an enormous amount of energy. Furthermore, it had gained sentience, making it even more difficult to deal with. At this moment, the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun had a flushed complexion and a smile on his face. He was in a very good mood as he led the 3 peak Yin essence stage cultivators along the underground river. To think that this ferocious baleful Yin energy would fight to the death, turning from guest to host, wanting to directly swallow up Xiao Chen's soul and possess Xiao Chen. Tuoba Yun smiled and said, "It is just one Yi Bai. How can he scare the 3 of us? At worst, we'll just kill Luo Nan and his junior sister, and the few of us can split the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy." Could it be that the person who came cannot even kill Lord Jiao Snake? The one who spoke was the Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun, Wei He's senior brother, the leader of the Clear Feather Sect disciples this time. Feng Yun's mental state experienced some disturbance, causing some fluctuations. Lu Mu smiled and said, "I was just saying it casually. Brother Feng Yun already made a vow. How can I doubt you?" Suddenly, Feng Yun's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to stop Lu Mu. Wait a moment. The moment Feng Yun's group of 4 stepped into the formation, Xiao Chen, who was anxiously refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, sensed it. This was the advantage of having deep accumulations. The group of 4 advanced along the underground river. Soon, they felt the cold, sinister wind, and they immediately revealed smiles on their faces. It has been more than 100 years. Lord Jiao Snake has not allowed any ferocious beasts to approach this place. Why did it send us here to kill people today? Something is wrong. Feng Yun stopped walking and said doubtfully, "This sinister wind is much weaker than when I arrived. The difference is like heaven and earth. It is completely different from when I first arrived." Yi Bai was strong enough, but the 3 of them were not weak either. Their cultivations were even higher than Yi Bai's. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun said quickly, "Don't get agitated. No matter what, Brother Feng Yun would not have the guts to trick the 3 of us at the same time. It should not be fake. Most importantly, I did sense lingering baleful Yin energy. It is very dense and strong." The black demonic ape said indifferently, "Don't overthink. Lord Jiao Snake is an existence that can speak directly with those sect elders. It definitely would not let us make a move against someone it cannot deal with. It must have some reservations." What was impossible about that? Little Yellow Feather was the one who found this place first. He just happened to find it inside the formation at the cave entrance. Of course, people like Xiao Chen, who possessed the bloodline of the great desolate 100 races and possessed incredibly deep accumulations, would definitely be different. What a hidden place. This place is already very desolate and desolate in the first place. Most people would not come here. To think that there is a hidden place under the river, a completely different world. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun nodded and said in agreement, A major primal core realm cultivator's judgment cannot be wrong. That Yi Bai is definitely not easy to deal with. However, since we are already here, there is no reason for us to retreat. Fang Yun was bold and skilled. He immediately led the way into the formation. Everyone was entrusted with heavy responsibilities by their sect, having the responsibility of protecting their juniors. Luo Nan sensed for a while, and his expression changed slightly. It's Fang Yun, Tuoba Yun, Lu Mu, and the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. Aside from Feng Yun, none of them were people that the three of them could deal with. What? The three were startled, finding this somewhat strange. He was the soaring cloud mountain manners Tuoba Yun. His physical body, movement technique, and leg techniques were exceptionally strong. His thoughts were boundlessly chaotic, and it was hard for his mental state to fluctuate. What's wrong? The three looked at Feng Yun. The last person, a stout man, smiled boldly and said in a magnanimous manner. After walking a few more kilometers, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Then, their expressions turned grave. There was a standing black demonic ape, a two-headed ferocious dog, and a gigantic blue lion. Bush, bush, bush. At the mention of Yi Bai's name, an uncontrollable fear flashed on Feng Yun's face, and his body shrank back slightly. However, just these alone were not enough to cause Xiao Chen's mental state to fluctuate. Feng Yun's expression changed dramatically. That's impossible. Feng Yun's heart immediately sank. He could not afford to offend any one of these three people. With the strength of these three, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were among the top 3 of the 100-odd elite disciples. Fei Er said somewhat anxiously, "This is not good. They are all difficult people to deal with." It is indeed a completely different world. Who could have imagined that there would be a hidden path at the bottom of the river? Brother Feng Yun, how did you find this place back then? Was it really a coincidence? The main thing was that the other three were very strong. Even with the help of the formation, Fei Er and Luo Nan would find it hard to deal with them. Sweet. Since the two had promised Xiao Chen, they definitely could not retreat. If that happened, the situation would be extremely dangerous. If the two left, Xiao Chen could still feel at ease. However, if they died protecting him here, he would not be able to feel at ease. They were like thousands of wild horses that needed to be tamed one by one. Feeling vexed, Luo Nan pushed Feng Yun to the side and said, "You little bird, stop causing trouble. Go and play with fire." Feng Yun quickly explained, "I really had a fortuitous encounter with this place. I only discovered it by chance after a series of accidents." The other person at the side, the Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu, looked at Feng Yun with some suspicion. "Let's not delay any further. If we complete Lord Jiao Snake's task, we will definitely be heavily rewarded." The three strong ferocious beasts stopped communicating and carefully walked forward. It looks like the Tianyi Sect's formation. It should be senior brother and junior sister Luo Nan and that Yi Bai. The Flying Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yun analyzed after checking. However, they could only feel anxious now. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy contained incredibly vast baleful Yin energy. Come, let's break the formation together. The hearts of Luo Nan and Fei Er, who were in a cold war, sank. They exchanged glances at the same time. Someone is coming. Chapter 1574. At the entrance of the cave, Feng Yun was the first to enter the formation. There were a total of 3 formations in the restriction. 1 was a bewildering formation, and 2 were killing formations. When used together, the threat was extremely great. But since Feng Yun dared to come in, he obviously had a plan. The moment they stepped into the formation, the scene before them immediately changed. A white mist enveloped Feng Yun's group of 4. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow through the fog, interfering with one's senses. Feng Yun looked around and said, "This maze isn't too powerful. Give me some time and I can break it. Everyone, don't panic. Just deal with it calmly." No matter how strong the formation was, the people who laid it were just Luo Nan and Fei. It would not be overly strong. With their outstanding individual strength, Feng Yun, Lu Mu, and Tuoba Mu were more than enough to deal with them. As for Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun, He was at the very back, so he didn't need to do much. Junior sister, let's activate 2 killing arrays at the same time and scatter their formation. Fei nodded lightly and formed hand seals with a serious expression. Gotcha. Amidst the white fog, in front of Fang Yun's group of 4, a monstrous wave suddenly appeared. The wave was monstrous and terrifying. It was as if it wanted to devour everything. Insignificant skill. The flying snow palace's Lu Mu did not show any fear in the face of danger. He smiled coldly and threw a palm strike just as the towering waves were about to reach him. Ooh! This palm strike stirred up a boundless cold wind, and within the wind were pieces of flying snow. Every piece of flying snow was sparkling and translucent, flickering with flowing light. When the thousands of snowflakes entered the tsunami, the surging waves slowed down. As if in slow motion, it completely froze and was sealed in ice. Bang! Tuoba Yun charged forward ferociously and kicked out. Kasi. The frozen sea immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. However, he didn't give them time to celebrate. At the same time the ice shattered, strong winds blew in from all directions, howling and moving astonishingly fast. The few of them hurriedly dodged, but when they looked back, they found that their formation had already been messed up. Don't panic. Protect yourself. I'll break the maze immediately. Just as Tuoba Yun and the other 2 panicked, Fang Yun's calm voice rang out in their ears. A cool breeze blew, and a node of the maze was removed by Fang Yun. The dense fog instantly dispersed, and the few people who were separated immediately calmed down. We cannot let Fang Yun break the bewildering formation. Luonan felt very anxious. Unexpectedly, Fang Yun was so strong. If this went on and no one interfered, it wouldn't be long before the maze was broken. Once the bewildering array was broken, the 2-layered killing array wouldn't last long against Fang Chong's trio. At that time, the 2 of them would be crushed to death. Tuoba Yun and Lu Mu had already given them a hard time. With the addition of Fang Yun, there was no suspense at all. Luonan gave Fei a look. Fei nodded gently and slowly formed hand seals. In the maze, a murderous aura pierced through the thick fog, piercing towards Fang Yun who was concentrating on breaking the array. Ding! Fang Yun raised his hand and slapped the killing intent away, only to discover that it was just a feint. Fang Yun, you've been tricked. Luonan rejoiced in his heart. His true body appeared behind Fang Yun and stabbed out at lightning speed. Who knew? Something strange happened. When Luonan's sword pierced through Fang Yun, it was just an illusion. Just as Luonan retreated, Fang Yun suddenly appeared on the left and landed a palm strike on Luonan's shoulder, causing him to vomit blood. Trying to trick me? The 2 of you are still too inexperienced. As Fang Yun watched Luonan's figure disappear into the thick clouds, he smiled faintly and did not give chase. Outside the cave, the 3 ferocious beasts rushed over. When they saw the heavy restrictions in the fog, they cautiously chose to stop. At this level, these ferocious beasts were no longer brainless wild beasts. There are sounds of fighting. It looks like there is more than one group of people. I wonder which group Lord Jiao Snake wants us to kill? The black demonic ape sent a voice projection. Since he did not say, then just kill them all. However, there is no rush. These sect disciples are rather strong. When they are almost done killing each other, we will attack. After making up their minds, the ferocious beasts decided to watch from the sidelines, playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They were very smart. Oh no. Feinger and Luonan will not be able to hold on for much longer. Xiao Chen, who was currently fighting the 10,000-year-old baleful energy ferocious spirit, felt startled when he sensed the situation in the restriction. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned so bad. The bewildering formation had already been broken, and the 2-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. The bewildering formation had already been broken. Under the attacks of the 3, the 2-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. However, Little Yellow Feather's sudden attack caught the other party off guard. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more unsightly. At this moment, Little Yellow Feather was very busy and could not afford to be distracted. The ferocious spirit rampaged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, and the baleful yin energy rampaged in his body, troubling him on both sides. If Xiao Chen ignored the baleful yin energy, he could use his strong soul energy to kill this 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy remnant soul easily. However, he still had to worry about refining the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. It would be hard to avoid giving the ferocious spirit a chance to wreak havoc in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Chen had two choices. He could give up on refining the baleful yin energy and let it out of his body. He could focus on dealing with the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and help Luo Nan and Fei. Or he could gamble, using his life as the stake, taking the risk and forcefully refining the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. When he advanced to the yin essence stage, he could conveniently kill the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy's remnant soul. The former was stable and could preserve his life. However, he would lose the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. The latter was radical. Once he failed, the three would lose their lives here. Gambling or not gambling? Gamble. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly made up his mind. He had never been an indecisive person, someone who could not make up his mind when he should. After coming to the Great Thousand Realms, he wanted to stand out and not be satisfied with being mediocre. He wanted to fight with heaven, to fight with others, to fight with himself. With this thought, Xiao Chen endured the torment of the ferocious spirit in his sea of consciousness. He focused on refining the baleful yin energy, continuously circulating the veritable essence energy in his body. The purple thunder divine incantation's 10th layer circulated wildly at an unprecedented speed. Boom, boom, boom. Countless purple lightning bolts shot out from Xiao Chen's body. His long hair fluttered in the wind. As Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to its limits, his skin turned purple. Sparks flickered all over his body. Crackle, crackle. The sparks crackled endlessly. Xiao Chen's delicate face kept changing, looking ferocious and scary. That was the baleful yin energy's remnant soul surging in his sea of consciousness, trying to occupy Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness and body. In Xiao Chen's meridians, the baleful yin energy was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, obediently submitting. As the baleful yin energy was continuously refined, the pure baleful yin energy continued to be refined. Xiao Chen felt that his bottleneck was already teetering on the verge of breaking through at any moment. The yin essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy turned into was like a berserk flood accumulating. As for Xiao Chen's bottleneck, it was like a firm dam. Xiao Chen endured the increasingly ferocious flood again and again. It looked like he was about to collapse, but he did not. The situation at the cave entrance in front no longer allowed any delay. One of the two layers of killing formations had already shattered, leaving only one layer. At this moment, Xiao Chen wished that his accumulations were not so deep. Otherwise, the bottleneck would not be so hard to break through. Regular people could break through the bottleneck of the veritable essence stage with just yin essence stones. Xiao Chen's bottleneck was somewhat exaggerated. Only one layer of killing formations remains. Luo Nan, the two of you just surrender, and I can spare your lives. Fang Yun did not rush, slowly grinding away at the two. Now that victory was in his grasp, there was nothing to fear. As for Yi Bai, he should be absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. There was no need to rush this. Even if he had 3 days, Fang Yun did not believe that the other party could refine much of the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. Damn it. Junior sister, you should go. I'll take care of it. I'll repay what we owe Yi Bai alone. At this moment, Luo Nan's clothes were tattered, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His complexion was pale, and the situation did not look good. It's too late. Now none of you can leave. When suddenly, a strong wind burst out from Fang Yun's body. Then, he threw a palm strike and detonated this boundless strong wind. Amid the intense explosion, the final layer of killing formations crumbled. Feier and Luo Nan both vomited blood and went flying back. However, the instant the killing formations broke, the smiles on the four's faces froze at the same time like they had seen a ghost. Without the concealment of the killing formations, the scene of Xiaochen absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was completely exposed to the four. Berserk purple lightning, strong winds, a ferocious face, and a horrifying aura all came from Xiaochen's body. The four squinted, not daring to look directly at Xiaochen. That aura forced them to retreat continuously. He is refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone. Fang Yun and the other three all exclaimed. The Yi Bai before them was actually refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone, trying to use it to make a breakthrough. Quickly kill him. Otherwise we will all die. Fang Yun revealed a horrified expression as he roared and led the other three to charge at Xiaochen. Enduring the huge pressure, the four soared into the air and slowly approached Xiaochen. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! An explosive shock wave surged out from Xiaochen's body. The four who were just one step away from reaching Xiaochen were all knocked back. Aside from Fang Yun, the other three fell to the ground in sorry states, revealing pained expressions. Chapter 1575. Xiaochen slowly stood up, and the strong Yin essence energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The cave was suddenly filled with a chilly air. Mixed within this cold energy was Xiaochen's original Thunder True Essence power. Ice and Thunder True Essence fused together. A visible purple cold qi, carrying with it an irresistible pressure, pressed towards them. The veritable essence energy lake in Xiaochen's Dantian essence had already merged with the Yin essence energy. The primordial Yin energy refined from the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy completely covered the quintessential energy. The cold Yin energy filled Xiaochen's entire body. Since he had just entered the Yin essence stage, the two had yet to completely fuse. Xiaochen would have to spend a lot of time to consume the Yin primordial energy of this 10,000-year-old Yin qi. 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. As expected of a 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Right now, Xiaochen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Yin essence stage. 10,000-year baleful Yin energy, you actually refined it all. Fang Yun had a look of extreme disbelief on his face. He already expected Yi Bai to be very strong, but he didn't expect Xiaochen to be this strong. Xiaochen swept his gaze over Fang Yun, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The next moment, his body appeared in front of Fang Yun, his fingers clenched into a fist. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The sound of ice shattering rang out in the space, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. Xiaochen's long hair and clothes trembled as he threw a simple punch. It was like a true dragon of thunder and lightning, with a body full of cold air, cold, and violent. Bang! This punch was very destructive. It shattered the martial technique that Fang Yun sent out with his full power, leaving him unable to resist at all. The huge advantage brought by the powerful Yin energy allowed Xiaochen to crush his opponent. He did not even need to use any martial skills. Just a light punch. Xiaochen had a pensive look on his face. After absorbing this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, his combat power had at least doubled. More importantly, the bottleneck had been broken, and his potential had increased by countless times. In the following days, the berserk Yin essence energy in Xiaochen's body was slowly digested and refined. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Fang Yun's right hand was sent flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Run! The group did not dare to stay any longer. They got up, turned around and ran. What 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy! What fortuitous encounter! Fear spread throughout his body. Escaping was the most important thing. All of them ran for their lives at the same time. Xiaochen couldn't chase after them one by one, but there was one person he had to catch. Sure of the Lotus sect, Feng Yun. Xiaochen pushed his feet off the ground and tried out some of the footwork that he learned from the ink flame tiger while executing his movement technique. When Xiaochen's body shot out, a faint layer of flame appeared on the surface of his body. It was because his speed was too fast, and the friction between his protective Jin Yuan and the air caused it to burn. At this moment, he finally understood why the ink flame tiger's body was always burning with a black flame. It was just a slight attempt, But Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. When he reached Feng Yun's side, the latter was only halfway through getting up from the ground. Pu Si. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, grabbed Feng Yun's neck, and lifted him up. Only now did the others get up and flee. They were so frightened that they stumbled and nearly fell again. Right now, Xiao Chen focused all his attention on Feng Yun, not caring about the others. He urgently needed information about the Black Lotus Church. Speak. Do you know my identity? Xiao Chen looked at Feng Yun coldly, his gaze icy like that of a grim reaper. An intense feeling of suffocation accompanied by fear completely shattered Feng Yun's mental defenses. He spilled everything he knew without missing a beat. After hearing that, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Black Lotus Church still did not know where he was. It seemed like the Black Lotus Church did not want to rely on an outsider to deal with him. No matter what the deeper meaning was, this was good news for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen needed time. As long as he had enough time, he would trample on the Black Lotus Church sooner or later. I already told you everything. Can you let me live? Feng Yun begged. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, You are shameless. When you instigated Wei He's group to kill me, you already knew that this would happen. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not let off such a person. Berserk veritable essence energy mixed with Yin essence energy and poured into Feng Yun's meridians. Instantly, it shattered all of Feng Yun's meridians and internal organs, extinguishing his life force. When Xiao Chen let go, Feng Yun silently fell to the ground, dead. Big brother Xiao Chen, Luo Nan and Fei walked over in fear and shock. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their eyes revealed some fear. After interacting with him for so long, this was the first time they saw Xiao Chen's cold side. I owe you two a favor. There is no need to say anything else. This place is not safe. Let's go first. Xiao Chen had always been cautious. He did not become arrogant just because he entered the Yin essence stage and absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There were still many unanswered questions in this place. Furthermore, for some reason, Xiao Chen felt like someone was watching him from the moment he entered this place. His intuition told him that this place was not safe. Just as the three were about to leave, startled screams suddenly rang out in front. Those were the horrified voices of Feng Yun and the other two. What's going on? Luo Nan and Fei felt confused. In the next moment, Feng Yun and the other two, who had already fled, retreated in a fluster. Before Lu Mu and Tuoba Yun could stand firmly, two ferocious beasts bit them into their mouths and started chewing on them. The clear feather sex Feng Yun fell to the ground in fright, retreating continuously. The black demonic ape, the two-headed ferocious dog, and the blue lion appeared, radiating strong auras as they looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Ferocious beasts that just advanced to the primal core realm. Fei Er's and Luo Nan's expressions changed drastically. No wonder Feng Yun and the other two looked like they had seen ghosts. To think that there were three such horrifying ferocious beasts guarding this place. It looks like you are the person that Lord Jiao Snake instructed us to deal with. The black demonic ape did not even look at Feng Yun, staring straight at Xiao Chen. Upon seeing the three ferocious beasts, Xiao Chen's anxious heart calmed down. If the strongest existences here were just early-stage primal core realm ferocious beasts, then there would be nothing to fear. At the very least, leaving would not be a problem. As Xiao Chen stood in front of Luo Nan and Fei, he looked at the three ferocious beasts without fear. Then he slowly unleashed his aura, which contained Dao Might. Facing three ferocious beasts alone, he did not retreat at all. At this moment, Xiao Chen was confident of facing these three ferocious beasts. No matter how strong the black demonic ape was, it was just an early-stage primal core realm ferocious beast. Compared to a middle-stage minor primal core expert like the blue-clad old man, the black demonic ape was far from comparable. As for that two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion, they were merely on the same level as the ink flame tiger. When Xiao Chen was in the veritable essence stage, he did not fear the ink flame tiger, much less now. Wielding his saber, Xiao Chen stood upright with his head held high, not fearing a fight. Before Xiao Chen's sharpness, The two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion trembled and took a step back. Only the black demonic ape did not retreat. However, when facing such sharpness, its originally relaxed heart tensed up. Simply put, the black demonic ape was afraid. Ferocious beasts that could survive until now and reach such a cultivation were extremely precious, so they were not willing to take the risk. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire underground suddenly shook intensely. No matter who it was, they all felt an irresistible chill. Trash. All of you are trash. What is the point of keeping you around? A strange, deep, hoarse voice rang out in everyone's ears. The three ferocious beasts were immediately frightened into kneeling on the ground, trembling continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong suction came from the entrance of the cave. This was an irresistible suction. No one, not even Xiao Chen, could block it. Fear stiffened their bodies, and they flew forward uncontrollably. Kasi. The three ferocious beasts and Fang Yun flew out of the cave and were instantly swept away. When the suction vanished, Xiao Chen's group of three stopped at the same time. A swallowing sound rang out, and a gargantuan snake head suddenly landed on the ground, blocking the three. The snake head had scarlet eyes as it looked down at the three from above, making them tremble involuntarily. Xiao Chen was immediately struck by lightning. So, this is the little snake that little Yellow Feather mentioned. How small? 2 half-step primal core ferocious beasts, an early-stage primal core demonic ape, and a little snack. Without waiting for a breather, the three directly swallowed them, not even leaving scraps behind. Chapter 1576. Xiao Chen's group of three stuck close to the cave entrance and looked at the gargantuan Jiao snake's head. They did not dare to move, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Jiao snake's head was like a small mountain blocking the cave entrance. Its scarlet eyes looked down at Xiao Chen from above. The Jiao snake brought with it an extremely strong pressure, making breathing difficult. Xiao Chen was still fine. However, Luo Nan and Fei are already flushed red, feeling the pressure on their qi and blood. If they continued like this, it would be hard to say whether they would explode in blood and die. At this moment, Xiao Chen even felt like eating little Yellow Feather. If Xiao Chen had known that the one guarding this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy would be such a Jiao snake, he would not have taken such a risk. The Jiao snake before Xiao Chen could give off such strong pressure was not because of its huge size. Instead, it was because it was too strong. Xiao Chen estimated that this Jiao snake was already a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Its cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, and its strength was extremely horrifying. Cloud Sea realm experts could calmly cultivate their soul energy. Wherever they went, they would be considered experts. In the nearby Great Realms, Cloud Sea realm experts were the peak experts. A great realm would not have more than 3 Cloud Sea realm experts. Even in the entire Purple Sun region, there would not be many Cloud Sea realm experts. However, this Jiao snake before Xiao Chen was in existence equal to a Cloud Sea realm expert. It went without saying how strong he was. Not to mention Xiao Chen, even the middle-stage minor primal core blue-clad old man would be like an ant before it, easily crushed. An opponent on a completely different level would not be able to resist at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the Jiao snake seemed to have some reservations and did not immediately make a move to kill Xiao Chen's group. The Jiao snake glanced at little Yellow Feather, and rage immediately blazed in its heart. It was this little bird, the golden crow holy beast. The Jiao snake in profound Yin Mountain had been the spirit pet of a major character long ago. That major character had moved unhindered in the starry heavens. A character who could leave his name in the history books of the entire martial epic. As the spirit pet of such a major character, the Jiao snake's eyes naturally would not be bad. When little Yellow Feather came over, it immediately recognized the identity of the golden crow mythological beast, which was an extinct mythological beast. Even the golden crow race, which was the strongest of the great desolate 100 races, did not have a pure-blooded golden crow. The Jiao snake immediately turned small and chatted with it. When it learned that the Jiao snake would not consume 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it relaxed. He wanted to build a relationship with her. Back then, they had agreed on a good deal. Who knew that he would change his mind in the blink of an eye and bring a group of people over? This was terrible. Snakes were of the Yin attribute, and 10,000-year-old Yin baleful energy was a rare tonic for Jiao snakes. The Jiao snake guarded this place because it wanted to wait another 1,000 years. When the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy matured, it could directly consume it and advance to the Cloud Sea realm. Who knew that the people brought by Little Yellow Feather were even more difficult to deal with? It had great eyesight and could tell that Xiao Chen's bloodline was extraordinary at first glance. It vaguely felt that Xiao Chen must have the bloodline of the primitive 100 races. However, after observing for a long time, the Jiao snake could not figure out which great desolate Ian bloodline it was. This was because the blue dragon bloodline had been removed from the dragon race for too long. Furthermore, Xiao Chen wore the Buddhist jade pendant, which suppressed the aura of his bloodline. Hence, the Jiao snake could not make an accurate judgment. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen's bloodline would not be weaker than that of the great desolate 100 races. Such a character would definitely be backed by a powerful figure and a powerful force, no matter where he fell. No matter where he fell, the seniors behind him would quickly find out. At that time, the Jiao snake would not be able to escape responsibility and would definitely die. In its early years, the Jiao snake had seen many things and was very clear on the means of those major characters. They were not things that it could contend with. Fearing Little Yellow Feathers and Xiao Chen's identities, the Jiao snake could only watch as Xiao Chen entered this place. Originally, the Jiao snake wanted to find some scapegoats to get the ferocious beasts of profound Yin Mountain to come over. Who could have imagined that this group of ferocious beasts would not come even after so long? By the time the Jiao snake arrived, Xiao Chen had already completely refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, not even leaving a speck of it. What was the use of it? What was even more frustrating was that even though it was 3 against 1, the Jiao snake still cowered and did not dare to step forward. The Jiao snake raged but had nowhere to vent it, so it could only target these 3 ferocious beasts. At this moment, the Jiao snake stared at Xiao Chen's group and Little Yellow Feather, who was hiding at the back. The Jiao snake's scarlet eyes flickered with a faint light. A sinister killing chi spread out, numbing everyone's legs and deterring them from doing anything overboard. The Jiao snake hesitated, wondering if it should go all out and directly swallow up this group of people and that golden crow holy beast. However, when the Jiao snake thought about the terrifying consequences, it trembled in fear. Scram! In the end, between life and rage, the Jiao snake chose the former and roared. A berserk roar rang out in the minds of Xiao Chen's group of 3. The shock caused them to vomit a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew back uncontrollably. A strong wind howled by their ears, and rocks fell continuously from the sky above. Xiao Chen was the first to land. He stabilized himself and caught Luo Nan and Fei before taking another step back. "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen asked. After the two landed, they panted continuously. After resting for a long time, their complexions slowly recovered to normal. Luo Nan said with lingering fear in his heart, "What a terrifying Jiao snake! It is much stronger than our sect master. Why did it appear here?" Feiya whispered, "Let's leave quickly. Who knows when that Jiao snake will go back on its word?" That Jiao snake frightened the two too much. Now that they had a new lease on life, their bodies were still trembling slightly. Xiao Chen looked around. There were many top-quality Yin essence stones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Yin essence stones were also divided into different grades. The ones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy were clearly the best. It would be too much of a pity to waste so many top-quality Yin essence stones. "You guys go first. I'll catch up soon." "Big brother Xiao Chen, you should leave with us," Fei said somewhat worriedly. Xiao Chen shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He vaguely felt that the Jiao snake did not dare to fight the 3 of them. It seemed like it had some reservations. If it had attacked, it would not have survived until now. Now that he understood, Xiao Chen's worried heart calmed down. The two could not go around Xiao Chen. In the end, they left first and waited for Xiao Chen to regroup. Without any delay, Xiao Chen stayed behind and quickly mined the nearby Yin essence stones. Soon, Xiaochen finished mining more than 10,000 Yin essence stones. The cold qi in the cave vanished, and the air became much drier. The value of Yin essence stones was rather special. Cultivators with higher cultivations would not even bother to look at them. However, sects would purchase treasures like Yin essence stones in large quantities all year round to nurture their disciples. Some alchemists and blacksmiths also had special needs for Yin essence stones. Xiaochen had such a large number of top-notch Yin essence stones in his hands, so he did not have to worry about not being able to sell them. When everything was packed and Xiaochen stepped out of the cave, he felt as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. Could it be that the Jiao snake hasn't left yet? Xiaochen was deep in thought. He was in no hurry to move forward. Young man, you are really greedy. The Jiao snake suddenly appeared from the river, revealing half of its body as it looked down at Xiaochen. Just half of the Jiao snake's body was already several hundred meters tall, like a mountain. Xiaochen did not panic. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior. If we are fated to meet again in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." Xiaochen's ability to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and obtain such a fortuitous encounter was entirely due to the help of the Jiao snake. There was no falsehood at all. If it wasn't for the fact that I followed Lord Pan Huang in my early years and my fierceness had diminished greatly, I would have been killed by him. It really won't care about the great desolate Yin bloodline in your body. You're on your own. Not every ferocious beast has my good temper. Clearly, the Jiao snake was still in a bad mood. Even though Xiaochen's words were polite, it did not give Xiaochen much face. Lord Pan Huang. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. As he looked at the other party, he revealed a suspicious expression. The Pan Huang you speak of, is he a bladesman who uses a saber? The Spring Snow Bladesman and the Kunlun Realms Pan Huang. Could there be a second Pan Huang in the Great Thousand Realms? Chapter 1577. Xiaochen was stunned for a moment. He only reacted after a long time. This was too much of a coincidence. To think that he could run into Pan Huang's former spirit pet here. What's wrong? You have not heard of my master's name before? That should not be the case. Few people in the boundless Great Thousand Realms, even in the core central Great Realm, do not know about the Spring Snow Bladesman. Spring Snow Bladesman? Good name. Xiaochen immediately understood the meaning of these words. When Xiaochen first met Pan Huang in Pan Huang Hall, the thing that left the deepest impression on him was Pan Huang's smile. Spring snow probably meant that Pan Huang's smile was like the warm wind of early spring, able to melt the last snowflakes of winter. For a cultivator to be given a title, it would undoubtedly be a very tyrannical title. Xiaochen rarely heard of a title like Spring Snow. It could only be said that Pan Huang's smile left a very deep impression. Xiaochen did not say anything, only taking out the Saber Sovereign Medallion. The atmosphere changed visibly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "What is this? It has Pan Huang's aura on it." It looks like I was right. Xiaochen honestly explained his fortuitous encounter with Pan Huang. The matters of this world are really coincidental. Since you received Pan Huang's inheritance, you can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. In that case, I will give you this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy without a word of complaint. After the Jiao snake heard that, it was in a great mood, sweeping away all its depression. Xiaochen asked, "Is Senior Pan Huang still around?" "I'm not sure. Pan Huang's master has a carefree nature and is very open to everything. He likes to roam the world. Back then, I was too severely injured. After Pan Huang extended my life, he let me go. Why? After I recovered, my cultivation fell too much. Furthermore, Master had too many enemies. Clearly, I was no longer suitable to follow Master. Master took pity on me, so he removed the contract and let me go." At the mention of Pan Huang, the Jiao snake felt somewhat sad. Its thoughts drifted to the time it followed Pan Huang. Clearly, the Jiao snake had a very deep relationship with Pan Huang back then. Xiaochen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that this Jiao snake was extraordinary when he first saw it, giving off a strong aura. Back then, it wasn't just a great origin core realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as before, His aura was still there. With a thought, Xiaochen looked at the Jiao snake and asked, "Senior Jiao snake, what are your plans now?" The Jiao snake smiled and said, "What plans can I have? I definitely cannot remain in this profound Yin mountain. I should roam around and see if I can run into some fortuitous encounters to break through to the Cloud Sea realm." Is the Cloud Sea realm that hard to break through? Of course, one can cultivate soul energy in the Cloud Sea realm. You need some spiritual light to illuminate the sea of consciousness. If the divine light didn't appear, everything would be in vain. I'm still in a good state. I just need to come across a suitable opportunity. Xiaochen entered deep thought. After some consideration, he said, "Senior Jiao Snake, there will probably be some trouble in the second half of the month. At that time, I would like to ask for your help. In the future, after I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely repay this kindness." The Jiao Snake's eyes narrowed. Dragon Emperor? Could it be that your bloodline is the dragon race's bloodline? That's not right. The dragon race has a total of 6 bloodlines: the white dragon, black dragon, red dragon, blue dragon, golden dragon, and green dragon. I have seen every single one of them. I am of the blue dragon bloodline, Xiaochen answered honestly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "The blue dragon bloodline. So, that is the case. I was wondering why your great desolate Ian bloodline was so familiar, but I could not recall it. It turns out that it is the long-extinct blue dragon bloodline." Xiaochen nodded. Then, he looked at the other party and asked, "Senior, what do you think?" "It's fine. It doesn't matter what bloodline you have, what identity you have, or what background you have. Just based on the fact that you are half a disciple of Pan Huang, I will definitely help you with this." The Jiao snake appeared exceptionally straightforward. It did not ask Xiaochen what the trouble was or ask for any other details. The Jiao snake immediately agreed, making Xiaochen feel very touched. Just cultivate properly first. Right now, the baleful Yin energy is leaking out of your body uncontrollably. Not to mention the waste, if others discover the signs, they might not let you leave. Xiaochen indicated that he understood. There were many methods in this world, even if one absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Like them, they can get it out of your system. Following that, Xiaochen told the Jiao snake about the trouble he encountered in detail. The Jiao snake smiled and said, "I was wondering what it was. It turns out that it is just such a small matter. Don't worry. I will help you with this. I will go to Profound Yin Mountain first and take a look around before leaving." "Many thanks." After leaving the underground river, Xiaochen saw Luo Nan and Xiao Fei, who had been waiting for a long time already. Both of them appeared somewhat anxious. After Fei saw Xiaochen, she revealed a smile. "Big brother Xiaochen, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, senior brother and I would really have to go down and look for you." "It's fine. I just spent some time collecting the Yin essence stones. There is still half a month. There is no need for us to go anywhere. Let's just stay here and stabilize our cultivation properly." Xiaochen entered deep thought. "Right, that suits me." Since Luo Nan and Fei already gained something, they were not willing to take any more risks. A complete 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was sufficient for them to cultivate the entire Yin essence stage. The vast Yin essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy brought far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Right now, baleful Yin energy leaked out of Xiaochen's entire body. It was as the Jiao snake said, it was a great waste. The veritable essence energy and Yin essence energy in Xiaochen's dantian mixed together and merged. Xiaochen found it strange that the veritable essence energy was clearly much weaker. However, when the two merged, the veritable essence energy was the main one. The appearance of the Yin essence energy merely strengthened the veritable essence energy, perfecting it. If Xiaochen guessed right, it should be the same when he advanced to the Yang essence stage in the future. Yin essence energy and Yang essence energy were used to supplement and strengthen veritable essence energy. Cultivators still focused on veritable essence energy. At this moment, the Yin essence energy of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy had yet to merge with Xiaochen's veritable essence energy, just a simple mixture. What Xiaochen needed to do now was to slowly infuse this vast Yin essence energy into his veritable essence energy, slowly merging it. When the Yin essence energy completely merged, he would have cultivated to the peak of the Yin essence stage. Half a month passed peacefully. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, the sharpness in them was much more withdrawn. His body no longer leaked any Yin essence energy. It was no longer as exaggerated and horrifying as when he first advanced to the Yin essence stage. Luo Nan and Fei opened their eyes one after another, giving off the impression that their eyes had lit up. It looked like the two had gained a lot in just half a month. Fei smiled and said, "Master definitely did not expect us to improve so much. He will definitely be very happy." Luo Nan smiled embarrassedly and did not say anything. He and Fei were still in a cold war. Back then, Luo Nan did not know what got into him, saying those words and making his junior sister so unhappy. However, it did not matter. It was fine as long as his junior sister was happy now. "Let's go. It's time to leave." 1 month had already passed. The surviving sect disciples in the inner region of profound Yin Island all rushed back. Near the transportation formation, when the sun set, the old man by the transportation formation stopped waiting. By this time, those who had not returned had probably died in the inner region of profound Yin Island. To think that the clear feather sects Feng Yun and the flying snow palaces Lu Mu did not appear. Could they be dead? This is incredible. The absence of Lu Mu and the others stirred up a commotion in the crowd. Luo Nan and Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, Xiaochen appeared calm and unruffled. After a while, the group was sent to the edge of profound Yin Island. Then, they all flew into the sky to meet up with their sections. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert had been waiting on the Tianyi sect's ship for a long time already. When the two saw Xiaochen and the other two flying over, they revealed expressions of joy. The blue-clad old man's eyelids twitched slightly. He had waited too long for this day. "Ha! Brother Xiaochen, this old man knew that you would definitely bring them back safely," the blue-clad old man said with a smile as he strode forward. "Haha! Brother Feier and Luo Nan handed over their Yin essence stones." Feier and Luo Nan handed over their Yin essence stones. "This is a superior grade Yin essence stone. Feier Luo Nan, you ran into 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy," the blue-clad old man said as he looked at the two in shock. Feier nodded and smiled. "Big brother Xiaochen helped me and senior brother each find a strand of baleful Yin energy." "What?" This time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man were even more shocked. As they looked at Xiaochen, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. If they had not found out that the Black Lotus Church had placed a bounty on Xiaochen's head, perhaps they could have let Xiaochen off. For these two strands of 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, the Tianyi sect would have to thank Xiaochen properly. Xiaochen looked at the blue-clad old man and said, "These are my Yin essence stones. Seniors, please keep them well. I'll take my leave first." The blue-clad old man carefully put away the Yin essence stones that Xiaochen handed over. However, he did not seem to care. He smiled and said, "Young hero Xiaochen, I really do not know how to repay this great favor. How about we return to the Tianyi sect together? At that time, I'll get the sect master to entertain us properly." Xiaochen looked around and discovered that the Tianyi sect disciples on the fortress ship had already surrounded him without him realizing it, blocking his way out. That half-step primal core realm old man already placed his right hand on his sword hilt, storing up killing intent. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly in surprise. After the other party learned that he helped Feier and Luo Nan refine a strand of baleful Yin energy, they still wanted to make a move on him. Killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? Chapter 1578. Xiaochen repaid his kindness, only to receive such an ending. This was indeed somewhat disappointing. However, Xiaochen had seen all sorts of people in his life, so his mental state did not fluctuate too much. Revealing a smile, Xiaochen raised his head to look at the blue-clad old man and said, "Senior, are you planning to force me to stay?" Fei still did not know what was going on. She smiled and said, "Big brother Xiaochen, how about you go over? Our sect master is pretty nice." Luo Nan felt that something was not quite right. His expression changed in astonishment. Brother Xiaochen, you should leave quickly. The situation is not right. My junior brothers are standing in the Tianyi sect's 9 sectors formation. Compared to Fei's naivety and kindness, Luo Nan would sometimes act foolishly because of her. However, Luo Nan was usually more observant. Although Luo Nan did not know what was going on, he immediately sent a voice projection to warn Xiaochen after discovering that something was wrong. Many thanks. Xiaochen immediately felt gratified in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. However, only the young would not care so much about the pros and cons. Master, martial uncle, since Brother Xiaochen is not willing to stay, then never mind. I'll go and send him off, Luo Nan said with a smile as he squeezed between the blue-clad old man and Xiaochen. Luo Nan said with a smile as he squeezed in between the blue-clad old man and Xiaochen. Scram to the side. It is not your place to speak. The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luo Nan to the side with a palm strike. The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luo Nan to the side. The force was so great that a strong wind suddenly rose on the deck, whistling loudly. Senior brother, are you all right? Fei felt startled. She ran over worriedly and helped Luo Nan up. Fei turned her head and frowned. Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily? Fei turned her head and frowned. Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily? The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man did not even turn their heads. However, the blue-clad old man said coldly, Luo Nan, watch your junior sister properly. Don't be a busybody. The atmosphere of the place instantly turned cold, as a murderous aura spread out. The 9 people behind him gripped their sword hilts at the same time, their killing intent firmly locked onto Xiaochen. Senior brother, what is Master trying to do? Fei asked, puzzled. It looks like he's going to make a move on Xiaochen. Why? Luo Nan smiled bitterly and said, who knows? It is probably just some benefits. Actually, it is easy to understand just by thinking about it. How could Master be so kind as to tell Xiaochen the location of Profound Een Island? He must have planned all of this beforehand. Luo Nan felt somewhat bitter in his heart. His martial uncle's palm strike was really merciless. It even broke his bones. The blue-clad old man looked at Xiaochen and said indifferently, Xiaochen, you have to stay today even if you don't want to. It's not up to you. Xiaochen sneered, I, Xiaochen, have never seen a shameless person like you in my life. On account of Luo Nan and Fei, I'll give you one last chance. Just obediently let me go, and nothing will happen. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. When the blue-clad old man heard that, he guffawed. Is that so? I have never seen a youth as arrogant as you before. Let me ask you this, what right do you have to make me bear the consequences? As the blue-clad old man laughed maniacally, his aura burst forth. The aura of a minor primal core venerate pressed down on Xiaochen. The advantage of cultivation allowed his aura to look down on everyone present. Everyone felt a faint pressure, and they did not dare to resist it. The blue-clad old man looked like a king, unstoppable. Xiaochen, don't think that we do not know your background. We are spies in the Lotus Sect Temple. Our spies in the Lotus Sect Temple inadvertently learned that you are wanted by the Black Lotus Church. Now that the Black Lotus Church is after you, you are a street rat. To think that you still dare to be so arrogant. You must be tired of living. The half-step primal core venerate old man beside the blue-clad old man spoke maliciously as he glared at Xiaochen. The old man was extremely dissatisfied with Xiaochen's fearlessness and arrogance. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, so, that is the case. I was wondering what was going on. Why did the two of you become so bold all of a sudden? Xiaochen, you are not allowed to be disrespectful to my master. Just at this moment, Fei suddenly shouted at Xiaochen with a stern expression. Before Xiaochen could react, he saw Fei soar into the air and thrust her sword at Xiaochen. This sword strike was strangely fast, and it was very sudden. Xiaochen's timing was pretty good. However, there was no killing chi at all, just a straightforward attack. However, the sword move was extremely chaotic, lacking any sharpness. Aside from speed, there was no other threat. Xiaochen moved back slightly. Then, he flicked his finger and knocked Fei Er's sword out of her hand. Big brother Xiaochen, just hold me hostage and leave. Master has always been very good to me. He will not make a move on me. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen could not make a choice. He could only grab Fei Er's neck with one hand. Junior sister, Luo Nen cried out in fear. His complexion paled somewhat as he felt a strange heartache. Fei, you don't have to do this. I can leave as well. I know. From the first time I saw Big Brother Xiaochen, I knew that Big Brother Xiaochen would never boast. I'm just worried about Master and Martial Uncle. How about this? After seeing Xiaochen's various performances on Profound Een Island, as well as his coldness and emotionlessness when he killed Feng Yun, Lu Mu, and the others, Fei Er knew that Xiaochen would not put on a show. He definitely had a trump card. Fei Er felt somewhat afraid. Fei Er worried about Xiaochen as well as her master and martial uncle. Right now, this was the best solution. At the very most, her master would punish her when she returned. As long as Big Brother Xiaochen, her master, and martial uncle were fine, it would be fine. Xiaochen felt somewhat speechless at Fei Er's kindness. After a while, he said, I promise you. Holding Fei a hostage, Xiaochen retreated step by step. The Tianyi sect disciples behind him had no choice but to open up a path for him. Master, save me. The blue-clad old man raged in his heart. How could he not tell that Fei was being held hostage by Xiaochen on purpose? You unfilial bitch. This old man raised you for 10 years and treated you like my own daughter. In just one short month, you actually worked with someone else to cheat me. What use do I have for you? Upon seeing Fei Er's actions, the blue-clad old man became utterly enraged. Killing Qi spread out, and his figure flashed as he directly sent a palm strike forward. Boom! When the blue-clad old man sent out his palm strike, his body seemed to merge with space. As he moved forward, space compressed intensely. This put immense pressure on Xiaochen and Fei. Being one with nature, the blue-clad old man's body seemed to merge with the surrounding space. As he raised his hand or raised his foot, he could compress space. This was a huge advantage that a primal core cultivator had over a veritable personage. The might of this palm strike did not exceed Xiaochen's expectations. What exceeded Xiaochen's expectations was that the blue-clad old man was deranged, losing all humanity. To think that the blue-clad old man would attack Fei. This stunned Xiaochen for a moment. However, Luo Nan, whose heart had been on Fei from the start to the end, was not stunned. When Luo Nan saw danger, he did not even think, acting instinctively. Luo Nan leaped over from behind and shielded Fei in the time it took for a spark to fly. For the sake of receiving this palm strike, Luo Nan drained all his veritable essence energy, raising his speed to the limit. His defense was close to zero. Puxi. The instant the palm strike landed, Luo Nan vomited a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his chest broke, and his heart exploded on the spot. His internal organs all shattered. Luo Nan's life force vanished at a visible rate. Senior brother. Fei was so frightened that she started crying. Then, she struggled free of Xiaochen's hand and hugged Luo Nan. Senior brother, why were you so silly? Fei hugged Luo Nan, feeling incredible pain. When she checked his injuries, she felt despair, and her tears flowed even more profusely. Junior sister, don't cry. It's fine as long as you are fine. Senior brother knows that you like heroes. However, I really can't do it. I've always been very, very weak. Senior brother, don't say anything. I don't know anything anymore. Don't say anything. Fei hugged Luo Nan tightly as if she could save him by doing so. No, there are some things that I need to say. Otherwise, I might not get another chance in this lifetime. I like you. I liked you from the first time I saw you. Back then, I did not really make Junior Sister angry. I just felt that I was not worthy of Junior Sister. Blood leaked out of Luo Nan's mouth continuously. However, he showed a smile on his face. This was his first time being so close to his junior sister. He was so close that he could hear her heartbeat, feel her warmth, and understand her worries. Perhaps that was enough. Xiao Chen's expression turned scarily cold. He raised his head to look at the stunned blue-clad old man and said coldly, "Sometimes, people really shouldn't be too kind, especially when facing beasts like you, who are even worse than dogs or pigs." "You bastard! You are not qualified to scold me. Everything happened because of you. I'll kill you!" The blue-clad old man roared somewhat crazily. "It's all because of you." Whoosh! However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura flew over. Before the 9 Tianyi sect disciples on the ship could react, a huge force pulled their bodies out. The Jiao snake opened its mouth and gulped, easily swallowing the 9 people. Then, it leaped onto the ship. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. "You are a beast tamer." A huge shadow immediately encased the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man. "Sorry, I came too late. Profound Een Mountain is too big, so I was delayed for half a day." "It's fine. You are not too late," Xiao Chen said expressionlessly. The Jiao snake roared and swung its tail. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man could not block at all. Pussy. The blue-clad old man vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. This was especially so for the half-step primal core realm old man. With this strike, he directly fell to the ground, his limbs and bones suffering from a huge impact. Chapter 1579. Whoosh! The Jiao snake opened its mouth, and the half-step primal core realm old man, who could not move in the first place, got sucked into its mouth. The sound of swallowing rang out as the Jiao snake directly swallowed the old man. Such a huge difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with skill or experience. Before the Jiao snake, the old man had no chance at all. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and stopped the Jiao snake, which was preparing to attack the blue-clad old man. "Brother Xiao Chen, don't kill me. I can agree to anything. I'll give you this ship and all the spirit jades on me." When the blue-clad old man saw this scene, he thought that he had a chance to live, so he immediately begged Xiao Chen for mercy. Xiao Chen revealed a disgusted expression as he said indifferently, "Fei did not let me hold you hostage to help me but to beg me to spare your life. Unfortunately, you old thing, you do not treasure it at all. Is there any use in begging now?" "What?" When the blue-clad old man heard that, he looked at Fei in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Fei would not even look at him, only hugging Luonan tightly? "Young hero Xiao Chen, please spare my life. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Just take it as giving Fei some face. Fei help master and say a few words." The blue-clad old man was in a sorry state. He only wanted to live, so shameless that it made others want to vomit. "Do it, Fei," Xiao Chen said coldly. The Jiao snake roared and launched itself at the blue-clad old man. The blue-clad old man knew that he was no match for the Jiao snake. After he stood up, he fled in a panic. The Jiao snake turned into a flash of black light and quickly followed. 1 man and 1 snake entered the starry heavens. Xiao Chen did not continue watching. It was just a matter of time before the Jiao snake caught up to the blue-clad old man. "Big brother Xiao Chen, please save my senior brother. Please save him." Fei was already covered in tears. When she saw Xiao Chen walk over, she quickly said, "You definitely have a way, right? You definitely have a way." Xiao Chen remained silent, not daring to answer. He only said softly, "Let me take a look." "Senior brother, don't fall asleep. Big brother Xiao Chen will definitely save you." After a simple inspection of Luo Nan's injuries, Xiao Chen frowned heavily. Actually, there was no need to check. Just by looking at the life essence that Luo Nan's body slowly gave off and his increasingly pale complexion, Xiao Chen knew that he was on the verge of death. Xiao Chen had seen too many parting by death in his life. During the Kunlun demonic calamity, Xiao Chen would never forget the scenes of the Kunlun geniuses dying one by one. However, when looking at Luo Nan's current appearance, Xiao Chen still found it hard to remain calm. That blue-clad old man was truly ruthless. Xiao Chen showed no mercy at all. He had used his full power as a minor primal core realm cultivator to kill Fei back then. "Big brother Xiao Chen, how is it?" Fei looked at Xiao Chen in anticipation. Xiao Chen shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all shattered, especially his heart. However, this was not a problem. At this cultivation realm, the heart was no longer a vital point. The most important thing was that the blue-clad old man's palm strike had destroyed Luo Nan's dantian. This had already destroyed a cultivator's foundation, causing the physical body to lose its ability to recover. Unless there was a supreme method to help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. Senior brother. When Fei heard that, she revealed a sorrowful expression and cried in pain. Luo Nan squeezed out a smile, wanting to console Fei. However, he found that he could not raise his hands. Fei quickly grabbed his hands and placed them on her cheeks. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then he took out a medicinal pill from when he left the Blue Dragon Palace. This was one of the treasures that the item spirits left for him, the Blood Cloud Pill. No matter how severe the injuries were, it could heal them. However, it could not help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. It could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It could only preserve Luo Nan's life for now, unable to truly save him. Even so, Xiaochen did not hesitate to let Luo Nan consume this precious Blood Cloud Pill. This is the Blood Cloud Pill. It can temporarily stabilize his injuries. When Senior Jiao Snake returns, I will think of a way with him. After consoling Fei, Xiaochen left silently. Soon, the Jiao Snake's gargantuan body reappeared before Xiaochen. I already killed him. Xiaochen, what happened over there? The Jiao Snake asked in a whisper as it looked at Fei and Luo Nan, giving a simple explanation. Xiaochen gave a rough account of what happened earlier. Sorry, I really came too late. I went to find the profound Yin fruit for you, wanting to help you refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy as quickly as possible. Had I known, I would not have let that old thing die so easily. He is truly heartless. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt both rage and regret. Xiaochen thanked the Jiao Snake softly. Then he asked, Senior, do you know if there are any natural treasures or medicinal pills in the Great Thousand Realms that can reconstruct the dantian? I already used the Blood Cloud Pill to stabilize his injuries. It should be able to delay for some time. Blood Cloud Pill? That is a holy pill of the dragon race. Even among holy pills, it is at the peak. At the crucial moment, it is equivalent to having an extra life. You are really willing to part with it? After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt greatly shocked. Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, What's the point? His internal organs are all damaged from the inside out. The damage to his meridians is severe as well. His physical body's foundation is already damaged, and his dantian is destroyed. Even the Blood Cloud Pill cannot save him. We need to find a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can reconstruct the dantian. The Jiao Snake thought for a while. After a while, it said, There are definitely medicinal pills that can reconstruct the dantian in the Great Thousand Realms. I followed Pan Huang when I was young and saw some. However, I do not know how long the Blood Cloud Pill can help him last. 1 month should be fine. In that case, bring him to Purple Sun City. That is the center of the Purple Sun region. There is the largest auction house and the largest market in the Purple Sun region. There is no lack of talented alchemists there. The experts of the other astral regions also come there. Purple Sun City, Xiaochen thought to himself twice. The next destination should be Purple Sun City, right? Since it was the center of the Purple Sun Great Realm, there should be a lot of information there. He should be able to find out something about Ancestor Dragon City and the dragon race. The Jiao Snake opened its mouth and spat out an azure-colored spirit fruit. A faint layer of frost covered the surface of the spirit fruit, exuding a cold chi. This is? The profound Yin fruit. I specially found it for you. I fought with an old turtle for this profound Yin fruit, delaying me. Many thanks, Senior. After Xiaochen received it, he immediately felt that this profound Yin fruit was very valuable. The most important thing was that it could help him quickly refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There is no need to be so polite with me. Since I have nothing to do, I'll send you off. Purple Sun City has a lot of people. I'm afraid that you will be at a disadvantage when you go there. That would be great. The Jiao snake's figure continuously shrank, turning into a small snake and entering the ship's hold. Xiaochen turned his head back and glanced at Luo Nan and Fei, who were still leaning on each other. Then, he sighed softly and returned to the ship's hold. Purple Sun City was a long journey. This ship happened to be ownerless, so it was best to use it as a means of transportation. Inside the ship's hold, Xiaochen continued chatting with the Jiao snake. He still had many questions to ask the Jiao snake. Since he had just arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, he could gain a lot of experience with a veteran around. Time slowly passed. The ship quickly flew towards Purple Sun City in the starry heavens. Purple Sun City was in the Purple Sun Great Realm. The ship traveled at full speed. Actually, 1 month was somewhat rushed. 4 days later, the ship flew past the profound light Great Realm. After another 4 or 5 Great Realms, it would reach the Purple Sun Great Realm. Xiaochen, who was doing his best to refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, was startled awake by Fei, who knocked on the door. "Big brother Xiaochen, there is a ship following us from a distance." An astral pirate ship? When traveling in the starry heavens, the thing one worried about the most was running into pirate ships. Such a ship following them from a distance was very likely a pirate ship. "I'll go and take a look." Xiaochen followed Fei out to the top of the ship. He had already torn down the Tianysek's banner by the side. From a distance, there was indeed the silhouette of a ship. However, it was at the limits of Xiaochen's vision, so he could not see it clearly. Heavenly Eye. A divine eye quickly flew out from Xiaochen's forehead. After a while, everything on that ship appeared in his eyes. Black Scimitar. It was indeed a pirate ship. When Xiaochen clearly saw the banner on the ship, he muttered to himself in surprise. Wasn't the Black Scimitar pirate group already destroyed? Chapter 1580. Big brother Xiaochen, what should we do? This ship has been following us for at least 8 to 10 hours without changing direction. Phaedra said somewhat worriedly, "I saw that big brother Xiaochen had been meditating, so I did not disturb you." Xiaochen smiled and consoled, "It's fine. There's no need to worry. Just go and take care of brother Luonan. I'll deal with this." Fei nodded obediently and silently withdrew. After Fei withdrew, the shrunken Jiao snake slithered to Xiaochen's shoulder and said softly, "There's no need to be nervous. This is just a mediocre pirate group. The strongest is just an early-stage minor primal core cultivator." After all, the Jiao snake was one of the top 10 pirate groups near the profound light Great Realm. However, in the eyes of the Jiao snake, it was not a mediocre pirate group. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "I know. This Tianysek's fortress ship is a little slow, and my cycle throne is not completed yet. Coincidentally, I can borrow this pirate ship to travel, saving me some time." I was thinking the same thing. There are strict standards for the construction of pirate ships. The Pirate Alliance has refining rooms, formation masters, and other strange people who study all sorts of pirate ships and provide them to the various pirate groups. When Xiaochen heard that, he asked somewhat interestedly, "Pirate Alliance? This Purple Sun region is rather remote. Most of the great realms it governs do not have any major factions stationed there. Only Purple Sun City is slightly more bustling. When you go there, you can see their branch. Interesting. Even the pirate groups have an open and above-board alliance. This Great Thousand Realms is much more interesting than you imagine. You just entered and have not even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. When you reach Purple Sun City, you will be able to broaden your horizons. They're coming." As the two spoke, the Black Scimitar pirate ship caught up at an extremely fast speed. They are rather tactful, taking the initiative to stop when they see the Black Scimitar. The merchant ship in front, hand over 10,000 spirit jades, and this great lord will let you off. When the black-clad man on the pirate ship saw the fortress ship stop, he thought that the ship feared the Black Scimitar. He rejoiced in his heart and did not demand an exorbitant price. When Xiaochen heard this, he revealed a faint smile. It was still an old acquaintance. He had not expected that Xiaochen would make a comeback and obtain another big ship. 100,000 spiritual jades? It's not a lot. Come and get it. The burly man in black frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? "Captain, this person is really tactful. I'll go and retrieve the spirit jades," the pirate at the side said with a smile. "What are you laughing at? Give me the boat and drive closer." The black-robed man was a bit annoyed. He ruthlessly knocked on this fellow's head, got up, and walked to the bow of the ship. When the ship came closer, they saw Xiaoqin, dressed in white, at the top of the ship. The eyes of the burly man in black immediately popped out. "Motherf asterisk cur. So it's you, you little bastard. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge into it yourself. Charge over and kill everyone on the ship. Don't touch the one in white, leave him for me." His memory of Xiaoqin was still fresh in his mind. His pirate ship had been dismantled while he was still alive. This made the burly man the laughingstock of the surrounding pirate groups. This was a great humiliation that he would never forget. "There's no need. I'll come over myself," Xiaoqin said indifferently. Then he leaped into the air and flew towards the deck of the pirate ship. "Don't stop him. Let him come over." The black-robed man revealed a sinister smile as he placed his right hand on the saber on his back. "Come on. This old man will hack you to death with one saber strike." The black-robed man mocked in his heart. An insignificant in-essence stage cultivator dares to steal a ship single-handedly? I will definitely teach him a lesson today. Whoosh! The murderous intent in the black-robed man's eyes suddenly condensed. Before Xiaoqin landed, he suddenly drew his saber and hacked. Prediction: given Xiaoqin's current speed, he would be struck by this saber light the instant he landed. The black saber light was like a terrifying gale, incredibly tyrannical. This was the black-robed man's signature move, Black Wind Flash. However, who could have imagined that when Xiaoqin landed, he would suddenly accelerate? Xiaoqin's body tilted slightly, looking like a streamlined ink flame tiger. Flames burned on his body. Xiaoqin's speed suddenly tripled. The black-robed man's berserk saber strike instantly broke the afterimage that Xiaoqin left behind. The remnant saber light shot out, eliciting miserable cries from the surrounding pirates. Xiaoqin turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he also made a prediction. Whoosh! When the black-robed man's saber strike missed, he quickly changed his move and turned around to face Xiaoqin. A ghostly saber light suddenly appeared and sliced towards the black-robed man's neck. This startled the black-robed man into retreating frantically. His feet knocked over the railing and he stumbled, nearly falling over. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and hugged the lunar shadow saber. Then he looked at the black-robed man and said, "There is no need to kneel. I cannot accept such a big bow. I'll kneel to your mother." Xiaoqin's mockery was like adding oil to the fire. The black-robed man stood firmly and leaped up, hacking down at Xiaoqin's head. The black-robed man only had one thought in his mind: to kill Xiaoqin to vent the hatred in his heart. However, when the saber light arrived, Xiaoqin did not move at all. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man with a trace of mockery. A trick? After all, this brat before the black-robed man had managed to turn the situation around by sending out many demon tone bats for no reason. It was another ruthless person who had dismantled his pirate ship with his bare hands. He had to be careful. The black-robed man felt uncertain. He felt conflicted, and many openings appeared in his perfect saber technique. When Xiaoqin saw the situation, he smiled faintly and did not draw his saber. Xiaoqin struck the openings in his opponent's saber technique before launching a strong counterattack. He brandished his scabbard and flustered the black-robed man. The black-robed man moved back continuously. He could not bring out the advantage of his cultivation at all. "Damn you! How dare you toy with me?" After being toyed with by Xiaoqin, the black-robed man was enraged. He wished that he could immediately kill Xiaoqin. The black-robed man could no longer care about anything else. His aura suddenly surged. The aura of a primal core expert was completely unleashed, making the hearts of the surrounding pirates tremble and forcing them to retreat. The pressure on Xiaoqin increased significantly. He knew that the black-robed man was truly enraged and wanted to fight it out with him. Xiaoqin could not help entering deep thought. This black-robed man's strength is passable. However, his mental state is extremely weak. Xiao Chen shook his head and said softly to the Jiao snake. Seeing that Xiao Chen still did not move this time, the black-robed man roared, "Damn you! You want to toy with me again? If this old man does not chop you to death this time, I will change my surname to yours." Bang, bang, bang. The black-robed man ran over quickly. With every step, the pirate ship shook intensely. The hull of the ship rocked as if it was being tossed by monstrous waves in the sea. All the pirates on the ship could not stand still. Their bodies swayed left and right as they did their best to grab onto something. "It looks like you are destined to change your surname to mine." Boom! The unremarkable little black snake on Xiao Chen's shoulders suddenly swelled up. The Jiao snake stood upright beside Xiao Chen. The aura of a late-stage major primal core expert spread out from the Jiao snake's body. A pair of scarlet eyes looked down coldly at the black-robed man from above. Pussy-eyed. The black-robed man's aura instantly crumbled. A strong sense of helplessness spread throughout his entire body. Before the Jiao snake's cold gaze, the black-robed man trembled and took the initiative to scatter this move. His body trembled in fear. Then, he directly fell to the ground and retreated continuously. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. The black-robed man revealed an expression of extreme horror. The berserk rage of the black-robed man seemed to be extinguished by a pool of ice water, replaced by boundless fear. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. To senior, no. To young hero, no. To big brother, I apologize. The black-robed man put down his saber and knelt on the ground, apologizing to Xiao Chen. There was an uncrossable chasm between a minor primal core cultivator and a major primal core cultivator. Furthermore, the black-robed man was only an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The Jiao snake, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, was like a god before the black-robed man, unable to exist at all. The Jiao snake could kill the black-robed man without any suspense, easily crushing him. Even if he did not want to, he had to kneel. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Get up. I already said that I cannot accept your kneeling." I can accept it. When Big Brother speaks, this lowly one will just kneel and listen. The black-robed man endured the humiliation as he spoke in a submissive voice. This person was someone who knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Since he wanted to kneel, so be it. "What is your name?" "This lowly one is Wang Sua." "Wang Sua, I'll tell you. This ship is mine now. You and your subordinates have to listen to me. Immediately change course and go to the Xiang Great Realm." Damn it. Wang Sua could not help cursing. Previously, Xiao Chen tore apart his ship. This time, he was even more ruthless, directly confiscating it. Xiao Chen looked at the other party, not saying anything. Big Brother is right. This little brother will change the contract and transfer the ship. The black-robed man, Wang Sua, felt his heart bleeding. However, he had no choice but to submit. Why am I so unlucky? I ran into this jinx twice, each time worse than the last. Chapter 1581. Pirate ships have contracts? Xiao Chen felt suspicious. When he saw the contract, he confirmed that it was true. Every pirate ship was custom-made by the Pirate Alliance and had a special serial number. The Pirate Alliance had a record of the purchase. If one wanted to transfer it legally, the contractor had to take the initiative to do so. Xiao Chen held up the contract and looked through it. When he saw the last line, he read it out softly. All those who officially own a pirate ship will automatically become an honorable member of my Pirate Alliance. This cannot be reversed or withdrawn. Our journey is far from just the starry sea. This last line was written in an extremely unremarkable font. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. Wang Sua, what's up with this last line? The black-clad man smiled and said, Big Brother, call me Xiao Sua. I already said that I will take your surname. This last line, only the Pirate Alliance controls the manufacturing of pirate ships. This is the symbol of pirates. Actually, there is no need for proof. With one look, others will recognize you as an astral pirate. Xiao Chen gave the black-clad man a suspicious look. Then, he turned his head to ask the Jiao snake. The Jiao snake said sullenly, he is right. However, you are currently poor. It is fine for you to join this pirate alliance. It will not prevent you from joining other sects in the future. Being a pirate is a free profession in the first place. A thought occurred to Xiaoqun. I will be protected by the pirate alliance? You are overthinking this. Look at that man. He is so cowardly. If he really has the pirate alliance's protection, how could he be so cowardly? However, there are still some other benefits. For example, some profound tools, secret manuals, and natural treasures of unknown origins can be sold quickly in the black market that the pirate alliance controls. The black market that they control is also one of the largest in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Given this, there was nothing wrong with joining this pirate alliance. Right now, he did not have any status. It would be fine to use the identity of a pirate to cover it up. Big brother, the moment I saw you, I knew you had the potential to be a pirate. You will definitely have a great future if you join the pirate alliance. I already took the initiative to remove my name from this contract. Big brother, just leave your name. The black-clad man praised sincerely when he thought about how Xiaoqun dismantled the ship with his bare hands. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqun finally made his choice. He needed to rush to Purple Sun City as soon as possible. At the same time, he also needed an identity to deceive others. The moment Xiaoqun signed the contract, in the boundless starry sky, separated by thousands of great worlds, the primordial world, the most mysterious son of an era, you have finally appeared. A mysterious voice echoed in the gloomy black godly mountain. Countless black lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Amidst the solemn and dignified atmosphere, there was a sinister aura. Each lotus had a vertical eye on it, emitting layers of Buddhist light. Immediately after, a gigantic Buddha statue appeared behind the owner of the voice. However, this Buddha statue was completely black. Amidst the solemn appearance, the eyes that looked at the people of the world were cold, without any warmth. A ball of black light burst forth from the ancestral Buddha statue and radiated outwards. The might of the Buddha filled the air, reaching its limit and burning into black flames. All the vertical eyes gathered together, forming a huge divine eye. Its gaze enveloped the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then, it spread out towards the boundless starry sky. At that moment, everything in the great world where the black mountain range was fell silent, as if plunged into eternal darkness. At the same time, a small number of cloud sea powerhouses in the starry domains near the Purple Sun region vaguely caught some traces in the air. Inside the Black Mountain Range, an ancient Buddhist temple stood on every mountain range. Believers prostrated themselves on the ground along the mountain paths. Before this mysterious phenomenon, they prayed piously, not daring to show any disrespect. The sect venerate commands to summon the 4 protectors and 72 arhats. Within the dark and cold mountain range, a Buddhist voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. That voice reached the depths of every believer's soul, making them tremble. Right after the sect venerate spoke, the black flames burning in the skies suddenly extinguished, looking like resplendent fireworks that vanished in an instant. The boundless Buddhist might vanished. Black Lotus Secret Seal, Thousand Eyes Divine Eye. Master was injured by the Thundersound Temple's abbot 1,000 years ago and has been recuperating. Why did he spend so much effort to execute this supreme mystic ability this time? On a lone peak in the Black Mountain Range stood a handsome monk with a peaceful expression on his face. This monk wore white monk robes and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he muttered to himself. No one knew how this white-clad monk stood up. Suddenly, this white-clad monk appeared in a cultured and elegant manner on the main peak of the Black Mountain Range. His aura was peaceful and serene, cultured and elegant, simple and serene. This was a stark contrast to this mountain range shrouded in darkness all year round. Holding the Buddhist prayer beads in his right hand, the white-clad monk walked in step by step. At the end of the mountain path was an ancient Buddhist temple. Black statues lined both sides of the road in front of the temple as the white-clad monk walked over. 72 arhats wearing black kasayas stood on both sides of the temple with cold expressions. The white-clad monk knew that these 72 black-clad arhats were all major primal core realm cultivators. Furthermore, They were the cream of the crop among major primal core realm cultivators. Regular major primal core realm cultivators were not strong enough before them. Aside from these, there were 4 protectors in gorgeous clothes holding Buddhist staffs. These 4 protectors were even stronger, having already broken through the primal core realm to the cloud sea realm. They were super experts who could cultivate soul energy. Even in the core of the Great Thousand Realms, they could be considered experts. In the Grave Sea Cluster, where the Purple Sun region was, they could be considered peak experts. Wherever they went, they would be overlord-level existences. Holy Sun Mingxian. Upon seeing this white-clad monk, the 4 protectors bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. After the 4 protectors bowed, the 72 arhats bowed in unison. Come in then. The doors to the temple opened with a buzz. A Buddha statue stood on the countless steps in front of the temple. A weak-looking old man sat on a black lotus platform below the Buddha statue with his eyes closed. This old man was the Black Lotus Church's church master. He was the mastermind behind the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, someone that Xiaochen had to kill. Greetings, master. Greetings, Black Lotus Church's church ancestor. In the dark hall, everyone respectfully bowed to the Black Lotus Church's church master. The lotus platform slowly rose, and the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at everyone below. Buddhist light flickered in his eyes. It was as if he could destroy everyone present with just a glance. Sect ancestor, you spent so much effort to cast the Black Lotus mystic seal. Did you gather all of us here to discuss something important? Are we going to destroy a rank 3 sect and recruit more believers? With all the experts present together, they could easily annihilate a huge 3rd-grade sect. I want you to personally find a person and bring him back to me. The Black Lotus Church's church master said slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Everyone revealed flabbergasted expressions. They were slightly surprised and their expressions were strange. For the sake of finding one person, they gathered nearly all the peak experts of the Black Lotus Church. Where did this person come from? The person I'm looking for is the reincarnation of the strongest expert of the Immortal epic. He possesses limitless potential. I need this person very much. The Black Lotus Church also needs this person. You have to find him for me. Do not be careless. The Black Lotus Church's church master's gaze sank, making everyone's hearts tremble as they felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. Did you hear me? Yes, we did. Sensing the gravity of the Black Lotus Church's church master's words, no one dared to show any dissatisfied expression. Where is this person? The Black Lotus Church's church master remained silent for a long time before replying. He is in the Grave Sea Cluster. The 4 protectors, the group of arhats, and the Holy Sun Mingxian were all stupefied. The Grave Sea Cluster was astonishingly vast. The entire Grave Sea Cluster had hundreds of starfields similar to the Purple Sun region. If one searched every starfield, one would not be able to find it all even after several decades. Search the starfields near the Purple Sun region. I planted the Black Lotus mark on this person. As long as you get within a certain range of him, you will be able to sense it. The Black Lotus Church's church master felt somewhat tired. Even after executing the magic skill of the Thousand Eyes magic skill, he could not pinpoint Xiaochen, only a rough area. The Black Lotus Church's church master thought that Xiaochen definitely had a treasure that could cover up the Black Lotus mark. Left with no choice, the Black Lotus Church's church master could only get the 4 protectors, the 72 arhats, and his proud disciples to go out and search. After the Black Lotus Church's church master carefully explained, these arhats and protectors understood. This way, they could determine the general direction. Furthermore, this person had the Black Lotus mark on him, which greatly reduced the difficulty. That will be all then. Make your preparations and depart the day after tomorrow. Holy Sun Mingxian, you can stay behind. The others can leave. After everyone left, the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at the Holy Sun Mingxian and said seriously, "You must find it strange why I went to such great lengths to find such a person, right?" Mingxian nodded and said, "Disciple does not understand. However, Master's decision definitely has its reasons." The Black Lotus Church's church master looked at Mingxian, his eyes filled with anticipation. I'll tell you this. He has the demonic bone relic of my Black Lotus Church's founding ancestor. In his previous life, he used this demonic bone relic to successfully reincarnate. Do you understand now? The Holy Sun Ming Xian's expression changed drastically. Clearly, these words shocked him. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely bring this person to master. Chapter 1582. The speed of the pirate ship had indeed increased significantly. Most importantly, there were sufficient crew members to operate the ship. This allowed the energy released by the formation to be fully utilized. In addition, the black-robed man was an experienced captain, so he was naturally much faster than the original ship. Xiao Chen's life didn't change much. With the help of the mysterious Yin grass, he quickly refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Now, his strength was improving every day. The effect of the mysterious Yin grass was amazing. At the very least, it sped up Xiao Chen's refinement of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy by more than 3 times. Now, he might not even need a month. As a result, Xiao Chen had no choice but to start thinking about the Yang baleful qi in advance. After refining 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, one had to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy as well. However, a fortuitous encounter like the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was hard to come by in 1,000 years. It required too many coincidences. For this reason, Xiao Chen had no choice but to discuss it with the Jiao snake. After learning about Xiao Chen's purpose for coming, the Jiao snake said, 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. You had better not think about that. Being able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is already a great fortuitous encounter. Everything in the world was predetermined, and everything had its own conclusions. It's impossible for you to encounter another 10,000-year-old baleful Yang. Xiao Chen nodded. I feel that it is impossible too. Being able to obtain the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is luck and Senior Jiao Snake's help. It was a coincidence that I encountered the 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. It was even more of a coincidence that I met you. The Jiao snake paused for a moment before saying, however, the cultivation of cultivators cannot always rely on coincidences. You were right to make plans for this matter. Xiao Chen looked at the Jiao snake and said, given Senior Jiao Snake's experience, do you have any suggestions? The best way is naturally to join a sect. The outstanding talents of those sects will not worry about the baleful Yin and baleful Yang. The sect's old monsters will be running around looking for them. You can't compete in this, so you can only rely on external help. Senior, please elaborate. The Jiao snake sighed and said in a deep voice, if it were an ordinary person, this matter would be very easy to resolve. However, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy you absorbed must have a corresponding grade of baleful Yang energy. Lowering the standard is a little troublesome. However, I remember that Pan Huang obtained an alchemic recipe in the past. It recorded a method that could condense baleful Yang energy. Then, with the corresponding spirit herbs, one could refine the heavenly Yang pill. Sky Yang pill? Xiao Chen was confused. What did this pill have to do with the baleful Yang energy that he wanted to absorb? The Jiao snake explained, this heavenly Yang pill can condense 100 strands of baleful Yin Yang. Think about it. If 100,000-year-old strands of baleful Yin Yang condense all their essence, would it be any weaker than 10,000-year-old baleful Yin Yang? Xiao Chen thought about it carefully and was shocked. Is there really such a pill? If that's true, then wouldn't the disciples of large sects be able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy at the perfected being realm? How strong would the sects be when they grow up? Xiao Chen had personally experienced the immense energy contained in 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. If everyone in a sect could build such a strong foundation at the perfected being realm, it would be unimaginably terrifying. The Jiao snake shook its head and said, you are overthinking. Firstly, 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy are already very difficult to find. It is impossible for a sect to prepare one for every disciple. Secondly, not everyone can absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. After all, some cultivators cannot even refine 2,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. That seems to make sense. There is still the most important point. What? Senior, you don't remember the alchemic recipe? I remember the alchemic recipe. A snake's memory is the best. You cannot compare to me in this aspect. Most importantly, the alchemist who created this alchemic recipe did not create the heavenly yin pill. Hence, many disciples who absorbed the heavenly yang pill exploded and died when they advanced to the primal core realm. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression change slightly, the Jiao snake continued. After that, this alchemic recipe became a forbidden medicine and was sealed away. Now, it should be completely lost. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Senior, please give me the alchemic recipe first. I'll make a decision after that. All right. Think about it carefully. This is the final step. If you really cannot do it, you can only force a portion of the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy out of your body. At that time, you will have a better choice. After obtaining the alchemic recipe, Xiao Chen walked out with a somewhat sullen expression. Captain, we are almost at the Purple Sun Great Realm. The moment Xiao Chen left the ship's hold, he ran into an excited black-clad man on the deck. Oh, I'll go and take a look. When Xiao Chen arrived at the bow of the ship, he looked out into the starry heavens ahead. There was a purple star that stood out from the other stars, giving off a strange light. With one glance, one could tell the difference in the vast starry heavens. That was the Purple Sun Great Realm. The current Great Realms were formed from the fragments of the Great Desolate Continent. Compared to stars, there was a unique field that existed in the Great Desolate Aeon, suitable for the reproduction of life and the birth of civilization. No matter how big a star was, without a field, there could not be a civilization. Only terrifying astral beasts could survive on it. Captain, we are about to pass through the field. The field of this Purple Sun Great Realm is rather strong. However, it is clearly not a problem for Captain. There was no need for the black-clad man to say anything. Xiao Chen could already feel it. As Xiao Chen's physical body passed through the field, the scene before him magnified continuously. It was like a sesame-sized painting magnified 1,000 times before his eyes. This was the first time Xiao Chen passed through such a field. It felt rather novel. At the same time, he also felt that the field that the black-clad man mentioned was rather strong. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to pass through it. After Xiao Chen passed through the field, the scene before him suddenly opened up. The air was fresh, much better than in the starry heavens. When Xiao Chen looked around, this Purple Sun Great Realm was a boundless continent. Most of the place was desolate and uninhabited. Only a city stood in the center of the continent. That should be Purple Sun City. Even from several million kilometers away, one could still clearly see the city's silhouette. One could easily imagine how grand and majestic the city was. Above his head was a patch of purple sky that seemed to never disperse, as if it would forever be squeezed together. Captain, let's go to the Pirate Alliance first. After traveling in the starry heavens for so long, this pirate ship needs to be tidied up, the black-clad man suggested excitedly to Xiao Chen. Get your subordinates to leave. Accompany me to another place. When the black-clad man heard that, he immediately became somewhat dispirited. What happened next made the black-clad man even more depressed. Xiao Chen got off the ship and summoned a black chariot. To think that Xiao Chen wanted the black-clad man to be the coachman. But brother, look, I am a minor primal core realm expert, after all. Isn't it a little too? The black-clad man looked bleak as he looked at Xiao Chen, not willing to do this. Xiao Chen thought for a while and felt that this was fine. He took the reins and said, I'll do it, then. You are responsible for showing me the way and helping me find a larger tavern. Alright, that's a good idea. Xiao Suo laughed loudly. However, he immediately felt a chill run through his body, scaring him into trembling. He quickly said, Let me do it. How can I let Big Brother do such menial work for me? That Jiao snake is still around. Senior Jiao snake, there is no need to scare him like that. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that it was the Jiao snake's doing. It's fine. I can tell that this person is a talent. I'll help you tame him during this period so that you can use him in the future. That's right. With a helper, it would be much easier to handle many miscellaneous matters. With this thought, Xiaochen ignored the Jiao snake's actions and entered the cycle war chariot. Fei was doing her best to take care of Luo Nan. However, Luo Nan's complexion clearly weakened. That was the effect of the blood cloud pill. As time went by, its effects weakened. Seeing Xiaochen enter, Fei immediately said, "Big brother Xiaochen, you are here." Xiaochen nodded casually. Then he looked at Luo Nan and asked, "How is he?" The worry on Fei's face did not fade away. She said softly, "Senior brother's mental state has been deteriorating over the past few days. He seems a little afraid." Luo Nan revealed a smile as he held Fei's hand. Then he consoled, "Junior sister, I am already very satisfied with being able to live until now. These days have been the happiest days of my life." Then Luo Nan turned his head and looked at Xiaochen. "Brother Xiaochen, I'm sorry. I really misunderstood you in the past. I am already very grateful to you for doing so much for me. I feel that I do not have much time left. Brother Xiaochen, please don't waste any more resources and time on me." Xiaochen smiled and said, "Don't overthink. Just because Fei calls me big brother, I should help you to the end. Furthermore, without you protecting me, I would not have been able to absorb the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Since you are already in Purple Sun City, don't overthink and rest well." Chapter 1583. Purple Sun City was the only large city in the Purple Sun Great Realm. It had millions of years of history, an extremely long history. The vast and majestic ancient city had experienced the baptism of countless years, but it still retained its ancient charm, extolling the ancient legends. On top of the city gate, there was an incomparably beautiful beast carved on top of the purple clouds. That was the legendary divine beast Golden Crow that was born from flames. When its wings unfolded, every single feather was glistening with a brilliant golden radiance. It was filled with an ancient aura. Long ago, it was said that this Purple Sun Great Realm was a stronghold of the Golden Crow race. Purple Sun City was built on the Golden Crow race remnant. Although the pure-blooded Golden Crows were extinct and the descendants of the Golden Crows were long gone. However, the native cultivators still worshipped the divine bird that was born in the flames. This was evident from the various symbols on Purple Sun City. Purple Sun City sat in the center of this continent, surrounded by boundless deserts with surging yellow sand. However, none of this affected the prosperity of the city in the slightest. This was because it was the center of the entire Purple Sun region. Countless people from the thousands of great realms of the Purple Sun region would come here every day. Most of the businesses in this city were trading. There were very few native cultivators in the Purple Sun Great Realm. Rumor had it that a rank 3 sect had existed here a long time ago. But later on, for some reason, it declined. It was attacked by everyone and destroyed in the tides of history. This made Purple Sun City a neutral city. Right now, only a few strong rank 2 sects had taken root in the vicinity of Purple Sun City, forming an equal footing. Most of the cultivators who came here were looking for something they fancied or to sell their treasures. This city was also the largest city in the entire Purple Sun region. The martial artists who came here were at least at the perfected being realm. From time to time, one could see primordial core realm supremacies. The city's environment was complicated, and there were people from all walks of life. Sometimes, a random person might be a peak major primal core expert. It would not be strange at all. At this moment, amidst the rolling yellow sands, a black horse carriage was galloping on the main road, leaving behind a trail of dust. Inside the carriage was naturally Xiaochen and the other two. Warships like pirate ships had special docking points in Purple Sun City. They had already parted ways with Xiaochen's group. There are so many experts. Xiaochen had already walked out and sat beside Xiao Suo, observing the surroundings. Earlier, the two mutated beasts that brushed past Xiaochen were both minor primal core cultivators. In the other great realms, it was not easy to see a primal core cultivator. Becoming a perfected master was already an expert. After advancing to the primal core realm, one would be a venerate, respected wherever they went. However, the rules in Purple Sun City were clearly going to change. Just as the cycle war chariot was about to enter the city gates, Two figures descended from the sky and blocked the chariot. Xiao Suo pulled the reins fiercely, his face filled with anger. Sizing up the two people in front of him, they were two middle-aged men. One of them had a thick killing intent on his face, while the other had an evil smile on his face. Clearly, he was up to no good. Big brother, the vicinity of Purple Sun City has always been very chaotic. There are often blind people looking for pushovers to collect tolls. Xiao Chen found this strange. These two people are only half-step primal core cultivators, yet they dare to target you? How would I know? There are always people who do not care about their lives in this day and age. The black-clad man, Xiao Suo, expressed his confusion. Xiao Chen sized up the black-clad man and somewhat understood. Xiao Suo was covered in dust along the way, and he withdrew his aura. It looked like he had completely integrated into the role of a coachman. The former pirate leader had turned into a coachman and was directly ignored by others. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's cycle war chariot did not have any insignia, even looking somewhat crude. Hence, he was treated as a pushover. In reality, that was indeed the case. The taller and skinnier of the two men blocking the chariot looked at Xiao Chen and said, "How many people are in the chariot?" "Everyone has to hand over 100 spirit jades. Otherwise, you can forget about entering Purple Sun City alive." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "This Purple Sun City is an ownerless city, a neutral land where people can come and go as they please. Since when do we need to pay spirit jades? Why all the nonsense? Are you going to hand it over or not? Just say the word." The person who spoke looked at Xiao Chen with displeasure on his face, showing no patience at all. "Not handing it over," Xiao Chen replied decisively. "Are you sure?" The taller, skinnier man smiled coldly. Purple Sun City was a chaotic place with many experts. However, not all of them were experts. Every day, there would be veritable personages like Xiao Chen passing through the field and entering the Purple Sun Great Realm, the targets of their plunder. Those who could come to Purple Sun City were either here to buy treasures or to sell them. These people all had some wealth. If this was not good, they would just kill them and snatch them. You'd best consider it. 100 spirit jades for a life. This is an easy debt to settle, the azure-clad man surging with killing chi at the side said coldly. "Consider it my ass. To think that you are trying to rob me, your grandfather." Neil. During this period, Xiao Suo had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he was forced to be a coachman, he felt extremely upset. Now that someone blocked his way and tried to rob him, he completely erupted. Xiao Suo grasped the horsewhip and suddenly stood up. The aura of a primal core realm expert burst out. The two middle-aged men who tried to rob him were instantly frightened to death. They had not expected this unremarkable coachman, who was covered in dust, to be a minor primal core realm expert. Trying to run? It's too late. Xiao Suo smiled coldly and swung his whip. The two half-step primal core realm cultivators got chopped in half at the waist. They were not even on the same level. Xiao Suo leaped off the chariot and searched the corpses. Then he removed the spatial rings of the two before walking back happily. "It's an old habit. I can't change it. Big brother, sorry for the embarrassment. Let's go." After killing the two, Xiao Suo was in a good mood. He drove the cycle war chariot straight into Purple Sun City. Only then did the onlookers startle to their senses, exclaiming softly, "What a mysterious chariot! There is no sect symbol on it, but the coachman is actually a primal core venerate. What is the background of that white-clad youth? This is really grand. Even a rank 2 sect disciple would not receive such treatment." That is right. Even in a rank 2 sect, a primal core realm expert is a martial uncle. How could he be a coachman for a disciple? That might not be the case. If it were the top disciple of a rank 2 sect, he would definitely receive such treatment. Could this white-clad person be the top disciple of a sect? However, he does not look like it. Although the black-clothed man had killed two people with one whip strike, everyone's focus was on Xiao Chen. Clearly, a coachman was already so strong. The identity of the white-clad person had to be even more incredible. Could that white-clad person be the Ice Snow Sword? A few figures below the city gates, two men and one woman, watched as the cycle war chariot entered the city gates. The one who spoke was the woman among them. The three of them had arrived long ago. However, they happened to see the earlier scene, so they stopped to watch the commotion. Who could have imagined that they would see such a shocking scene? That should not be the case. Although the Ice Snow Sword is also dressed in white, he has always been a loner. He is very proud and arrogant. He does not even think highly of his fellow sect members of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is about to begin. The elite disciples of the Rank 2 sects near Purple Sun City will definitely come to join in the excitement. This person might be a descendant of one of the elders of one of the sections. Unable to figure out Xiao Chen's identity, the three paused for a while before following the crowd into Purple Sun City. Chapter 1584. Most of the sects in the Purple Sun region were Rank 1 sects like the Tianyi sect. Only a few of the stronger sects had Cloud Sea cultivators. As for the weaker sects, they did not have Cloud Sea cultivators. Rank 2 sects needed at least 2 early-stage Cloud Sea cultivators. Otherwise, the reputation of the sect would be in danger of falling off at any time. There was a total of 3 Rank 2 sects in the Purple Sun region. They were rooted in the vicinity of Purple Sun City. Of course, that was only in relative terms. They were still rather far away. The 3 Rank 2 sects were like the overlords of the Purple Sun region. Only they were qualified to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm. If the other sects wanted to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm, they needed the strength of a Rank 2 sect. Otherwise, their sect could be destroyed at any time. Setting up a sect around Purple Sun City would bring huge benefits. Xiao Chun could not just casually give them away. Of course, in the vicinity of the city, there were still a lot of small forces that didn't make much of a difference. Due to the large number of these factions, the strength of each faction was different. There were all sorts of people. The 3 Rank 2 sects could not be bothered with them, nor did they have the energy to do so. This was because it would not affect their fundamental benefits. The Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, was the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, one of the 3 Rank 2 sections. Although he was not the top true inheritor, he had become famous in the past few years, rising extremely quickly in the entire Purple Sun region. Luo Feng's sword had reached perfection. According to rumor, he had killed many early-stage minor primal core older generation cultivators while he was only a half-step primal core cultivator. Now that he had advanced to the minor primal core realm, he was only 1 step away. His strength was probably even more incredible. Furthermore, Luo Feng was vicious and ruthless. He was a loner and had a prideful nature. Furthermore, he comprehended a sword's soul half a year ago. His reputation caught up to that of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's top disciple. Luo Feng always wore white and gave off an extraordinary air. Hence, people misunderstood Xiao Chen as the Ice Snow Sword. Aside from the Ice Snow Sword, the other 2 Rank 2 sects, the Burning Moon sect and the Wind Chasing sect, also had 2 new talents who were as famous as the Ice Snow Sword. However, these 2 were not as unique as Luo Feng. They did not obtain the Ice Snow Sword's code name like Luo Feng. From a certain point of view, being able to obtain this code name was an acknowledgement of Luo Feng's strength. The largest restaurant in Purple Sun City was Leisure Cloud Restaurant. Most of the cultivators who came to Purple Sun City would come here for a drink. Most importantly, this place had a lot of people. Not only could one obtain the latest and fastest news, but there were also many scattered martial artists setting up stalls on the 3rd floor. It could be considered a relatively famous market. Many people, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, would go up and take a stroll. At this moment, a white figure slowly walked in on the floor paved with top-notch nanmo. The noisy restaurant instantly quieted down. It was as if even the air had become much colder. So cold. What a sharp sword intent. Many people focused their gazes on the entrance of the restaurant. They saw a black-haired man dressed in white walking in unhurriedly with a sword in his hand. This person did not have much of an aura of nobility on him, he was just ordinary. His temperament seemed to be somewhat similar to that of Xiao Chun. The only difference was that this person did not withdraw his sword intent. The ancient sword that this person held in his left hand also gave off the feeling that it would be unsheathed at any moment. After such a person entered, the hall and the second floor of the restaurant fell silent. There was no reason for this other than the frightening sword intent that this person gave off. When this person looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a cold and aloof sword stuck in the vast white snow. The white-clad youth casually swept his gaze around the restaurant. Immediately, everyone that he looked at felt like a sword's edge flashed before their eyes. The people that he looked at quickly lowered their heads, avoiding this sharp gaze. Suddenly, the white-robed young man stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed on another young man who was also dressed in white. This person did not avoid the white-clad youth's gaze. After taking a glance, he casually picked up a wine cup and started drinking. Bladesman? Swordsman? The white-clad swordsman could only vaguely feel the sharpness of the other party. However, he could not confirm the other party's identity. After a while, the white-clad swordsman's lips curled up in a mocking smile. What a coward! To think that he does not even have the courage to compete with me. Shaking his head, the white-clad swordsman found a place to sit. The oppressive atmosphere of the restaurant calmed down. Xiao, do you know this person? Naturally, the one that the white-clad swordsman noticed was Xiao Chen. After the group passed the city gates, they headed straight for Idle Cloud Restaurant. They had not eaten a good meal in a long time. Naturally, they had to eat and drink their fill, enjoy themselves and rest. Xiao put down his wine cup and said, "He should be the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng. He is a disciple of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 2 sect. I heard that he is very strong. Of course, he is nothing compared to Big Brother." Xiao Feng habitually praised Xiao Chen at the end of his sentence. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. This Ice Snow Sword was indeed very strong. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were no cultivation bottlenecks like in the Kunlun realm. Everyone focused on raising their cultivation. Those who could comprehend a sword's soul and a domain could be considered very talented. This person's sword intent already condensed a soul. Furthermore, it reached a 60% comprehended sword soul, which was pretty good. However, it was just SOS. Compared to a swordsman like Chu Chaoyun, who comprehended the sword Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Feng could not compare. Of course, with Chu Chaoyun's current cultivation, he definitely could not compare to the other party. If not for Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter, refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it would be hard to say who would win if the two fought. However, as time went by, Xiao Chen believed that Chu Chaoyun would continuously grow. In this Great Thousand Realms, the other party would be like a fish in water, improving at a startling rate. Interesting. You are just a carriage driver, and you actually dare to evaluate our Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Ice Snow Sword. Are you tired of living? Just at this moment, a voice came from a neighboring table. That voice looked mockingly at the travel-worn, crudely dressed Xiao. There were 2 men and 2 women at that table. The one who spoke was an alluring woman. As she looked at Xiao Chen and Xiao, she smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can compare to the Ice Snow Sword just by wearing white clothes? Where did this country bumpkin come from? How ignorant." Although our second senior brother is not the top disciple of the sect, when considering the entire Purple Sun region, his talent in the Sword Dao is definitely among the best. His talent in swordsmanship can definitely be considered one of the best. Who do you think you are? It's fine if you're ugly, but are your eyes growing on your butt? As Xiao Chen held up his wine cup, he did his best not to laugh. This Xiao was really unlucky. When Xiao entered the city, he was robbed. When he entered a restaurant to eat, he casually said something and got scolded by a young lady. This alluring woman clearly worshipped the Ice Snow Sword in the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and could not tolerate any dust on it. Ignore her. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and said indifferently. Xiao had no choice but to sit back down and drink his wine. However, Xiao could not suppress the rage in his heart. He crushed the wine cup in his hand. He was an astral sea pirate with a fiery temper. Even Xiao Chen did not submit to him. If the Jiao snake had intimidated him, he would not have listened to Xiao Chen at all. Normally, Xiao would have drawn his saber and chopped someone down. As Xiao raged, the strong aura of a primal core cultivator spread out, startling the 4 people at the neighboring table. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of sword light flashed like an aurora, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiaosuo stretched out his hand and caught this flash of sword light. The sword light contained a cup of wine. The people in the restaurant immediately exclaimed. It was the ice snow sword. He made a move. What a fast sword light. It truly lived up to being the ice snow sword. Most of the people in the restaurant did not see how the ice snow sword made his move. This is my junior sister. I spoke rudely, so I'll treat you to a cup of wine as an apology. I'll punish myself with a cup first. After draining the wine, the ice snow sword stood up and looked at Xiaosuo. Then he said, however, the ice snow sword, am not someone that just anyone can talk about. Although you are a minor primal core venerate, you are not qualified. How arrogant! Exclamations came from the restaurant. Unexpectedly, this ice snow sword really dared to challenge a minor primal core venerate. It looked like the rumor of the ice snow sword killing a minor primal core venerate was true. After I drink this cup of wine, I'll take it as nothing happened, the ice snow sword said, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiaosuo. The four people seated next to him, who were initially frightened, immediately regained their courage. This was especially so for that alluring woman. As she looked at the ice snow sword, her eyes sparkled. The ice snow mountain manor, the ice snow sword. Xiao Chen muttered this name in his heart. Then he completely forgot about it. He had seen many of such people. They were arrogant, and thought highly of themselves. They were extremely arrogant. However, the entire Purple Sun region was just an average-sized astral region in the Grave Sea Cluster. The Grave Sea Cluster could not be considered the core of the entire Great Thousand Realms. Where did this arrogance come from, to be so arrogant? Although Xiao Chen was not as old as Xiaosuo, his mental state was much higher than that of this group of people. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this ice snow sword was just a dancing clown. He did not even need to remember his name. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, not changing at all. Then he said indifferently, "Drink, then." Xiaosuo revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. However, since Xiao Chen said so, he still drank all the wine in his cup. Chapter 1585. Xiao Chen knew that right now, his main goal was to save Luonan. Don't let me catch a chance. Let's see if you can still smile when the time comes. The blade was extremely sharp. In Xiao Chen's opinion, it was a pretty good sword. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. Unexpectedly, the other party could tell that this was the Heavenly Yang Pill's alchemic recipe. Most of the profound tools sold in this market were inferior grade or medial grade. Superior grade profound tools were rare. As for peak treasure tools like the Blue Dragon Divine Wings, there were practically none. It's fine. Just stroll around. Just let me know if there is anything you like. The stall owner seemed to fear that Xiao Chen would go back on his word. He quickly took the spirit jades from Xiao Chen and carefully put them away. Then, he quickly delivered the sword to Fei. In the Kunlun realm, the lunar shadow saber was a transcendent divine weapon. In this world, it was also a peak superior grade profound tool, not yet a treasure tool. Alright, let me take a look. The sword in Fei's hand was only an inferior grade profound tool. She had wanted to change it long ago. However, treasure tools were already extremely rare and expensive. Even a major primal core venerate might not be able to purchase a treasure tool to their liking. Luonan did not want Xiao Chen to spend money, so he only took a quick look and did not express his opinion. On the other hand, Fei was in high spirits. She wanted to buy a sword, a medial grade profound tool. I'll help you then. The ice snow sword Lu Mu smiled coldly and ignored Xiao Chen's group. So what if he is a minor primal core venerate? Before senior brother Luo Feng, he still has to be obedient. After being stunned for a while, Lu Mu said, "This young master is really generous." As Xiao Chen received the invitation, a melancholic voice rang out in his ears. Xiao Chen had not noticed it earlier. Now that he carefully sized up this old man, he discovered that this old man looked ordinary on the surface. However, his eyes were spirited, and a clump of flames blazed in the depths of his eyes. The onlookers in the restaurant were all shocked. To think that the ice snow sword Luo Feng's aura could suppress a minor primal core cultivator. The aged old man, the handsome and elegant young master, the charming and alluring young woman, the pure and cute young girl, and the sloppy old man. At least you are sensible. In the future, remember not to casually mention my name, Luo Feng, in Purple Sun City. Otherwise, even if you're a small origin core realm expert, I'll still teach you a lesson. The Jiao snake hidden in the immortal spirit ring nodded to itself. Such a mental state is truly rare. Above profound-level weapons, there were treasured weapons. At this moment, Xiao Chen was in a great mood. He had suddenly turned from a poor man to a rich man. How could he not be happy? The enchanting young lady glanced at Xiao Suo with a pleased expression as she spoke in an incomparably ear-piercing voice. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "It looks like you only have this much confidence. If we really fight, you are definitely not a match for me." There was no need to even mention medial-grade spirit jades. Most of the time, people would carry a few on them at all times, using them for emergencies. The stall was set up very casually. At this moment, she was standing in front of a stall, playing with a blood-red longsword. This was a fire-attributed longsword, a medial-grade profound tool. Not only did it look exquisite, but one medial-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade spirit jades. However, no one would trade for such a thing. The old man at the stall received the list with a smile. Then he casually read, fish yang grass, white flame flower, fire cloud fruit, dragon transformation night. These are all extremely strong yang attributed herbs. This fellow, seeing Xiao Chen so calm made the ice snow sword feel very upset for some reason. It was like the other party did not care about him at all. The might of a treasure tool was extremely horrifying. Even major primal core cultivators could not completely control it. As Xiao Chen spoke calmly, Xiao Suo had no choice but to swallow his anger, drinking cup after cup to drown his sorrows. Luo Nan and Fei showed shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen easily took out 200 medial-grade spirit jades. This somewhat startled Xiao Chen. The value of spirit jades seemed somewhat low. After Fei explained, she asked, "Big brother Xiao Chen, did you get it wrong?" Fei quickly said, "Senior brother, I will take care of you for life." Luo Nan forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak and do not have much strength. I'm afraid that even if I treat you, you will only be a cripple in the future. Cut the crap. Eat and drink." After haggling for a while, Fei bought the sword for 20,000 spirit jades. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Did you hear that? With such a junior sister, why are you sighing? Be happier. Come, let's go to the third floor. I remember that you use swords, right? I'll get you a good sword. When you recover, you can use it." "Big brother, I have never felt so vexed before. This fellow is too cocky. No matter how powerful he is, if I really fight him, I will have a 50-50 chance of winning." When one drained their veritable essence energy during a big battle, they could quickly recover most of their veritable essence energy by absorbing a medial-grade spirit jade. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and casually dealt with this sharpness. Then he casually turned his head and drained the wine in his cup. At the stall, Xiao Chen saw many cultivators selling profound tools, all sorts of weapons. Xiao Chen took out his spirit jades and handed them to the other party. How can I accept this?" After 3 rounds of wine, Xiao Chen paid the bill. Then he looked at Luo Nan and asked, "How is your body?" The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he saw the spirit jades that Xiao Chen handed over, his eyes immediately lit up with a fervent light. Medial-grade spirit jades. Given this, although Xiao Chen's blue dragon divine wings were replicas, they were indeed rather precious. When the 4 people at the neighboring table saw Xiao Suo drink that cup of wine under the pressure of the ice snow sword, Luo Feng, they immediately rejoiced. Back in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chen already knew that the secret treasures of the Great Thousand Realms were known as profound tools. The group went straight to the 3rd floor. As for superior-grade spirit jades, they were priceless treasures in the first place. They could only be exchanged for with treasures of equal value. This was not a matter of bravado. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. How can I take back something that I gave away? Senior, there is no need to mind it." When Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the ice snow sword, he happened to meet the other party's gaze. The other party's gaze was as sharp as a knife, radiating boundless pressure. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. When he looked at the old man again, his expression changed slightly. "Old sir, please take a look at this list. Is there any way to help me obtain the herbs in it?" This old man was either an extremely skilled refiner or a strong alchemist. Xiao Suo said in a low voice, feeling aggrieved. Of course, Xiao Chen could still sense it from his lunar shadow saber. "Did I get it wrong? More than 200. Young man, this old man is sorry for taking advantage of you. Here is a VIP invitation from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. If you go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion tonight, not only can you use this VIP invitation to enter the VIP rooms, but you can also get a 10% discount on the auction items." The ice snow sword said coldly in his heart, "Oh no, I still lack some spirit jades." Fei counted in her spatial ring and discovered that she was still short a few hundred spirit jades. As the old man continued looking, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Xiao Chen gravely and asked, "Are you still short 100 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful yang qi? 50-50? With 2 million spirit jades, wouldn't that mean that he could only buy 200 medial-grade profound weapons and only a few dozen superior-grade profound weapons? In that case, he would really be a poor man." However, he had already gained the upper hand in the earlier scene. There was no reason or opportunity for him to get angry. The third floor of Idle Cloud Restaurant was very noisy with people coming and going. There were all sorts of people on the third floor. Ordinary spirit jades were already extremely difficult to produce, be it for cultivation, setting up formations, refining medicinal pills, or refining profound weapons. Spirit jades were extremely valuable and could be used to lay formations, refine medicinal pills, or refine treasures. The matter of the ice snow sword did not affect Xiao Chen's mood at all, nor did it destroy his mental state. The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he heard Xiao Chen's question, he asked, "Young man, you really got it wrong. In that case, can this old man use something else to exchange for your medial-grade spirit jades?" "Big brother, this old man is not simple. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction tonight is an annual large-scale auction. The entire city will be watching, and it will be hard to get a ticket. What more a VIP invitation? Even someone like the Ice Snow Sword might not be able to get one. How much do you lack?" No wonder the Blue Dragon Palace's old dragon horse said that although there were not many spirit jades, their quality was rather high. With a thought, Xiao Chen took out a list of ingredients. There were many different herbs recorded on it. These were all supplementary herbs for refining the heavenly yang pill. They were extremely rare and hard to find. Chapter 1586. Xiao Chen composed himself. His expression did not change as he said in a deep voice, "Senior, a sage really does not reveal his true appearance. I have long heard that there are many experts in Purple Sun City. Indeed, the rumors are true." The stall owner looked a little excited and said with a smile, "An expert? Not really. May I ask if young master has the pill recipe for the Sky Yang pill?" Xiao Chen nodded. "That's right. I have the pill recipe. What advice does senior have?" "All right, as long as you lend me the pill recipe, I will help you obtain all the supplementary herbs on the list. Furthermore, I will help you find a way to purchase the 1,000-year-old baleful yang energy. I will also give you spirit jades." The white-haired old man appeared to be exceptionally excited as he anxiously said, "It was clearly wrong to be in such a hurry during a negotiation. If he exposed his bottom line too early, he would be ruthlessly slaughtered by those who were black-hearted." Looking at the white-haired old man's appearance, he did not seem to be an impatient person. It could only be said that he really wanted the Sky Yang pill's alchemic formula. Xiao Chen did not overthink. He did not let the other party's conditions get to his head. He said calmly, "I do not lack spirit jades. I can let this old man take a look at the alchemic recipe. I only ask senior to help me. If I can do it, I'm willing to give the pill formula to senior, and I'll also promise senior one condition." "What is it? Tell me." Xiao Chen pointed to Luo Nan and said, "Senior, please take the pulse of this friend of mine." Alchemists were not doctors. However, most alchemists would know some medical skills. The white-haired old man took a step forward and examined it. Then he frowned. What a vicious method. This injury should have been fatal and irreversible. However, it was forcibly suppressed by a saint pill. It should be a top-grade saint pill, the blood cloud pill. However, this medicine can only last for 7 days at most. After 7 days, your friend will? When Feier heard this, her expression immediately changed. She said hurriedly, "Senior, please save my senior brother." On the other hand, Luo Nan's expression did not change. His experiences during this period had made him very open-minded about life and death. However, his heart still ached when he saw her said. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and stopped Feier. "Let Senior finish." The white-haired old man continued, "If there is a medicinal pill that can reconstruct the dantian, the blood cloud pill's effects will be completely unleashed, and there will be no danger to your life." After letting go of Luo Nan's hand, the white-haired old man looked at Xiaochen and said, "I know what you want me to help you with. I remember that my friend has a medicinal pill recipe for reconstructing the dantian. 3 days later, we'll meet here and I'll give you what you need." The moment Xiaochen said that, everyone revealed expressions of joy. This trip to Purple Sun City was worth it. "All right, it's a deal then. 3 days later, I will hand over the pill formula for the Sky Sun pill as promised." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiaochen. Then, he said sincerely, "It has been a long time since I saw a young man as generous as you. You do not care about trifles and do not covet small benefits. What's hard is to be loyal to your friends." This old man's family name is Lu. Those who know me in the Purple Sun region will address me as Senior Lu, a dabbler in alchemy. May I know your name? If there's a chance in the future, we can chat more. By introducing himself, Senior Lu was trying to befriend Xiaochen. There was no fear of having too many friends when one was outside. Xiaochen said, "I am Xiaochen. My family name is Xiao, and my family name is Chen. If there is a chance, I will definitely chat with Senior Lu." "Ha, there will definitely be a chance. Don't waste the VIP letter I gave you." The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is considered a grand occasion. Senior Lu was in a good mood. After laughing loudly, he packed up his stall and left. After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiaochen was in a good mood. He looked at the VIP letter in his hand. He raised his head and said, "Xiao Su Ah, you know where this Purple Cloud Pavilion is, right?" "Of course, I know. After all, I have been here 3 times. Lead the way then. You did pretty well today. At that time, you can choose whatever you like. I'll bid for it for you." Without Xiao Sua's reminder, Xiaochen would not have discovered this hidden expert. Helping him bid for a treasure was worth it. "Ha, big brother, you are my biological elder brother. That's it then. Don't ever go back on your word." Xiao Suo nearly jumped up in joy, feeling incredibly excited. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction would last for 2 days. Only 20 treasures would be auctioned each day. Every item would be carefully selected and extremely valuable. Most of the people who went could only be spectators. As the guests were too wealthy, every auction item would eventually fetch a sky-high price. After Xiaochen understood this, he did not regret it. Instead, he became even more interested. Xiaochen had 2 million spirit jades on him, so he was not worried at all. If converted to inferior-grade spirit jades, that would be more than 200 million spirit jades. The old dragon horse did not say much humbly. However, Xiaochen now discovered that, at least in the Purple Sun region, he was definitely rich and overbearing. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was one of the 3 great trading grounds of Purple Sun City. It occupied several kilometers of land, looking very grand and imposing. Purple Sun City's accumulations were extremely deep. Long ago, it was the stronghold of the Golden Crow race. In terms of accumulations, this city was even deeper than any sect in the Purple Sun region. Occasionally, strange treasures would appear. No one found this strange. Most of the people who obtained a strange treasure would choose the trading pavilion to entrust it anonymously to the trading ground. Large-scale trading grounds had good reputations and were safe and reliable. They were many people's first choice. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was such a large-scale trading ground. Naturally, its annual large-scale auction was a grand event. That was why the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng was here. Soon, Xiao Suo led the way to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Suddenly, a scorching berserk aura came from behind. The cultivators in front scattered in all directions, immediately turning the place chaotic. What a tyrannical aura! It's the Burning Moon sect's strongest new talent, Yen Exin. Many startled cries came from the crowd. Many people looked behind them. They saw a group of figures walking over from there. The person leading them exuded a berserk aura from head to toe, scorching, cold, and arrogant. This was the strongest new talent of the Burning Moon sect, one of the Purple Sun Great Realm's 3 rank 2 sects, Yen Exin. Xiao Chen looked in the direction the crowd pointed. When he saw Yen Exin, he was slightly stunned. This person and the Ice Snow Sword were practically polar opposites. However, they had one thing in common. They were both extremely proud, arrogant, and conceited. Thinking about it, this had something to do with the rank 2 sects being the overlords of the Purple Sun region. These rank 2 sects were strong in the first place. Furthermore, their sects were strong. Who would dare to offend them? As Yen Exin walked over, the people at the side made way. Soon, he arrived at Xiao Chen's group. Everyone narrowed their eyes. Were these people stupid? To think that they did not make way for Yen Exin. Yen Exin frowned, and a berserk fiery aura flew towards Xiao Chen's group of 4. The air immediately turned unbearably hot. Without needing Xiao Chen to make a move, Xiao Suo spread out his aura and scattered the fiery aura. Venerate. Yen Exin entered deep thought. Then, he said coldly, just because you are a venerate, you think you can block my path? After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiao Chen no longer had any qualms. However, he did not want to cause trouble either. Xiao Chen patted Xiao Suo's shoulder and walked to the side, taking the initiative to make way. Humph! Snorting coldly, Yen Exin led his junior brothers over with large strides. The people following behind Yen Exin all showed cocky expressions. In this Purple Sun City, they, the Burning Moon sect disciples, had never feared anyone. Little girl, you look pretty good. As a disciple was about to walk past Fei, he stretched out his hand to touch her face. This startled Fei, causing her expression to change drastically. Luo Nan also felt incredibly frustrated. However, before the two could do anything, they heard a miserable shriek. Xiao Chen directly tore off the arm of the person who stretched out his hand. Then Xiao Chen casually tossed the arm into the air. Bang! It exploded into a shower of blood. With this, there was no hope of reconnecting the arm. How dare you injure my junior brother? Yen Exin turned around, enraged. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I have seen too many deaths in the past few years, so my temper has improved. However, there are some reverse scales. Once you touch them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior brother, you have to seek justice for me. For no reason or cause, you tore off one of my arms. That person with the severed arm showed a pained expression. To think that the guilty party was the first to complain. For no reason or cause. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, Are the people of the Burning Moon sect all so shameless? To think that you dare to say that I am shameless. If not for you sneak attacking me, given my strength, how could I have torn off an arm? You are clearly narrow-minded and unwilling to give way to senior brother Yen Exin, so you vented your anger on me. Are you very strong? Suddenly, Xiao Chen interrupted the other party's long speech. When the other party looked at Xiao Chen's questioning gaze, he suddenly felt fear spread through his entire body. A sharp saber intent spread out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a strong saber intent entered the other party's body. The other party trembled as he looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. You. Before the other party finished speaking, he released many saber lights from his entire body. Countless bloody holes appeared in the other party's body, and blood flowed out. Then he collapsed. The other party fell to the ground, dying with a remaining grievance. Had he known this would happen, he would not have said that Xiao Chen was not as strong as him. The The gazes of everyone in the crowd froze as they looked at Xiao Chen. How bold of him to kill a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yen Exin. How strong! To think that he killed a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yen Exin. To think that Yen Xian did not even have a chance to save the other party. If I want to hurt someone, I will never do it in secret. If I want to kill someone, I will never do it. Xiao Chen said indifferently. He did not like to waste words. Most of the time, he liked to use action to express his opinion. Chapter 1587. Xiao Chen, who did not like to speak nonsense, used his actions to prove that the other party was just trash and trash. Judging whether a person was trash or trash had nothing to do with their strength, nor did it have anything to do with their background. Instead, it was a person's character and actions, as well as their sense of shame. Not only did the person who molested Fei show no intention of apologizing, but he even tried to frame Xiao Chen. Everyone had a reverse scale. However, after touching it, one had to pay a different price. The price for touching Xiao Chen's reverse scale was death. No matter what rank 2 sect disciple you were, it would not matter if you were Yen Xian's disciple or not. Senior brother, kill him. Before the crowd, the Burning Moon sect disciples felt like they were slapped in the face. So, they egged on Yen Xian to help them regain face. Xiao Suo snorted coldly and stood beside Xiao Chen. Then, he looked at Yen Xian without fear. Yen Xian's raging heart slowly calmed down. He did not fear the minor primal core cultivator, Xiao Suo. What he could not figure out was that white-clad bladesman, who had easily killed his junior brother without even drawing his saber. If Xiao Suo delayed Yen Xian and he could not deal with Xiao Chen, their faces might be slapped even more miserably. The most important thing was that they were not in the right in this matter. They would not be able to find the Burning Moon sect to judge. They might even end up being treated as a joke, spreading it even more. Might I ask for your honored name? Yen Xian asked as he looked at Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat uncertain. Xiao Chen. The crowd burst into an uproar. Who was Xiao Chen? They had never heard of this name before. In the Purple Sun region, most of the famous outstanding talents were well known. News spread very quickly in the Great Thousand Realms. Yen Xian said coldly, "Good, very good. Today you slapped my face. In the future, I will definitely ruthlessly slap you back." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Face is something you fight for yourself, not someone else's. Be a good person and naturally, a beauty will slap your face." Stop lecturing me. Don't get cocky. As long as you don't leave Purple Sun City, take it easy. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. This Yen Xian hated Xiao Chen in his heart. However, when he analyzed the strength before him, he could not completely suppress Xiao Chen. He had no choice but to swallow his anger, feeling extremely sullen in his heart. "Let's go." He turned around and led his many confused junior brothers away, causing a wave of exclamations in the crowd. No one had expected this. The proud and willful new talents of the 3 great sects actually cowered. This was Yen Xian, one of the 3 great new talents of the Purple Sun region, on par with the Ice Snow Sword. I've never heard of this name before. However, since I've offended Yen Xian, it's better for me to leave as soon as possible. After all, the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction is about to begin. It would not be good for Yen Xian to make a move. However, Xiao Chen did not overthink. He led Xiao Suo and the other 2 into the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Inside a VIP room, Xiao Chen sat on a soft chair. The other 3 sat behind him, clearly showing who was more important. Through the glowing water screen in front, the 4 in the VIP room could see everything outside, including the situation of the auction. Just at this moment, a voluptuous purple-haired girl suddenly walked out from the front of the auction hall. She wore a long red dress that dragged on the ground. The long dress was very sexy, revealing her fair breasts and stirring up wild and fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes widened. He stared at the purple-clad girl and entered deep thought. Fei blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the pirate leader, Xiao Suo, laughed loudly and said, "Big brother, although Miss Lan Luo is a famous beauty in Purple Sun City, you should be more reserved." This startled Xiao Chen awake. However, his expression did not change, so he withdrew his gaze. Xiaochen thought to himself. He vaguely sensed that this girl called Lan Luo was an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline. However, why would an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline appear in such a small place like the Purple Sun region? This was somewhat incomprehensible. At the same time, many of the honored guests in the various VIP rooms looked at Lan Luo with incomparable greed. The flames of lust blazed in their eyes. Senior brother, this Lan Luo is truly a beauty. She is worthy of your status. Yen Xian's junior brothers in another VIP room said fawningly. Given senior brother's talent and status, as long as senior brother is willing, that Lan Luo will definitely deliver herself to you obediently. Of course. Who does not know that senior brother has excellent talent and can fight above his cultivation realm? Lan Luo snorted coldly. So what if this girl who shows herself in public is a beauty? How can she be worthy of me? However, she is pretty good to play with. Lan Luo's lips curled up in a sinister smile. In the VIP room where the ice snow sword Luo Feng was, he stared at Lan Luo's twin peaks, unwilling to shift his gaze away. For Lan Luo to be able to attract the attention of so many experts and outstanding talents at the same time, she was clearly not as simple as Yen Xian made her out to be. Otherwise, Lan Luo would have been subdued long ago. How could she be so attractive? Welcome, honored guests, to tonight's Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction. Lan Luo smiled charmingly and bowed slightly, revealing a deep cleavage. This immediately ignited the desires of all the male cultivators present. As for the women, they were probably already cursing in their hearts. This woman is really an enchantress. The pirate leader, Xiao Suo, said with a somewhat dazed look as he swallowed his saliva. Xiaochen nodded in agreement. He said softly, she did not use any charm techniques. As the saying goes, it is hard to give up on a natural beauty. This is the principle behind it. Big Brother, you are really talented in literature. I feel that with Big Brother's charm, you might be able to subdue this girl. At that time, she really won't be able to leave this Purple Sun City. Xiaochen smiled faintly, interrupting Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo was stunned for a while before saying, that seems to be the case. All the men here will probably go crazy. Fader said softly, you men are all like this. Who does not like beautiful things? This applies to both men and women. However, this is just an instinctive desire, not love. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt somewhat dispirited. He closed his eyes and lay back on the soft chair. Lu Ryue's figure appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, the parting in the Sky Dome realm nearly turned into an eternal parting. Now, he did not know where she was. Ancestor Dragon City was just the old dragon horse's guess. If she was not there, then he would be at a loss. Fainir and Xiao Suo did not notice Xiaochen's strange behavior. They only thought that he was tired and lay down to rest. This was because the auction officially started at this moment. Xiao Suo paid full attention to Xiaochen. Xiaochen had agreed to help him bid for an item. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Every item in this annual large-scale auction would be a fine product, worth cities. Perhaps there might even be a strange treasure. That would be a great profit. When the auction started, it proceeded as planned. Indeed, every item was a fine product. Xiao Suo felt a significant pressure in his heart. Every item was a treasure, something that he urgently needed. However, Xiao Suo held back and did not say anything. The further it went, the more valuable the items would be. Next is the 8th auction item, the dazzling sunlight true flame, a yang attributed flame. This is an earth-grade yang attributed flame. Of all the earth-grade yang attributed flames, the dazzling sunlight true flame is ranked very high. It is a treasure that yang attributed cultivators, alchemists, and refiners cannot miss out on. Lan Luo smiled and introduced the various uses of the dazzling sunlight true flame in detail, as well as its value. Xiaochen, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Dazzling sunlight true flame? The Book of the Epics recorded that the special flames of the Great Thousand Realms were divided into 6 grades: Primal Chaos Grade, Lunar Grade, Solar Grade, Heaven Grade, earth grade, profound grade, and yellow grade. This dazzling sunlight true flame definitely could not compare to Xiao Chen's primal chaos grade heavenly flame. However, if Xiao Chen refined the primal chaos grade heavenly flame, his heavenly flame would definitely not be comparable to the rank 3 heavenly snow divine flame. He would not be able to bring out the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. To raise the grade of the heavenly flame, one needed to plan early. Just thinking about the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram formed by the heavenly snow divine flame and the heavenly flame already excited Xiao Chen somewhat. Once he succeeded, it would definitely become another killing move for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was prepared to obtain this dazzling sunlight true flame. Chapter 1588. However, Xiao Chen was not the only one interested in this dazzling sunlight true flame. At least 10 people in the vast auction hall were determined to obtain it. Among them, the most determined was naturally the Burning Moon Sect's Yen Exin. Yen Exin was a fire-attributed cultivator and cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. He also comprehended the will of fire. Senior brother, after you refine this dazzling sunlight true flame, you will be able to break through the bottleneck of the primal core realm. A Burning Moon Sect disciple exclaimed joyfully. Yen Exan said coldly, I have deep accumulations and need to condense an upper 3-star primal core at the very least. How can I break through the bottleneck so easily? However, I must obtain this dazzling sunlight true flame. After I refine it, my accumulations will only become even more horrifying. Aside from Yen Exan, several alchemists and refiners were also tempted. Alchemists and refiners did not lack spirit jades. They were wealthy, so their bids would definitely be extremely vicious. This round of bidding had yet to begin, but everyone present could already smell the thick smell of fire. A huge battle had begun, and smoke was already rising. The starting bid for the dazzling sunlight true flame is 100,000 spirit jades. Fellow alchemists, don't miss out on this. Lan Luo's sweet, alluring voice was drawn out as she spoke in a provocative manner. I bid 200,000. I bid 300,000. I bid 400,000. I bid 500,000. I bid 600,000. I bid 1 million. Whoosh! The entire place was shocked. Lan Luo's voice seemed to have a magical power. The few alchemists and some armament masters in the VIP room didn't even wait for her words to end completely before they raised the price to 1 million like a machine gun. The entire auction hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the price. Damn it! Lan Luo, you little bitch! How dare you spoil my plans? Yen Xian's anger was immediately ignited. He slammed the table fiercely, scaring everyone in the room. Seeing that the price was still rising uncontrollably, Yen Exen immediately said, Everyone, Yen Exen, want this dazzling sunlight true flame. Please give me some face. In the future, if any alchemists need any help, you can come to the Burning Moon Sect to look for me. Just as the price soared to 2 million spiritual jades, Yen Xian could no longer hold back. He brought out his sect and forcefully suppressed the price. The skyrocketing price suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Those rich alchemists and blacksmiths were startled upon hearing this and stopped bidding. On the platform, Lan Luo's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She smiled and said, Young Master Yen, this is not good, right? Did I do anything against the rules? Could it be that the Purple Cloud Pavilion is so tyrannical, not allowing us Burning Moon Sect disciples to speak? In the VIP room, Yen Xian kept a straight face, not giving any face at all. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this person is really tyrannical. When it hurts my own interests, he immediately brings up the Burning Moon Sect. Apart from their standpoint, Xiao Chen quite approved of his behavior. If one didn't look out for oneself, heaven and earth would destroy them. If one didn't use their trump card when they could, wouldn't it be too inflexible and appear hypocritical? However, Xiao Chen didn't think much of this person's judgment. He was too arrogant and had too much of a bandit's temperament. That Lan Luo was not as simple as she appeared. Treating her as a pushover would be the stupidest. Naturally, our Purple Cloud Pavilion will not forbid the Burning Moon Sect disciples from speaking. Others will not either. However, using the Burning Moon Sect to suppress others is breaking our rules. Lan Luo calmed herself, but the smile on her face did not vanish. Clearly, she was still somewhat shrewd and magnanimous. Shut up, you slut. How dare you slander me again? Don't blame me for falling out with you on the spot. What evidence do you have to prove that I used the sect to suppress others? Who is threatened by me? As long as someone dares to step forward, I, Yen Exen, will atone for my crime with my death. Who knew? Right after Lan Luo spoke, Yen Xian immediately turned the tables on her, grasping her sore spot and making a big deal out of it. The entire place fell silent. No one said anything. Lan Luo immediately panicked somewhat, her entire body trembling slightly. If the Purple Cloud Pavilion is filled with people like you, slandering others, I feel that there is no need for it to continue operating. I have yet to say that you slut colluded with a group of old men to purposely raise the price. Now you are slandering me. Yen Xian's words struck home. This was especially so for the last sentence, which caused the entire place to boo. Lan Luo was so angry that her entire body trembled. Her ample bosom trembled. When the crowd connected Yen Xian's words, many unbearable scenes immediately appeared in their minds. The iceberg sword, Luo Feng, support Brother Yen. The Purple Cloud Pavilion needs to give an explanation. Otherwise, there is really no need for it to continue operating. Just at this crucial moment, the iceberg sword, Luo Feng, suddenly spoke up. Clearly, the iceberg sword wanted to use this opportunity to make his presence known, to make the following auction more favorable to him. The iceberg sword represented the Ice Snow Mountain Manor supporting Yen Exin. For a moment, the situation was in Yen Xian's favor. However, it was strange. The wind-chasing sect's new talent, Wang Lin, was in the future. Otherwise, he would have voiced his support as well. We support young Master Yen. The Purple Cloud Pavilion needs to apologize. Right. Apologize. Apologize. Excited voices rang out in the vast Purple Cloud Pavilion, sounding like the roar of a tsunami, ear-splitting. Xiaochen observed very carefully. At this moment, Lan Luo's great desolate Ian bloodline became increasingly obvious, showing that she was on the verge of going berserk. Feicher said somewhat angrily, "How can this group of people be like this? They can clearly tell who is right and who is wrong with one glance. Could it be that they are all blind?" Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "This is called having too many fools and not enough intelligence. All these people seek is a temporary vent. They do not care about right or wrong. Yet they still numb themselves, thinking that they are righteous. How can it be like this?" Fei expressed her confusion. "Nothing is impossible. You will not find it strange after seeing it many times. You will understand in the future. However, I am going to make an offer." Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his calm gaze. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out amid the sea of apologies. "Dazzling sunlight, true flame, 3,000,000 spirit jades." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the minds of everyone present. The tide-like whistling sounds seemed to have suddenly encountered a heavy blow, and came to an abrupt stop. The place fell into a strange silence. Who is it? Who is so blind as to dare to go against the trend and call out a bid of 3,000,000 spirit jades amid the wave-like cries? "Miss Lan Luo, what's wrong? Does my offer not count?" Lan Luo, who was on the verge of going berserk, suddenly sobered up at this moment. "Damn it! What am I doing? I can't even handle such a small matter. How am I going to inherit the clan in the future?" Lan Luo withdrew all her aura, and a profound look appeared in her eyes as she looked at the VIP room where Xiaochen was. Then she said, "VIP number 3, dazzling sunlight true flame, bids 3,000,000 spirit jades. Is there anyone willing to make a higher offer?" The cocky smile on Yen Xian's face froze at this moment, turning sinister and scary. "It's you." Yen Xian could tell that the one who spoke in VIP room 3 was Xiaochen. "Xiaochen, how dare you spoil my plans again? Are you tired of living?" Yen Xian's enraged voice rang out from the VIP room, making everyone present feel his rage. 4,000,000. However, what answered Yen Xian was Xiaochen's indifferent bid. "It looks like you are really tired of living." 5 million. I will kill your entire family. 6 million. I, Yen Exen, swear that I will kill you. 7 million. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion, the table in Yen Xian's VIP room seemed to shatter from Yen Xian's palm strike. The sound of the explosion was exceptionally clear in this silent place. Every time Yen Xian said something, Xiaochen would indifferently add 1 million spirit jades. This made everyone feel that Yen Xian's threat was laughable. Why aren't you saying anything? Let's continue. Every time you say something, I will add 1 million. Don't you want the dazzling sunlight true flame? Let's see how much wealth you have. Continue cursing, and let's continue playing. The cold voice from VIP room 3 wafted out. That chill made everyone shiver. When the Ice Mountain Sword, Luo Feng, heard this, he immediately chose not to speak. Luo Feng did not want to offend such a rich and overbearing person. If Luo Feng fancied something and got into a fight with the other party, raising the price, it would be very troublesome. Seeing Yen Xian's current appearance, Luo Feng rationally chose not to get involved. In the hearts of everyone present, one word came to mind: domineering. What was true tyrannical? One did not need a glib tongue. One was rich and overbearing, suppressing others until they did not dare to say anything. This was true tyrannical. Let me ask you, do you dare to play? Chapter 1589. Senior brother, I'll go look for our sex elders and get them to pay with some spirit jades. There's no need to fear this Xiaochen, one of the junior brothers said in unison. Collecting his thoughts, the auction began. Xiaochen thought for a while and decided to help Luo Nan obtain this sword. When Luo Nan heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. A cold wind sword forged by Great Master Qian Tai would definitely be one of the best among superior-grade profound weapons. Xiao Suan nodded and said, that is natural. He is one of the 10 great refiners of the Grave Sea Cluster. This was especially so for his attainments in swordsmithing. He had reached the pinnacle of swordsmithing, and there were few who could compare to him. This sword should be Grandmaster's early work, but its value is definitely not low. 6 million. Even if we have money, that's not how we spend it. Xiaochen nodded. I bought this sword for you. As a swordsman, who wouldn't love to have a sword that they admired? Lan Luo smiled faintly. Then she looked at booth 3 with interest in her gaze. All the rank 3 sects of the entire Grave Sea Cluster were gathered there. That was where the true elites gathered. However, the resources, spiritual energy, and natural treasures in the Grave Sea were all at the peak of the outside world. Luo Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. No need. If he likes it, let him have it. As long as he's alive to take it. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar of discussion. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Just who was this Xiaochen? Ordinary people could not continue to dive. A slightly larger wave could kill a perfected one. Big brother, buy it for me. I want it. Xiaochen fell into deep thought when he heard this, and then he looked at Xiao Su'a and asked, is this Master Qian Tai very famous? No matter where it was, martial artists who practiced the sword would always be the mainstream. This was the mentality of humans. Since it was someone else who was paying, they would definitely buy the expensive one. If they bought the cheap one, they would feel that they had suffered a loss. Xiaochen smiled and allowed Luo Nan to continue watching. Right now, he wanted to give Luo Nan a sword. But that Ice Peak sword. However, Luo Nan started to worry in the blink of an eye. Big brother is indeed big brother, domineering indeed. The bid of 7 million spirit jades shocked everyone present. No one made a move, and Xiaochen obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame as he wished. That was not how logic worked. Not only could he order around a late-stage major primal core ferocious beast, but he was also wealthy and overbearing. His strength was unfathomable. The flagpole was covered in rust. The blood-colored flag was in tatters, and the pattern drawn on it was blurry. Venerable, you live in the Grave Sea all year round. There are often people who risk crossing the sea for the sake of a sword strike. As long as one was alive, it was impossible that one did not even have the right to buy something. In that case, he might really have followed the right big brother. However, this price did not last for long. Xiao Chen, who was in VIP room 3, made his own bid. The price soared very quickly, but it was not as exaggerated as the dazzling sunlight true fire. After all, not everyone was as rich as alchemists. It's over. Next up, the auction item is a little special. It's also the last treasure of the day. This is a flag, an ancient pirate flag. As for the discussions of the many cultivators in the hall below, Xiao Chen chose to ignore them. Congratulations to VIP Room 3 for 1,600,000 spirit jades for the great Master Qian Tai's cold wind sword. Lan Luo's pretty eyes filled with doubt. She felt even more curious about the identity of the master of VIP Room 3. Right. Anything is possible. Since the Purple Cloud Pavilion said that it is the work of the great Master Qian Tai, there should be some guarantee. Immediately, a tattered blood-colored flag appeared in front of everyone. If one really went to compete for this dazzling sunlight true fire, one might have to raise the price to 10 million spirit jades before one could obtain it. Even now, it was still a forbidden land. The seawater was formed from the melting of many ancient stars. It was not water in the ordinary sense. Ferocious beasts lived at the bottom of the starry sea. In the center of every astral zone was a boundless sea, a true starry sea. This prevented Yen Xen from competing with them, as well as the others from bidding against them. However, I can't say that. Perhaps it is a bladesman. Perhaps the other party urgently needs spirit jades to break through. However, the ancient aura from the pirate banners made everyone feel a sense of shock from the oncoming aura. In the VIP room, Xiao Chen showed a calm expression. He was rather happy that he managed to obtain the item he wanted at an extremely low price. Naturally, he was happy. To think that it is the work of the great Master Qian Tai. Just the name of the great Master Qian Tai is worth 1 million spirit jades. No matter what Xiao Chen did, he would offend the other party. In that case, he might as well go all out. Even if Xiao Chen used the most disadvantageous method to exchange for 2 million spirit jades, he would still be able to obtain 200 million ordinary spirit jades. This Xiao Chen really does not know how many debts there are. He offended Yen Xen and offended the Ice Snow Sword. Firstly, it would be hard to compete with the other party in terms of wealth. Secondly, Xiao Chen feared the other party's revenge. After the pirate flag appeared, Xiao Suo became completely excited. At this moment, he was even more excited, so he asked Xiao Chen to bid 1,500,000 spirit jades. However, when Xiao Suo called out her bid, the crowd booed. Big brother Xiao Chen, this sword? Luonen asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. Being able to roam the forbidden starry sea once already gave one the right to brag to others for life. After Lan Luo's subordinates brought out the auction item, she stood before the stage and pulled back the red cloth. Lan Luo did her best to explain the history of the pirate flag, attracting the attention of everyone present. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen had never feared those two from the very start. Could they be elite disciples of rank 3 sects who came out for experiential training? Thinking about it, that was indeed possible. Pooh! The reason it was called the Grave Sea was that there were many strange graves in that sea region, dotting the boundless starry sea. Xiao Chen really wanted to know who the honored guest in VIP room 3 was. Fei was somewhat flabbergasted. Big brother Xiao Chen was truly a generous guest, taking out so many spirit jades in one go. For pirates, roaming the starry sea was their goal. 7 million spirit jades, going once, going twice, going thrice. Sold. This was discovered by a cultivator in the Grave Sea. This proves that the owner of the pirate flag had a high status in the past. Big brother Xiao Chen, do you really have 7 million spirit jades? Even though Xiao Chen had agreed to the other party's request, he still remembered it. After Lan Luo finished her introduction, she announced the start of the bidding. Xiao Suo rejoiced in his heart. Originally, he had been somewhat worried about Xiao Chen's wealth. Now, he was no longer worried. However, this pirate flag was only worth 1 million spirit jades. Beyond that, anyone who bought it would be a fool. The auction continued. Xiao Suo's eyes were wide open, hoping to win the most expensive and valuable treasure. At the crucial moment, Xiao Suo risked defending Yen Xen to help him. The starting bid for the pirate flag is 5 million spirit jades. Those who are interested can make a bid now. However, there were more important things to do right now. The center of the Grave Sea cluster was the Grave Sea. When the price reached 1 million spirit jades, the number of competitors decreased. This pirate flag was indeed pretty good. Just based on its historical value, it was worth 1 million spirit jades. If it was just a coincidence, the previous owner of this pirate flag was not simple. If that was the case, it would not be worth it. One might as well suppress the other party with one's aura, defeating the other party psychologically. At 5 million spirit jades, anyone who bought it would be a fool, even more foolish than a fool. Congratulations! This esteemed guest in VIP Room 3 obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame. Of course, 7 million spirit jades was nothing. This is a very old pirate flag. We are appraisers. Although our appraisers did not identify its origins, it has at least 10,000 years of history. Inside the private room, the wine cup in Bing Fengjian's hand instantly shattered. Luo Feng's expression turned frighteningly cold. Xiao Chen nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. He put down the wine cup and looked at Xiao Sua. Are you sure? There were many independent starry seas in the universe, famous forbidden lands of the Great Thousand Realms. To pirates, such an existence was an honor. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "It's fine. There are many things in this world that can be tolerated. However, if I am afraid to even buy a sword, why would I come to this purple cloud pavilion? I wonder who sent it up. To think that they are not using the work of great master Qian Tai." When Xiao Chen called out his bid, the crowd was shocked. Luo Feng actually did not raise the bid. The first day of the Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction welcomed the final item. Suddenly, the Bing Fengjian Luo Feng spoke. The remaining swordsmen competing could not help but shake their heads and stop bidding. In that case, after buying it and researching it, 1 million spirit jades would be a great profit. However, it was clear that Luo Feng was overthinking. Xiao Chen only wanted to buy the dazzling sunlight true flame. The next item is a treasure sword, the Cold Wind Sword, a superior grade profound tool. More importantly, it was forged by a Grave Sea Great Master Qian Tai. Its quality is guaranteed. The starting bid for the Cold Wind Sword is 100,000 spirit jades. Swordsmen interested in bidding, you can start bidding now. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Chen understood. Luo Feng and Yan Xian were preparing to snatch it after the auction. In reality, they did not know that regardless of whether it was cheap or valuable, they would be earning it for free. Chapter 1590. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He still needed the pirate flag. A good pirate flag on the bow of a ship could greatly increase the defenses of a pirate ship. Many of the top pirate flags could even raise the quality of a pirate ship by several grades. The pirate flag was not just a decoration or a symbol for a pirate ship. However, the pirate flag in front of them was dilapidated and ancient. It was obvious that it only had some historical value left. There was another value. This was a pirate flag found in the Grave Sea. To some pirates with connections to the Starry Sea, it was of great value as a collector's item. Perhaps, the pirate leader Xiao Sua had his eyes on this last point. Since you've made your choice, then state your price. Since he had already promised Xiao Sua, Xiao Chen would naturally bid for it for him. He was just afraid that he would regret it. However, this power belonged to Xiao Sua, so Xiao Chen couldn't say much. 5 million. An excited voice rang out in the silent auction hall. It was Xiao Sua. The crowd was in an uproar. Whispers could be heard everywhere. Damn, there's really an idiot buying this lousy flag. Talents. The people in booth number 3 are all weirdos. This thing is worth 1 million spirit jades at most. It is not worth it. Soft voices of ridicule resounded throughout the hall, yet Xiao Sua didn't care in the slightest. After a while, no one else made a bid. This made Lan Luo, who was on the platform, somewhat anxious. This flag was no ordinary pirate flag. It had a great origin. However, the appraisers of the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not completely identify it. Even so, the starting bid was 5 million primordial spirit stones. Now that there was no second bidder, He could only bid for it with 5 million spiritual jades. But this thing, apart from those who were truly spendthrift, who would buy it? Basically no one was bidding for it. 5 million twice. 5 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to guest number 3 for obtaining today's finale item. This auction has come to an end. Later, it will be time for the market to trade. Many of the treasures that weren't selected can be purchased directly. Lan Luo bowed slightly, revealing a smile. Her fair skin stunned the entire place once more. After getting off the stage in the backstage attic. Xiaolin, you did well. You did not panic in the face of danger, and your temperament has improved. A luxurious and beautiful woman in her 40s said with a smile. Lan Luo smiled mischievously. However, she could not help but think of the guest in VIP number 3 who had helped her a lot. Auntie Bai, can you let me deliver the auction item to room 3? The beautiful woman addressed as Aunt Bai looked at Lan Luo and smiled. Strange, you have never taken the initiative to send an auction item to a guest before. Just let me go. I just want to meet the owner of VIP number 3, Lan Luo whined, shaking Auntie Bai's arm. Auntie Bai looked at the radiant Lan Luo and sighed, I'm afraid of you. Fortunately, your Auntie Bai is a woman. Otherwise, no man would be able to endure your torment. Hee, thank you Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai is the best. You'd better not regret it. The owner of VIP room number 3 is an old man, according to the information. I don't believe you. Along with Xiao Chen's auction items, Xiao Chen headed to VIP room 3, feeling a little uneasy along the way. Although Lan Luo felt that Auntie Bai was joking, she still felt dubious. However, she did not overthink it. She was just curious. Furthermore, she did need to thank Xiao Chen. Lan Luo had an extraordinary background and started to stand on her own at a young age. She had seen all sorts of outstanding men and had long since passed the age of first awakening of love. She was a young girl who still harbored unrealistic fantasies about love. Don't. There was knocking on the door. Xiao Suo immediately stood up impatiently. He smiled and said, It must be. The auction item is here. Big brother, I'll go and open the door. Creak. The door opened, and Xiao Suo was immediately stunned. As he looked at Lan Luo, who was right in front of him, he gulped continuously, making gulping sounds. Xiao Suo wished that his eyeballs could drill into that snow-white expanse. Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, the person in VIP room 3 was also such a lecher. Putting on a polite smile, Lan Luo said softly, This is your auction item. To express my gratitude, Lan Luo personally delivered it. However, Xiao Suo was still staring, not hearing what the other party said. Xiao Chen thought that something had happened. He said, Xiao Suo, invite the guest in. After settling the bill, we still have to go to the Pirate Alliance. A familiar voice came from the guest room, making Lan Luo's heart skip a beat. Xiao Suo also startled to his senses. He quickly said, Sorry. Come in quickly. However, Xiao Suo was somewhat embarrassed to discover that Lan Luo had already entered before him. Lan Luo's body seemed to give off a strange light. The moment she entered, the entire room lit up. Xiao Chen was somewhat absent-minded. This was the so-called radiance radiating in all directions. However, he quickly calmed down. Unexpectedly, Miss Lan Luo personally delivered it. Thank you for the trouble. Xiao Suo, Luonan, check your auction items. After verifying that there are no mistakes, I'll settle the bill. Xiao Chen stood up and nodded politely. At the same time, he naturally picked up the white crystal containing the dazzling sunlight true flame. A spot of fiery light shone in the crystal, illuminating the surroundings. After sensing it for a while, Xiao Chen verified that there was no mistake. On the other side, Xiao Suo waved the tattered, scarlet pirate banner with an exceptionally excited expression. It was like he was traveling through the vast starry sea. Luo Nan and Fei were both checking the cold wind sword. It was clear that the two were rather happy. It was indeed a good sword. It gave off a cold light, showing an unparalleled sharpness. When the sword was drawn, a cold wind howled. If I recall correctly, the 3 auction items are worth a total of 13,600,000 spirit jades. However, I do not have that many inferior grade spirit jades. How do I use medial grade spirit jades? Miss Lan Luo, please help me calculate. Lan Luo thought for a while before replying. If we use medial grade spirit jades, that would be 130,000 medial grade spirit jades. Our Purple Cloud Pavilion can give a 20% discount if we use medial grade spirit jades. I can personally help increase the discount. Round it up to 80,000 medial grade spirit jades. That should be enough. Xiao Chen thought to himself, medial grade spirit jades are really valuable. This girl is really straightforward. Just the small change is enough. Miss Lan Luo is really straightforward. Xiao Chen counted and handed the 80,000 medial grade spirit jades to the other party. Lan Luo casually received it and looked at Xiao Chen. She said, "Many thanks to young Master Xiao Chen for helping us earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Xiao Chen was stunned for a while before reacting. He smiled and said, "The consequences would indeed be dire. I wonder how many people would die." The moment Xiao Chen said that, Lan Luo immediately raised her guard and quickly calmed down. A cold light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. What did the other party see? However, Lan Luo quickly hid her surprise. She said seriously, "No matter what, I still have to thank young Master Xiao Chen. I'll send you out of the city. With the Purple Cloud Pavilion escorting you, I can guarantee your safety." "There's no need. We still have to go to the Pirate Alliance." Lan Luo could not help feeling somewhat angry. To think that Xiao Chen did not appreciate her kindness at all. When Lan Luo saw the pirate flag in Xiao Sua's hand, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Young Master Xiao Chen, can you sell this flag to me? I can increase the price by 30%. Damn it. What are you trying to do? Even if you want to trade for this flag, I will not sell it." When Xiao Sua heard this, he immediately tensed up and cautiously looked at Lan Luo. Lan Luo's expression changed slightly, immediately feeling very angry. What kind of analogy is this? What does he think I am? In that case, I wish you all good luck. Forgive me for not sending you off. Lan Luo was truly angered. First, Xiao Chen did not appreciate her kindness. Then Xiao Sua spoke nonsense. Then she turned and left. Xiao Sua showed a confused expression. What's wrong with that woman? She was so friendly when she opened the door, yet she left just like that. I still wanted to chat with her for a while longer. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Lan Luo. He only looked at that ancient pirate flag and entered deep thought. Perhaps this pirate flag was indeed valuable. Based on Lan Luo's appearance, she seemed to really want to buy it. Big brother Xiao Chen, I think that Miss Lan Luo had good intentions, wanting to protect us. However, we angered her and drove her away. Everyone misunderstood, Fei said somewhat timidly. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. I know. However, we cannot leave yet. We can only leave after we treat Luo Nan. We also have to make a trip to the Pirate Alliance. While we are outside, we cannot casually accept favors from others. Furthermore, if these two clowns dare to mess around, there is really nothing to fear. What had Xiao Chen not experienced before? These two clowns before him were truly nothing. In his rich experience, they could not even be considered the main characters. Chapter 1591. On the other side, Lan Luo returned to Auntie Bai's side with an unsightly expression. Then, she handed over the money from Xiao Chen's auction. 80,000 medial grade spirit jades? This discount is really impressive. Why did you take a liking to him? Auntie Bai teased as she looked at Lan Luo. However, Lan Luo's expression seemed somewhat strange. Lan Luo shook her head and said, Auntie Bai, don't laugh at me. However, the owner of VIP room 3 seemed to have figured out my identity. That can't be. How can anyone figure it out in this place? However, even if it is, it does not matter. After your experiential training ends next month, you will return to the headquarters. After the experiential training ends, returning to the headquarters? A strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. The headquarters was a complicated and heavy place. To hide from some things, she had to come to this desolate Purple Sun region. However, no matter how much she hid, from the moment she was born, it was destined that some things could not be changed. The blood that flowed in her body would not change. Anti-Bai, send people to protect those people in secret. I believe that the Ice Snow Sword and Yen Xian will definitely make a move on him, Lan Luo said softly after collecting her thoughts. Although Xiao Chen rejected her kind intentions and did not admit that he had helped her before, he still had to repay this favor. This is really rare. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to plead on someone's behalf. Lan Luo argued, this is not considered pleading. Protecting the guest's safety has always been the aim of our Purple Cloud Pavilion. That is within the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion, no one can do anything about it. This is the rule of Purple Sun City. However, Anti-Bai did not agree to Lan Luo's request. She said softly, you should know that Purple Sun City has existed for thousands of years. Many of its rules have been imperceptibly influenced. Although there are no explicit rules, everyone understands them. Otherwise, there will be chaos. When Lan Luo heard this, she felt slightly stunned. Then she understood. This Purple Sun City was already at the edge of the territory of the noble clans. Those rank 2 sects knew the existence behind the Purple Cloud Pavilion and did not dare to mess around with the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, the Purple Cloud Pavilion was doing business, after all. They could not openly offend those factions. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not fall out with them. I understand. Anti-Bai nodded and said, it's good that you understand. To the headquarters, Purple Sun City is more of a longing for tradition. After Anti-Bai left, a strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. She said softly, Dark Moon, you should understand what I mean. Go. In the darkness, there was no response from anyone. Only upon closer inspection would one discover that there seemed to be one less shadow in the room. Since he could not use the Purple Cloud Pavilion's strength, he could only use his personal guards. Xiao Chen led Fei Er and the others out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. A few figures flashed continuously, following closely behind him. However, Xiao Chen didn't seem to notice. He only sneered in his heart. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Xiao Chen finally exited the steps of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and arrived on the streets of Purple Sun City, heading for the Pirate Alliance. Brother Xiao Chen, why the need to leave so quickly? The auction is very awe-inspiring. After you come out, are you going to run away with your tail between your legs? A voice rang out, and a cold intent assaulted Xiao Chen, startling the people behind Xiao Chen. There's no need to bother with them. Continue walking, Xiao Chen said indifferently. He did not stop walking, continuing to walk unhurriedly. However, just at this moment, 2 figures appeared from behind. The Ice Snow Sword held his sword and smiled faintly. Brother Xiao, why are you in such a rush to leave? Yen Xian looked at Xiao Chen and said softly, I overestimated you. I thought you had some magic skill. It turns out that you are just running away. Do you think you can leave? In the distance, many cultivators coming out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion immediately noticed the situation here. They immediately felt excited. Indeed, how could the Ice Snow Sword and Yen Xian possibly let Xiao Chen off? However, they did not know why the wind-chasing sect's new talent, Feng Buyu, did not show up. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction already brought 2 new talents, but Feng Buyu did not show up. Otherwise, this place would be even more bustling. Yen Xian looked at the Ice Snow Sword and smiled. Brother Luo, it seems like no one in this vast Purple Sun region can make us attack at the same time. The Ice Snow Sword said softly, there will always be some people in this world. Before they learn a lesson, they will always think that they are infallible. Earlier in Idle Cloud Restaurant, the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, already disliked Xiao Chen's group. However, Luo Feng felt that there was no need to start a fight over one sentence. Now, it looked like these people were really shameless. Do they think that they can do whatever they want in Purple Sun City just because they have a minor primal core venerate? However, speaking of which, that girl following behind him is rather nice to look at. Yen Xian glanced at Feng, and a look of lust flashed in his eyes. It looked like he was the one who incited that disciple to molest Fei earlier. As the two spoke, they treated Xiao Chen's group like air. This made the people who came out of the purple cloud pavilion in the distance shake their heads. These two were toying with Xiaochen like that. These two did not care about him at all. Clearly, they were extremely confident in their own strength. They only felt pity for Xiaochen. He really should not have offended these two. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor were both rank 2 sects of the Purple Sun region. Furthermore, these two were the peak new talents of their sections. How could they be so easily offended? However, no one noticed that rage had appeared in Xiaochen's eyes at some point in time. Although Xiaochen had killed people and gotten angry since he stepped into Purple Cloud City, he had never truly gotten angry. Xiaochen said indifferently, "I'll leave the white-clad one to you. I know that you have been wanting to make a move for a long time." "Ha! I was waiting for you to say that." Xiao Suo, who was carrying the pirate flag, laughed loudly. His figure flickered, looking like a black tornado. Dust flew up from the ground. Then, under Xiao Suo's rage, it turned into powder. Xiao Suo used the scarlet pirate flag as a saber and swung it down. The tattered flag fluttered and gave off a low hum. Eventually, it buzzed and trembled. Unexpectedly, this tattered flag gave off a piercing, berserk whistling sound. The surrounding crowd exclaimed. Unexpectedly, the first to make a move was Xiaochen's side. The ice snow sword, Luo Feng, grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and said softly, "It looks like this sword is going to drink the blood of a venerate again." When Xiaochen drew his sword, a cold light spread out. Snow drifted down, and the entire space gave off a chill. It was so cold that it made everyone flustered. However, what was even more horrifying was the condensed sword light. It was so sharp that no one dared to look at it directly. The instant Luo Feng made his move, the Burning Moon sect's Yan Xian moved as well. Yan Xian and Luo Feng were like two extremes. Yan Xian's figure moved like a volcano erupting. His aura was incredibly berserk, and a burning bright moon soared up behind him. As the bright moon burned, its light encased Yan Xian's body. Then, Yan Xian gathered this energy into his fist. Immediately, Yan Xian's fist light burned with a resplendent light, no weaker than Luo Feng's sword light. "How strong!" Startled exclamations came from the crowd. Yan Xian and Luo Feng truly lived up to being the 3 strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region. If Yan Xian's punch landed, no one doubted that it could completely crush Xiaochen. After all, Xiaochen was a nobody. Furthermore, he was only a in essence stage cultivator. How could he block the half-step primal core realm Yan Xian? Many people thought that this punch would instantly kill Xiaochen. As for Xiao Suo on the other side, no one thought highly of him either. However, he was an early-stage minor primal core cultivator, after all. He would not die so quickly. "Senior brother, crush him with one punch." The Burning Moon sect disciples shouted incredibly loudly. They were extremely confident in Yan Xian and the others, their voices filled with pride. "Die." As the fist approached, Yan Xian spat out a clear word. A berserk, scorching aura seemed like it wanted to burn Xiaochen. "With just you? You can't do that." Xiaochen smiled coldly and threw a palm strike. Boom! A palm wind blew, and a bright moon also rose from behind Xiaochen. That bright moon also burned. When the fist and palm met, neither moved back. The Burning Moon sect's Yan Xian looked at the other party in confusion, his face filled with horror. The vital qi and saber energy contained in Xiaochen's palm strike, as well as the boundless veritable essence energy, made Yan Xian feel like he was facing a surging sea. Vast and profound. The crowd of onlookers was even more shocked. This scene was really out of their expectations. To think that they were evenly matched. Xiaochen managed to block this punch. However, the even more shocking thing was yet to come. The bright moon behind Xiaochen suddenly burned even more intensely. The moon was like fire, illuminating the sky for 5 kilometers around. Blood filled the sky. That was Xiaochen's hot-bloodedness burning fiercely. This scene was very shocking. Yan Xian vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back and landed on the ground. The burning bright moon above Yan Xian's head shattered. He vomited another mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and devoid of color. "Genius? You are merely a so." Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the bright moon vanished. The blood scattered, leaving only a group of stunned Purple Sun City cultivators in the strong wind. Chapter 1592. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect such an ending. Originally, they were expecting Xiao Chen to explode with a single punch. Who knew that Xiao Chen would defeat Yan Xian with a single palm strike? However, this solution did not surprise Xiao Chen at all. The two of them were not opponents on the same level at all. Unless the other party really broke through to the primal core realm, he would not be able to put pressure on Xiao Chen. Otherwise, with the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy that Xiao Chen refined, his current veritable essence energy could easily withstand the other party's half-step primal core veritable essence energy. This was the difference in foundation, and it was not something that could be made up for by one or two small realms. Without the advantage of cultivation realm, it would be impossible for Xiao Chen to defeat Xiao Chen, whose will, mental state, strength, and Daoist rhyme were superior to his. And Yu, who was hiding in the shadows, had a surprised look on her face. She muttered to herself, "Who is the person that Miss wants to protect?" The ice snow sword, Luo Feng, who was fighting Xiao Suo, was stunned as well. He had not expected Xiao Chen to defeat Yan Xian so quickly, far surpassing his expectations. Damn it, how could it be like this? Yan Xian, that trash. For a moment he was under immense pressure. The fight with Xiao Suo was unexpectedly difficult. Xiao Suo was not an ordinary minor primal core venerate. Not only did he have rich combat experience, but his fighting style was also extremely valiant. Luo Feng's killing chi was startling. He believed that he had killed enough people, but the killing chi he accumulated was not enough before Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo was, after all, the leader of the pirates. He was a vicious person who kept his head low all year round. The Ice Peak sword, Luo Feng, was gravely mistaken from the start when he treated Xiao Chen as an ordinary early-stage minor primal core cultivator. Now, there was an additional Xiao Chen eyeing him from the side. Even if Xiao Chen did not make a move, he would still be under great pressure. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. The green robes should not be allowed to continue like this. In the future, there would always be a chance to get back at them. If they were to lose face like Yan Xian, then they would truly be finished. Thinking about this, Luo Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and 60% of his sword's soul condensed at the tip of his sword. The sword was unsheathed, the wind howled, and the snow and ice swept away. With a loud shout, he unleashed his peak sword strike. He wanted to advance as a way to retreat, seeking a dignified way to leave. Fight to the death with me? I'm not afraid of you. Who would have thought that Xiao Suo, who was truly enraged, would not be afraid in the slightest under his fierce sword strike? With the pirate flag in hand, he advanced instead of retreating. His aura merged with the heavens and the earth. As he leaped, it was as if the heavens and the earth were moving with him. The integration of heaven and earth was a technique that only supremacies could comprehend. As Xiao Suo's ferocious attack erupted, a mysterious scarlet light flashed on the tip of the pirate flag. Pu Si. Luo Feng's perfect sword move suddenly had some openings. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. This flaw was a little strange. The so-called sword momentum and saber momentum referred to the complete momentum formed when the weapons were unleashed. From the looks of it, the edge of the sword or the edge of the blade only had one direction. It seemed like it could be broken from any other direction, but in reality, that was impossible unless there was a flaw in the shur. Otherwise, no matter how one changed, a bladesman or a swordsman could easily suppress one. The tip of the saber and the tip of the sword were just one point of attack. However, a flaw suddenly appeared in Luo Feng's sword move, surprising Xiao Chen. When the two clashed, they should have been equal. Given this, Luo Feng would suffer greatly. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Xiao Suo ruthlessly grasped this opportunity. With a sinister smile, the pirate flag cut through Luo Feng's chest like a hot knife through butter. Boom! The pirate flag pinned Luo Feng to the ground. Pu Si. Blood continuously leaked out of Luo Feng's mouth. He revealed a flustered and confused expression. How can it be like this? In Idle Cloud Restaurant, this old man showed you some respect. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. What did you say? I cannot casually discuss your Ice Peak sword title. This old man wants to say that you are trash. Clearly, the pirate leader had a belly full of anger. Back then, he had just casually said a few words. However, this fellow had humiliated Xiao Suo in front of everyone, forcing him to drink a cup of wine. Since when had a junior humiliated Xiao Suo like this? The crowd was stunned. Unexpectedly, 2 of the 3 strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region were defeated so quickly. Xiaochen, let me tell you this. This matter will not end here. The Burning Moon Sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor are much more horrifying than you imagine. You absolutely will not be able to leave Purple Sun City. Luo Feng, who was pinned to the ground by the pirate flag, felt very sullen. This was the first time he had been humiliated like this since he made his debut. I will definitely return today's humiliation 100-fold. 100-fold? When Xiaochen heard that, he was stunned for a moment. The human heart was truly hard to fathom. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the ice snow sword Luo Feng. You only sought your own humiliation. You can't blame others. Have you ever wondered why I did not slap you when I could have easily slapped you back in Idle Cloud Restaurant? It's not that I'm afraid of you or the Ice Snow Mountain Manor behind you. It's just that there is no need. However, after entering the Purple Cloud Pavilion, everyone has the right to auction off what they like. I did not do anything wrong. You are the one who forced me. Luo Feng did not listen to anything Xiaochen said. He rudely interrupted and pointed at Xiaochen, saying, "Shut up, you trash. I am the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. I am the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng. How can you compare to me? You trash, don't think that you are really incredible just because you trampled on me. I'll tell you this, don't even think about it. Sorry, you are mistaken. I really never thought of it that way." Bang. Without any warning, Xiaochen suddenly flicked his finger, and a sharp saber chi shot out. The ice snow sword Luo Feng's head flew off, drifting in the air. Luo Feng died with his eyes wide open. This was a result that he had not expected. Xiaochen glanced back and saw Yan Exen lying on the ground. When Xiaochen's gaze landed on him, Yan Exen felt an indescribable fear spread in his heart. Yan Exen circulated all his vital qi and crawled on the ground with great difficulty, also that he could distance himself from Xiaochen, this demon. Yan Exen was in a sorry state, crawling away in fright. There was no trace of his earlier arrogance or despotism. With just one look, Yan Exen was so frightened that he crawled on the ground. The people watching this scene were all stunned. They were speechless for a long time, completely flabbergasted. The shock of this scene was simply too great. "Let's go." Xiaochen shook his head and did not make a move on Yan Exen. This person was already crippled. The crowd looked at the departing white figure, at the headless Luo Feng on the ground, and at the crawling Yan Exen. Such a result was simply unacceptable. 2 new talents had tried to kill Xiaochen in a grand manner. However, one died, and the other lost all his dignity. White-robed Xiaochen. This person is now famous in Purple Sun City. After this battle, the Purple Sun region has only one new talent left, Feng Buyu. I wonder where he came from. His aura, mental state, and strength all seem to surpass the Purple Sun region's 3 new talents. Just watch. This matter will not end so easily. The experts of the Burning Moon Sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor will deal with this soon. Only after Xiaochen was far away did the crowd burst into an uproar, turning incredibly noisy. At this moment, the last new talent that many people talked about, Feng Buyu, led the sect elders and disciples outside Purple Sun City, waiting for a certain person. The wind-chasing pavilion's group of people, led by Feng Buyu, waited quietly amid the surging yellow sand. Feng Buyu did not appear at the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction, but he went outside Purple Sun City. Everyone found Feng Buyu's actions strange. Gallop! Gallop! Suddenly, the sound of hooves rang out. An old man on a horse appeared in Feng Buyu's vision. When the owner of the horse saw the crowd in the distance, he quickly retreated in fright. "Senior brother, the target has appeared." Feng Buyu revealed a sinister smile as he said indifferently, "Martial uncle, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. He won't be able to run." The one who replied was actually a major primal core elder. Then his figure flashed, vanishing from everyone's sight. When this person reappeared, he was carrying a yellow-clad man and tossing him to the ground. The yellow-clad man was in incredible pain. Clearly, he had been tortured before he came. When this yellow-clad man recognized Feng Buyu, it was like he saw his savior. "Young Master Feng, I have no grudge with the wind-chasing pavilion. Why did you capture me?" Feng Buyu said sullenly, "Cut the crap. Let me ask you, where is the pirate flag that you obtained from the Grave Sea now?" Upon hearing that, the yellow-clad man's face filled with panic. "What pirate flag? I don't know. I don't know anything." "Beat him up ruthlessly. Beat him until he confesses everything," Feng Buyu instructed coldly, not bothering to speak nonsense. Chapter 1593. Let's go. I'll bring you to my friend to sell off the goods that Big Brother wants to sell. As the captain token continued to rise in rank, the privileges gained by the Pirate Alliance would increase. The periphery of the silhouette looked like a city wall. The black-clad old man laughed dryly. Just as he was about to speak to Xiao Chen, his expression suddenly changed. At the mention of the pirate hall, Xiao Su'a felt deep veneration and some pride. The entire west side of the city was in a frenzy. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, "The golden setting sun! Golden setting sun!" Xiao Chen reminded the others. Only then did Xiao Su'a, Feng, and Luo Nan reluctantly shift their gazes away from that 3-star pirate ship. Xiao Su'a's incredibly rough and calloused hand slowly rubbed the rusted flagpole. Xiao Chen nodded and said calmly, "Xiao Chen greets Senior Gui." Xiao Su'a smiled. Unexpectedly, he did not argue. When someone asked about the pirates, Xiao Su'a was happy to answer. He smiled and said, "Naturally, it is difficult. There are only 109-star pirate captains in the entire Great Thousand Realms. As for pirate kings, there are only 7. From 1 star to 9 star, the difficulty of the subsequent tests increases with every increase in star." Words flickering with golden light were carved on the palace walls. After passing through the palace walls, there was a row of statues of famous pirate kings in history. This was the first time Xiao Chen, Fei, and the others entered, so they felt somewhat shocked. "Old Gui, cut the crap. Hurry up. My big brother wants to sell off some goods. Just help me take a look and give me a good price," Xiao Su'a said somewhat impatiently. Rather than calling this a pirate hall, it would be more accurate to call it a pirate city made up of countless palaces. An unremarkable tattered pattern appeared at the end of the flagpole. Its position was rather special. Piracy itself was not a very reputable occupation. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Su'a and said, "Show me that pirate flag you are carrying." "Wang Su'a, I heard you changed your name." When the black-clad old man saw Xiao Su'a, he immediately teased him rudely. "Xiao Su'a, what grade is your pirate ship?" No matter where one went in the bustling Purple Sun City, one could feel a strong commercial atmosphere. Auction pavilions, medicine pavilions, profound weapon pavilions, and markets could be seen everywhere. Their voices boiled like a tsunami, each wave louder than the last. This Xiao Su'a seemed to be a pirate with a story. As the distance between them drew closer, Xiao Su'a said embarrassedly, "Old fogey, you are really well informed." Before Xiao Su'a could reply, the black-clothed old man stepped forward and directly snatched it away. Just the pirate ships that they built were a secret that many large sects could not grasp even to this day. One's martial prowess is the foundation. After that, the distance traveled and the completion of the Pirate Alliance's missions will add points. Only the west side of the city presented a completely different appearance. It was as if they had walked into another city. "I remember hearing about the Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group when I was young," Luo Nen said somewhat uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Su'a said somewhat embarrassedly, "Pirate ships are divided into 9 stars. Above the 9 stars are kings, and above kings are legends. That broken ship of mine is not good enough. It is not even 1 star. Golden Setting Sun. Only by becoming legends would their statues be erected in every pirate alliance." "How many stars are you?" As the group spoke, a shadow suddenly shrouded them. When they looked up, they discovered an incredibly tyrannical huge pirate ship slowly descending from the sky. I had a chance to become a 3-star pirate ship in the past. However, there is no need to mention the past. Now, I am not good enough. That was the 3-star pirate ship, the Golden Setting Sunday. It stood out among the group of 1-star and 2-star pirate ships, like a king receiving the treatment of the stars. TSK, you must be bragging. All the pirates cheered. Only Xiao Suo showed a somewhat complicated expression as he said softly, "It came from the Purple Sun region. It is also the only 3-star pirate group in the Purple Sun region. It is the pride of all the Purple Sun region's pirates." Xiao Suo's voice sounded somewhat dispirited. As he carried the tattered pirate flag, he appeared somewhat miserable. He said weakly, "Indeed, I can only brag. I am just a mediocre pirate." The Pirate Alliance of Purple Sun City was located in the west of the city, in a desolate and vast lake in the inner city. It looked like aside from being strong, this Golden Setting Sun pirate group should have some special history. Otherwise, it would not receive such treatment. Some of the rust on the pirate flag peeled off, and the pole of the pirate flag gave off a faint scarlet light. Xiao Suo explained excitedly as he carried the pirate flag. Along the way, Xiao Chen did not say anything. However, he saw everything. The helpless expression on Xiao Suo's face quickly disappeared. Then he smiled and led the way. Overall, it looked like a palace but also a huge independent castle. The procedures for handing over the captain's medallion was not complicated. In the palace that specialized in such matters, Xiao Chen successfully obtained his own captain's medallion. "Let's go. Just take a look at someone else's honor. I still have to go to the pirate hall to sell some things." The handover procedures need to be done quickly as well. Soon, the strange feeling vanished. What appeared before them was a world of connected palaces. The vast lake, which was originally filled with pirate ships, suddenly parted, revealing an empty lake. It was indeed very old. It was a somewhat sloppy, black-clad old man with wrinkles all over his face and an ancient expression. "Is it difficult?" Fei asked after seeing the magnificent scene before her. She seemed to be very interested in pirates. "I told you to take it, so take it. Be quick." The scene was very spectacular. If one did not know what was going on, one would think that this was a port. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat stunned. Why? There was a blue clump of light at the shore of the lake, giving off a watery glow. Fei asked interestedly, "How do I raise my rank as a captain?" At every moment, there were pirate ships taking off and landing. The place was very busy. Simply put, I have no money. Also, my rank is not high enough. Any pirate can freely purchase a mediocre pirate ship, but a 1-star pirate ship requires the identity of a 1-star captain. On the bow of the ship was a golden pirate flag. The flag was painted with a golden setting sun, and below the setting sun were embroidered 3 resplendent golden stars. After looking for a while, Xiao Chen and the others passed through the blue water screen. Everyone had a strange feeling, like the world was spinning. After passing through the streets of the western part of the city, a vast lake appeared before the group. Many pirate ships filled the lake. That is easy to deal with. I have some old friends in Purple Sun City's pirate hall. Come, big brother, I'll bring you there. That is the pirate hall, the core of the pirate alliance. Even the Cloud Sea realm cannot break into that place. It is absolutely secure. You are overthinking. When those bastards of yours came to repair my ship, they told me about it. This should be the new captain of the Black Scimitar, right? The blue clump of light grew larger and clearer. Indeed, it was the silhouette of a palace. Suddenly, Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows in shock. The flagpole actually slowly turned bright. Xiao Suo was very familiar with this. He was a pirate leader in the first place. He had also bought his new pirate ship from the Pirate Alliance. When Xiao Chen looked around, he felt shocked. He saw several pirate ships that were unbelievably strong. Xiao Suo's pirate ship was extremely inconspicuous among the numerous pirate ships. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen met with Xiao Suo's old friend in the underground palace. The black-clad old man said unhurriedly as he looked at Xiao Chen. From today onwards, Xiao Chen was a legitimate pirate. Compared to the Alchemist Guild and the Wanxiang Pagoda, the Pirate Alliance was somewhat special. While it looked loose, in reality, it had a clear division of labor and many different organizations. Fei looked at the three-star pirate group with a fervent gaze, not noticing Xiao Sua's strange expression. She smiled and said, "I knew that you were bragging. Look at how incredible the three-star pirate group is. The entire city is cheering for it." The black-clad old man's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in horror, "The Scarlet Blood War Banner. The legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King's Scarlet Blood War Banner." The Pirate Alliance's full name was the Great Thousand Realms Pirate Professional Alliance. This was a special alliance that treated piracy as a profession. The Pirate Alliance had the largest underground market in Purple Sun City. It was the fastest and most convenient place to sell some illegal goods. "What are you looking at?" "This is my treasure." "It is not for sale," Xiao Sua said anxiously. As Xiao Chen held the pirate token, he entered deep thought. To him, this might be a good card to play. The pirates everywhere stopped what they were doing and ran to the shore to cheer. The Great Thousand Realms Pirate Alliance. "Big brother, you have accepted my pirate ship. You need to go to the Pirate Hall to register it and formally obtain an identity medallion." Chapter 1594. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King? Upon hearing the black-clad old man say this name, Xiao Suo could no longer remain calm. "Old Gue, don't lie to me. Even the appraisers of the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not appraise it, and you know it just by touching it?" The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Suo with disdain. "Everyone has their own specialties. How many years have I been in the Pirate Alliance? How many times have I gone to the sea? Those appraisers do not even know how many pirate kings the Pirate Alliance has produced. How can they compare to me? However, they must have noticed the extraordinariness of this pirate flag. It's just that they could not appraise it. Am I right?" Seeing Xiao Sua's shocked expression, old Gue clicked his tongue and said, "I know the answer just by looking at your expression. However, this thing is too troublesome. I suggest you hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. That way, you can directly rise to a 3-star captain. However, you will have to choose how to do it." Xiao Suo showed a complicated expression in his heart. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Big brother, you make the decision. After all, you are the one who paid for this pirate flag." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt confused. He waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment. Tell me what's going on first." The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What's going on? Did you see those statues before you entered the Pirate Alliance?" "I saw them. Xiao Suo told me that one is qualified to have a statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance only by becoming a legend among pirate kings." Old Gue nodded and said, "That's right. However, outsiders do not know how difficult it is. To ordinary pirates, the identity of a pirate king is already a legendary character. However, every pirate king's lifelong goal is to have their own statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance after they die, for later generations to worship. However, just becoming a pirate king is not enough. One needs to be a legend among legends to have the qualifications. The Pirate Alliance was established not long after the martial epic began. However, there are less than 100 legendary pirate kings. Since the birth of the martial epic, there had been less than 100 legendary pirate kings. This was really difficult. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he reacted and said, "The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is one of them?" "Yes, he's the one holding the blood-colored war flag in the statue. Now you know how high his position is in the hearts of the pirates. And the flag that made him famous has actually reappeared in the world. It goes without saying how valuable it is." Xiao Suo interrupted, "Most importantly, every legendary pirate king would bury their treasures in the depths of the sea after their death. Having the Scarlet Blood War Banner is equivalent to having the possibility of inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. This is also why old Gue suggested that I hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. This is because it is too valuable. If news of it leaked out, it would immediately startle the entire Purple Sun region. That's not right. The entire Grave Sea cluster would be shaken." When Xiao Chen heard that, he had to be cautious. On the other side, Luo Nan and Fei were somewhat startled. Xiao Suo smiled foolishly and said, "What a surprise. I didn't expect my eyes to be so sharp. It's the legendary Pirate King's war flag. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is the pirate I admire the most. Rumor has it that he has cleared all 7 forbidden starry seas without exception. There is no place in the boundless starry heavens that his Scarlet Blood Pirate group cannot reach. I caught a legend." The sloppy black-clad old Gui smiled coldly and said, "Stop dreaming. Think about how to protect yourself first. I don't believe that there is an impenetrable wall in this world." Xiao Suo felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling his heart. Damn it. What should I do? Normally, if I could become a 3-star pirate, I would smile even in my dreams. However, I can only become a 3-star captain while holding the Scarlet Blood War banner. I really can't accept this. Xiao Chen, who was standing at the side, appeared rather calm. After all, this Scarlet Blood War banner was just a tattered banner right now. Let me take a look at the war banner. When Xiao Chen received the war banner from old Gui's hands, his first reaction was that it was heavy, far heavier than he had imagined. Following that, a boundlessly ancient aura spread from his palm to his entire body. It was like scenes of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King from a distant era appearing in Xiao Chen's mind. An intense battle hunger spread throughout his entire body. His blood surged endlessly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder Xiao Suo held the upper hand in his battle with the Ice Snow Sword, easily defeating him. It looked like this was closely related to the war banner. This was truly a good treasure. If this war flag was repaired, just how powerful would it be as a weapon? Big brother, what do you think? Even now, Xiao Suo was still somewhat nervous and excited. When he spoke, he could not speak fluently. Xiao Chen handed the war banner to Xiao Suo. Then, he turned calmly to the black-clad old man and asked, "Senior Gui, how confident are you of repairing this war banner to its peak?" The sloppy old man shook his head and replied, "I do not have that ability. At best, I can recover 20% of its peak might. However, the greatest use of this pirate war banner is to raise the overall strength of the pirate ship." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Senior Gui is really humble. To be able to recover 20% is already very incredible. I would like to do business with Senior Gui." When Xiao Chen first saw Senior Gui, he felt that the other party was extraordinary. When the other party appraised the Scarlet Blood War banner, Xiao Chen was certain of his guess. I only do big business. Coincidentally, I want to do big business. 1 million medial grade spirit jades, is that big enough? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Senior Gui withdrew the smile on his face and slowly turned grave. His eyes released a sharp light, as though he wanted to see through Xiao Chen completely. Unfortunately, Senior Gui could only fail. His aura and gaze did not put any pressure on Xiao Chen. Senior Gui said sullenly, 1 million medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen, white-robed Xiao Chen, who exactly are you? At first, Senior Gui thought that the other party was just an elite disciple of a rank 3 sect. Now, it looked like it was not that simple. Suddenly, Xiao Chen released a trace of his blue dragon bloodline, which was suppressed by the Buddhist pendant. Suddenly, the great desolate divine eyes appeared. A resplendent and dazzling golden light appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. That golden light disappeared in a flash, so fast that no one noticed it. Great desolate divine eyes. Senior Gui took a step back and looked at Xiao Chen in shock. After a long time, he said, "I'll take this deal. However, just repairing the Scarlet Blood War banner does not require such a large number of medial grade spirit jades, right?" Xiao Chen nodded and waved his hand. The cycle throne appeared. "I still need you to help me upgrade this cycle throne. Merge the advantages of the pirate ship with my throne. Also, Xiao Suo's pirate ship needs to be modified. It needs to be at least as strong as a peak 2-star pirate ship. This throne." With a thought, the cycle throne turned into a war chariot before the black-clad old man's shocked gaze, shocking the black-clad old man. Senior Gui circled the cycle throne and stared at it. He praised, "Excellent. This is truly excellent. I can see the shadow of the Immortal epic's magic treasures in it." His attainments in artifact forging and formation techniques are also extremely high. This old man's eyes were indeed unique. Mo Chen had used the Book of Heavenly Works to control the refining techniques and formations. Naturally, they were extraordinary. However, Mo Chen had not considered the spatial structure and levels of the Great Thousand Realms back then. Hence, there were flaws and needed to be upgraded. Senior Gue revealed a difficult expression. He said, however, privately modifying a pirate ship is not in accordance with the rules of the Alliance. Otherwise, how could it be a big deal? Xiao Chen smiled. When Xiao Suo heard that, he felt incredibly excited. He immediately tried to undermine Senior Gue. Old Gue, don't play dumb with me. Your subordinates have done a lot of private work. Back then, you also helped me modify that pirate ship of mine. Stop acting dumb. Hearing that his pirate ship was going to be modified, Xiao Suo was naturally happy. He had thought of doing so long ago. However, he did not have any spirit jades. You bastard. Never mind, I submit to you. However, I'll say this first. Give me 1 million medial grade spirit jades first. I will not pay for it myself, nor do I have the capital to pay for it. Upgrading the throne, modifying the pirate ship, and even repairing the war banner. Why do I feel like I am at a disadvantage? Senior Gue muttered to himself as he did the math. He wondered if the 1 million medial grade spirit jades had clouded his mind. Brat, you know why I'm working with you. Great desolate divine eyes, I really underestimated you at the start. However, I'll tell you the truth. No one dares to modify a pirate ship, especially to a 2-star one. I'm only letting you take the risk on account of Wang Suo and your great desolate Ian bloodline. Senior Gue's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Many thanks, Senior. Hey, I don't know if I made a profit or a loss on this deal. Just take it as making a friend. Senior Gue sighed as he spoke softly. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Thank you, Senior Gue, for helping me. In that case, I'll share my thoughts on how to upgrade the throne with Senior first. Just at this moment, a group of people walked into Senior Gue's shop with heavy footsteps. The leader of this group wore gorgeous clothes, a standard captain's attire adorned with resplendent gems. This person looked very spirited and had no facial hair. He looked exceptionally spirited, exuding an extraordinary aura. When Xiao Suo turned his head and saw this person, his expression changed drastically. The hand holding the war banner trembled, and veins bulged. He did his best to suppress his rage. When the middle-aged captain saw Xiao Suo, he revealed a surprised expression. After being stunned for a while, he sized up Xiao Suo and smiled. I heard that you have been in a miserable state for the past few years. Unexpectedly, you are so miserable that you have to carry the banner for someone else. Seeing that this person had an extraordinary air, Fei Che walked over to Old Gue and whispered, Old Master, who is this person? Bai Yan, the captain of the Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group, a 3-star captain, the light of the Purple Sun Region's pirates. Xiao Suo, my former deputy? Old Gue muttered with a complicated expression. Fei gaped, clearly surprised. She had not expected this at all. The captain of the Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group that the entire city cheered for was actually Xiao Suo's former deputy. However, you are really ambitious. You are willing to carry the banner for someone else instead of coming to my Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group, Bai Yan said in a gentle and natural tone as he looked at Xiao Suo from top to bottom. Shameless fellow. Xiao Suo, who had been suppressing his rage, could no longer resist cursing. Then he tossed the war banner aside and rushed forward to grab Bai Yan's collar, pulling him up. You don't deserve to wear these clothes. You don't deserve to be a captain. Even if I'm worthless and have no dignity and end up begging for food, I'm still better than a shameless bastard like you. The expressions of the 4 people behind Bai Yan changed slightly as they unleashed killing chi. These 4 were actually late-stage minor primal core experts. All of them were veterans of hundreds of battles. With one look, it was clear that they were not weaklings. Bai Yan waved his hand and stopped the 4 behind him. He smiled faintly and said, I like to see your face filled with rage and helplessness. Boom! A strong aura burst out from Bai Yan's body, and Xiao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. Bai Yen tidied his clothes and said calmly, "You should thank me. If my subordinates had made a move, you would have died. I will wear these clothes properly. Occasionally, I will return to Purple Sun City. I want to tell you that not only can I be a captain, but I can also do better than trash like you, going further." Xianxia vomited a mouthful of blood in anger. Rage burned in his eyes. Just as Xianxia was about to charge out, a hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. Chapter 1595. Naturally, the person who stretched out his hand was Xiaochen. Xiaochen possessed strong vital qi, at least 2 cauldron force. When he pressed down, he was like a mountain pressing down on Xianxia. Then he stepped forward and picked up the tattered scarlet blood war banner. "You are Wang Sua's new captain? Not bad. Although you are young, you have an extraordinary air. I am Bai Yen. I have a lot of friends in the Grave Sea Cluster. Little friend, will you tell me your great name?" Bai Yan's status and cultivation were higher than Xiaochen's, so he felt very confident before Xiaochen. Bai Yen asked Xiaochen with the air of someone in a superior position. Xiaochen acted like he did not hear anything. He looked at Senior Gue and said, "Senior Gue, there are too many flies here. Since you are not going to make a move, then I can only do it myself." Right after Bai Yen spoke, 4 cold killing qi immediately came from behind him, firmly locking onto Xiaochen. "What shameless boasting! I'll smack you to death with 1 palm strike. Let's see who is the fly." A person came out from behind Bai Yen and sent a palm strike at Xiaochen. That person used his palm as a saber and chopped down. The saber wind brought strong pressure. Before the palm strike arrived, cracks appeared on the ground. Xiaochen's long hair and white robes fluttered about. "Scram far away." Before Xiaochen could make a move, the sloppy-looking Senior Gue suddenly came out. No one noticed how Senior Gue made a move. They only knew that he suddenly stood in front of Xiaochen. Then, Senior Gue kicked out and sent the person crashing into the wall. That person grunted and fell down while vomiting blood. "Bai Yen, I'm not doing business here today. Look for another place." The black-clad old man sent a voice projection. "Bai Yen, on account of our past friendship, I'll advise you to leave quickly. You cannot afford to offend this youth, nor can you touch him." When Bai Yen, who already had a murderous intent in his heart, heard that, it was like a bucket of cold water splashed over him, immediately extinguishing his murderous intent. What kind of status did Elder Ghost have? He knew very well that Elder Ghost's words could not be false. He was very smart. He thought that Old Ghost's action this time was to prevent Xiaochen from acting up, and to reduce his losses as much as possible. "My apologies, my subordinates have offended you just now. I will take my leave now." For Bai Yen to be able to make it to where he was today, he was extremely tactful when dealing with matters. With a smile on his face, he prepared to leave as if nothing had happened. "Who gave you permission to leave?" Xiaochen said calmly the moment the other party turned around. Bai Yen, whose back was facing Xiaochen, scrunched up his face in anger. But when he turned around again, his face was full of smiles again. "Little friend, don't be so unforgiving. How about we let today's matter rest here?" "Unforgiving?" Well said. "But do you feel wronged now?" Xiaochen said sarcastically. Just now, he had done his best to humiliate Xiaoxua in front of him. Now, he actually turned the tables on Xiaochen, saying that he was unforgiving. Furthermore, that subordinate of his attacked Xiaochen. Without Xiaochen's permission, how could that subordinate dare to act rashly? First, Xiaochen humiliated and injured Xiaoxua. Then, he got his subordinate to attack Xiaochen. If Xiaochen were not strong enough, he would have died here for nothing. Now that Xiaochen knew how powerful Xiaochen was, it would not be that easy to leave. When Bai Yen heard that, he felt stifled. His face sank. "Don't think that I, Bai Yen, fear you. If not for this being Elder Ghost's place, Xiaochen smiled coldly. "So what? I'm standing here right now. Do you dare to make a move on me?" Suddenly, a small black snake appeared on Xiaochen's shoulder. Its scarlet eyes looked coldly at Bai Yen. Under the Jiao snake's gaze, Bai Yen trembled. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, a bone-chilling cold. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. Furthermore, It was an existence just short of breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. Bai Yen sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, he understood why Elder Ghost said that. As an early-stage major primal core cultivator, Bai Yen should have been able to survive against this Jiao snake and flee. However, his four subordinates would not be able to retaliate at all. In just a few moves, they died here. Sir, what do you want? Just say it directly. As long as I can do it, Bai Yen will definitely do it. Without hesitating for long, Bai Yen chose not to fight when the odds were against him, preserving his strength first. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Suo felt somewhat startled. He had not expected Xiaochen to interfere and stand up for him. Scram. I only need to see your helpless appearance. That will be enough. Xiaochen showed disdain on his face as he spoke indifferently. These were the words that Xiaochen said when he knocked Xiao Suo into the air. Who could have imagined that the affairs of the world were unpredictable? Soon, it would be Xiaochen's turn. You tricked me. Bai Yen reacted and immediately trembled in rage. It turned out that Xiaochen had been fooling him from the very start. I'm not fooling you. I just want you to know that you are nothing now. Put away that pitiful pride of yours and stop acting aloof and disdainful. I will not interfere in the grudge between you and Xiao Su. One day he will personally settle it. Bai Yan's expression flickered. Then he gritted his teeth as he looked at Xiaochen. Many thanks for teaching this by a lesson. However, if you expect this trash to surpass me, you are overthinking it. Life is full of ups and downs. Who knows what the future holds? Scram and don't appear before me again. Xiaochen did not show any fear. He enunciated every word clearly as he looked coldly at the other party. You will regret this. A venomous gaze flashed in Bai Yan's eyes. Then, he glanced at Xiaochen and quickly left. At the side, Xiao Suo's eyes were somewhat moist. He had clearly vented his anger. However, for some reason, as a man, he still felt flustered in his heart. Little friend Xiaochen, you should not have let him go. This person is a venomous snake. He knows how to endure silently. In the future. Old Gue sighed softly at the side. Xiaochen looked at Xiao Suo and said, Did you hear what Senior Gue said? However, I am confident that one day, you will help me kill this venomous snake. Senior Gue was startled. It turned out that Xiaochen purposely spared this person to motivate Xiao Suo. Similarly, Senior Gue could tell that Bai Yen could not be spared. However, he spared him. Such courage and boldness were truly admirable. For today's grace, I will personally kill Bai Yen in the future. Xiao Suo was extremely moved. He knelt on one knee and said solemnly. Seeing Xiao Suo's stance, Xiaochen was stunned at first. Then he revealed a gratified smile and helped Xiao Suo up. Rage was not scary. What was scary was getting carried away by rage and losing the will to fight. Such a person would truly be crippled. When Xiaochen saw Xiao Suo's gaze, he knew that this man of steel had been enlightened today. He had undone the knot in his heart and regained his will to fight. In this case, it was worth it for Xiaochen to make a move today. At this moment, Xiaochen did not know about Xiaochen's actions. In the future, Xiaochen would become a legendary pirate king willing to sacrifice his life for the 7 great forbidden seas. Senior Gue, let's begin. Where should we start first? Help me advance to the throne first. Without my help, it will be very difficult for others to understand the trick behind it. Hee, that suits me. I, Old Gue, am very interested in this throne as well. In the following 2 days, Xiaochen remained in the pirate hall, mingling with Senior Gue and making all sorts of preparations. However, these things were huge projects and could not be completed in a short time. However, 2 days later, Xiaochen had no choice but to leave temporarily and rush to Idle Cloud Restaurant. This was because Xiaochen's appointment with Senior Lu was in another day. He needed to meet Senior Lu at Idle Cloud Restaurant. Not only would Senior Lu bring medicinal pills for reshaping the Dantian, but he would also bring the various ingredients needed for the Heavenly Yang pill. However, Xiaochen killed the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng, causing Yen Exen to lose all his dignity and form a heart demon. The entire city was in an uproar, and everyone knew that this trip was bound to be full of waves. Xiao Qun already anticipated all sorts of situations and made plans for them. However, when the true storm arrived, it far surpassed his expectations.